Chapter 22, for journalists and authors. No writer can consider the use he will make of the tools of his trade, and the Britannica is certainly the chief among them, unless he has very definite views as to the particular kind of work he is trying to do. Where writing is regarded as a business, the art of writing is the art of being read, and the art of being read lies, nowadays, in convincing the reader that you have something fresh to say, rather than in arousing his admiration of your way of saying it. Writing is nonetheless one of the fine arts. The modern writer must form his style with the utmost care and always guard himself against the temptation to relax his standards. But the juggling with words, the rhythmical sequences of recurring consonants, the musical prose in which sounds are adjusted as artfully as in verse, presuppose readers to whom these elaborations are delightful. Such readers are rare today. 30 or 40 years ago, it was a matter of course, in thousands of homes, for some one member of the household to read aloud to the others. The custom has almost disappeared, and there has been a change in public taste, due, perhaps, in great measure to a change in the pace at which people read. A book does not last as it did. Newspaper reading has trained the eye and the mind to swifter consumption. The modern professional writer adapts himself to the existing conditions. He knows that those who ride in automobiles do not peer under tufts of leaves to look for roadside violets, but he also knows that they want a straight, smooth road. He endeavors to write as concisely as possible, yet to write so clearly that every point he makes is made once for all, and he can work fully as hard and apply talents fully as great in forming a style that pleases by its simple directness. Or, better, that pleases because the reader does not think of it as style, as if he were aiming at the most elaborate ornament. In developing the power of clear and concise statement, the first essential is to form the habit of getting your something to say absolutely plain to your own mind before you attempt to say it. A writer deliberately strives to be wordy and vague when he is trying to misrepresent facts, and it is impossible, when he is groping for his facts, that he should avoid wordiness and vagueness. The Britannica article on Rudyard Kipling speaks of his powers of observation, vitalized by imagination. It would be difficult to find a phrase more tersely describing the ideal equipment of a writer, and Kipling's observation is rapid observation amplified by deliberate investigation. He gets a swift impression of the complex framework of a ship or of the intricate machinery of a locomotive, and then, before he writes The Ship That Found Herself, or .007, he makes as elaborate a technical study as if he were writing an engineering article instead of a story. His imagination so vitalizes the result that when you read the story, although it describes beams and valves you never saw, you recognize the accuracy of his technical description as you recognize, in an art gallery, the fidelity of a portrait, although you never saw the person portrayed. In using the Britannica, the investigation by which you amplify your personal observation helps you in 4 ways. First, you correct your facts if they need correction. Whatever your subject may be, you find information so authoritative that you cannot question it. Second, you amplify your own observations. You discover the underlying causes and relations of the events or opinions you are about to discuss. Third, the reading by which you have, consciously or unconsciously, been influenced in forming your style, is rendered more profitable and stimulating by your study of the Britannica articles in which the work of all the world's great writers, past and present, is analyzed by the most brilliant critics. Fourth, you have in the Britannica itself such examples of scholarly, forcible, compacted English as cannot often be found in contemporary books. It is not within the province of this guide to institute detailed comparisons between these articles by the leading literary men of the day and other writings from the same pens. But the reader will discover for himself that the editorial policy which demanded rigorous concision has stimulated, not hampered, the distinguished writers whose Britannica articles are, in case after case, the best of their productions. The foregoing summary of the uses of the Britannica to writers is based upon reviews of the work which have appeared in the daily and weekly press, and it may be supplemented by brief extracts from 1 or 2 letters to the publishers, written by men whose reputations give their opinions great weight. In one of these, Horace White, formerly editor of the Evening Post of New York, spoke highly of the practical utility of the Britannica. Joseph Pulitzer, of the New York World, shortly before his death wrote, I want to thank you for the intellectual pleasure I enjoyed this winter in examining this extraordinary production. I have already distributed a dozen sets in America as presents among editors and my children. The work is a liberal education. John Haberton wrote, "The new edition of the Britannica has already cost me hundreds of hours that I should have given to my work, but I do not regret the outlay, for I have been richly repaid. There never was a handier book for a desk or a more readable one." It is not only true that no ordinary library would supply the information to be found in the Britannica, but it is as true, and as relevant, that no ordinary library presents information in a form as stimulating to the writer who uses books as the tools of his trade. The editor-in-chief of the Britannica had all the world's greatest experts in all fields of human knowledge and endeavor to choose from. He chose in each instance the expert whose knowledge was so thorough, and whose correlation of his special knowledge with related branches was so complete, that his articles are not merely, last word, information but interesting and alive. You may remember the new interest you felt in natural science when you first read an essay by Huxley, because he had the power of creating enthusiasm. It is a justifiable figure of speech to say that, in this sense, the Britannica has been written by Huxley's. Perhaps you have ransacked a public library for some out-of-the-way fact, and finally found it, in skeleton form, and in crabbed German, in Mayer or Brockhaus or some other German encyclopedia. Or did your search end by finding the fact in Leraus or La Grande Encyclopédie, in some clever phrase, so brilliantly written, so strikingly put, that it was the phrase and not the fact that you had got, and you felt that the Frenchman had hidden the fact, if he ever had had it in his epigram? You may have wished, then, for a third type of encyclopedia which should be German thorough and French interesting. Such a combination is the Britannica, more authoritative, more up-to-date, more interesting than any other book. A newspaper man, reporter, or editor must be informed at a moment's notice on any one of so large a number, and so wide a range of topics that the best library of reference obtainable can be none too good for him. This is especially true of the man on the smaller newspaper, which does not have the luxury of specialists on its editorial staff, or of many reporters dividing among them the work of gathering news on such lines that each may work in a field with which he is intimately acquainted, and in which he is particularly versed. And the rural newspaper is, besides, further from good public libraries, and financially less able to have a large office library. The authority, the scope, the interest, and the convenience of the Britannica make it just the book to fill these varied needs of the newspaper man. If he has to write a murder story in which some unusual poison has been used, he can find a full description of the origin, the use, the action, and the tests of the drug by turning to the Britannica instead of hunting for, and then through a textbook on medicine. And if, on the same day or the next, he must write an editorial on the tariff, he will find in the article tariff, in the articles free trade and protection, and in that part of the article United States which deals with the country's economic history, the information that he wants. And he can get it quickly, and can be sure of its being authoritative. If the Britannica is evidently the work of reference for the writer, how is he to use it? It has already been suggested that he will find authoritative and recent information on any topic connected with the subject on which he is writing. It would be interesting to see, or at least to imagine, how largely the Britannica might be used as a source for fiction. A novelist with an appetite for human documents like Balzac's or like that of Charles Reade, with his many albums full of newspaper clippings, could satisfy himself with the Britannica, taking his characters from life in its biographical and historical articles, and his setting from its geographical articles. It has already been suggested that the writer will find in the Britannica the clearness and conciseness of style which he cannot but wish to attain in his own work. Here he has the writings of great masters of English. He may remember Robert Louis Stevenson's story of how he played the sedulous ape to the great stylists. And in the Britannica, he can read not only an excellent sketch of Stevenson by Edmund Gosse, his friend and a well-known essayist, but Stevenson's own article on Beranger. He may read Matthew Arnold on Saint Beuve, Walter Besant on Froissart and on Richard Jefferies, John Burroughs on Walt Whitman, G.W. Cable on William Cullen Bryant, Edmund Kerchever Chambers on Shakespeare, Ernest Hartley Coleridge on Byron, Sidney Colvin on Giotto, Leonardo, etc. Austin Dobson on Fielding, Hogarth, Richardson, etc., Henry Van Dyke on Emerson, John Fiske on Francis Parkman, Richard Garnett on T.L. Peacock and on satire. Israel Gollancz on The Pearl, Edmund Goss on many literary genres on Ibsen, etc., Edward Everett Hale on James Freeman Clarke and on Edward Everett, Frederick Harrison on Ruskin, W. E. Henley on James Fenimore Cooper, William Price James on Barrie, Henley, and Kipling, Prince Karageorgevich on Marie Bashkirtseff, Stanley Lanepool on Richard Burton, Andrew Lang on ballads, Molière, etc., Henry Cabot Lodge on Albert Gallatin, E.V. Lucas on Jane Austen and Charles Lamb, Lord Macaulay on Bunyan, Goldsmith, Johnson, and Pitt, David Masson on Milton, Brander Matthews on Mark Twain, Alice Meynell on Mrs. Browning, William Minto on Dryden, Pope, Spencer, and Wordsworth, John Nichol on Robert Burns, Charles Eliot Norton on George William Curtis, Mark Pattison on Casaubon, Erasmus, Macaulay, and Thomas More, W. H. Pollock on Thackeray and de Musset, Quiller Couch on Thomas Edward Brown, Whitelaw Reid on Greeley, C. F. Richardson on Bronson Alcott and John Fiske, W. M. Rossetti on Shelley, Viscount St. Cyrs on Fenelon and Madame Guyon, Saintsbury on French literature, Balzac, Montaigne, Rabelais, etc., Carl Schurz on Henry Clay, H. E. Scudder on Lowell and Harriet Beecher Stowe, Thomas Secombe on Boswell, Dickens, Charles Lever, etc., William Sharp, Fiona Macleod, on Thoreau, Clement Shorter on the Brontes, Crabbe, Cowper, and Mrs. Gaskell, W. W. Skeat on Layman, E. C. Stedman on Whittier, Sir Leslie Stephen on Browning and Carlyle, Richard Henry Stoddard on Hawthorne, Swinburne on Beaumont and Fletcher, Congreve, Hugo, Landor, Marlowe, Mary, Queen of Scots, John Addington Symonds on the Renaissance, Machiavelli, Tasso, etc., Arthur Symonds on Hardy, Mallarme, Verlaine, W. P. Trent on Sidney Lanier, A. W. Ward on drama, Mrs. Humphrey Ward on Lyly, Theodore Watts Dunton on poetry, sonnet, bar, Wycherley, Matthew Arnold, Arthur Waugh on William Morris, Walter Pater, and G. E. Woodbury on American literature. The more you know of the subjects or authors in this list, the more likely you will be to say what a Western professor of theology said in reviewing the articles in the Britannica dealing with the Bible. They are the very authorities that I would have chosen to write these articles. But the Britannica will serve the professional author in other ways than by giving him information in special fields and by keeping before him admirable models of style. He might well follow any of the courses suggested in the chapter on literature in this guide. And if he will read the articles on great authors written by great authors, already mentioned, he will have a doubly valuable course in biographical criticism by the ablest of literary critics. Any newspaper writer or contributor to the periodical press should read such articles as Newspapers, Volume 19, p. 544, equivalent to 125 pages of this guide, by Hugh Kishome, Editor-in-Chief of the Britannica, with sections on the price of newspapers by Lord Northcliffe, on illustrated papers by Clement Shorter, general information on American newspapers, and an elaborate historical account of British, American, and foreign newspapers. Periodicals, Volume 21, p. 151, equivalent to 40 pages in this guide, by Henry Richard Tedder, librarian of the Athenaeum Club of London, treats the subject under the heads British, United States, Canada, South Africa, Australia and New Zealand, West Indies and British Crown Colonies, India and Ceylon, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Russia, and other countries. Societies Learned, Volume 25, p. 309, also by H. R. Tedder, deals with the publications of such societies and classifies them, with geographical subclassification for each head. Under science generally, mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, geology, mineralogy and paleontology, meteorology, microscopy, botany and horticulture, zoology, anthropology, sociology, medicine and surgery, engineering and architecture, naval and military science, agriculture and trades, literature, history and archaeology and geography. Local information in regard to newspapers and journalism will be found in separate local articles. Thus under Boston, Philadelphia, New York City, New Orleans, San Francisco, etc., there is valuable information in regard to these cities as literary centers and about their principal periodical publications, including newspapers. And in the articles on smaller cities, such as Albany and Springfield, Mass., there are valuable historical sketches of the local press of each. The newspaper man should read the biographies of great American printers and editors. William Bradford, Volume 4, p. 370. Benjamin Franklin, Volume 11, p. 24, equivalent to 20 pages of this guide. Isaiah Thomas, Volume 26, p. 867. Noah Webster, Volume 28, p. 463. William Cullen Bryant, Volume 4, p. 698. James G. Burney, Volume 3, p. 988. Gamaliel Bailey, Volume 3, p. 217. W. L. Garrison, Volume 11, p. 477. James Gordon Bennett, Volume 3, p. 740. Thurlow Weed, Volume 28, p. 466. Gideon Wells, Volume 28, p. 506. John Bigelow, Volume 3, p. 922. Horace Greeley, Volume 12, p. 531. Henry J. Raymond, Volume 22, p. 933. George Ripley, Volume 23, p. 363. C. A. Dana, Volume 7, p. 791. George William Curtis, Volume 7, p. 652. Carl Schurz, Volume 24, p. 386. Samuel Bowles, Volume 4, p. 344. Joseph R. Hawley, Volume 13, p. 101. Whitelaw Reid, Volume 23, p. 52. George W. Childs, Volume 6, p. 141. E. L. Godkin, Volume 12, p. 174. And Henry Watterson, Volume 28, p. 418. The reading of these biographies will give the student many interesting starting points for studies in American politics, economics, literature, reform movements as widely separated as abolition, and the introduction of the merit system into the civil service. The author should also read the article American Literature, Volume 1, p. 831, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide, by Professor G. E. Woodbury, and if his field is that of the publicist, he should read the article on the history of the United States, Volume 27, p. 663, equivalent to 225 pages of this guide, and the allied articles to which he is referred from that. The advertising writer will find a valuable and stimulating article on advertisement, Volume 1, p. 235, equivalent to 20 pages in this guide, which gives a history of the subject, deals with posters and signs, circulars, periodical advertising, and legal regulation and taxation. For a full list of articles of particular usefulness for the author, see the chapter Literature in this guide. The following brief list may serve as the basis for a preliminary course of reading. Alliteration, ana, anecdote, anthology, anticlimax, antithesis, aphorism, apologue, apophthegm, archaism, assonance, Bathos Bell's Letters, biography book collecting, bookselling, burlesque, comedy, criticism, dialogue, drama, elegy, encyclopedia, epic poetry, epigram, epilogue, epistle, essay, euphemism, fable, feuilleton, gazette, humor, hyperbole, idyll, impromptu, index, irony, lampoon, laureate, legend, libraries, limerick, litotes, lyrical, poetry, manuscript, melodrama, metaphor, metonymy, meter, monologue, national anthems, newspapers, novel, ode, pamphlets, parable, paradox, paraphrase, parody, pasquinade, periodicals, philippics, plagiarism, pleonasm, poetry, proofreading, prose, prosody, proverb, psalm, pseudonym, pun, quatrain, quotation, reporting, rhetoric, rhyme, rhythm, romance, saga, satire, song, sonnet, squib, stanza, style, tale, tract, treatise, verse. Chapter 23, for teachers. Every teacher has one pupil who tries harder than any of the others to absorb knowledge, and yet is never content with the progress made, who knows how hard the teacher works, and yet is never satisfied with the teacher. And that pupil is the teacher's self. For every other learner, there is a limit to the amount of knowledge to be acquired, but in the case of the teacher, a standard is supposed to indicate no more than an indispensable minimum. When you are trying to make your pupils master a textbook, the volume seems to contain a most stupendous mass of learning, and when one of them asks you a question about the subject with which the textbook deals, that particular point is sure to be one that the textbook does not cover. What engineers call the factor of safety, the margin by which the strength of materials must exceed the stress it is expected to encounter, is, for the teacher, incalculable. It is, of course, a favorite pastime of parents to send a child to school primed with some question to ask teacher, selecting an enigma that has been for centuries a battleground for scholars or scientists. And apart from these malicious pitfalls, children themselves seem, quite innocently, to hit upon questions of extraordinary difficulty. A rebuff, a careless response, or, worst of all, an ingenious evasion of the issue, is fatal to the teacher's authority and influence. "Ask me that again, tomorrow morning," is the phrase with which a conscientious teacher often meets such a contingency. And then how a fagged brain is tormented that evening, how the few books available, and they are likely to be a very few if there is no public library at hand, are searched in vain. That is not all. If it be true that the teacher is the most diligent, yet always the least satisfied, of all the teacher's pupils, it is equally true that many of the most puzzling questions with which the teacher is confronted arise in the teacher's own mind. The question-answering power of the Britannica is therefore of cardinal importance to the teacher, and is to be considered not only in connection with the use of the work for reference, but also in the selection of such courses of reading as may be expected to supply information of the kind that questions most often demand. And this question-answering power lies in three characteristics of the work, and may be measured by the extent to which the three are found in it: broad scope, unimpeachable authority, and convenient arrangement. Its scope covers the whole range of human knowledge, everything that mankind has achieved, attempted, believed, or studied. Its authority is doubly vouchsafed. The fact that the Britannica is published by the University of Cambridge, England, one of the world's oldest and most famous seats of learning, in itself gives such a guarantee as no other encyclopedia has ever offered, and the assurance thus given may be regarded as showing, chiefly, that there are no errors of omission, for against the existence of the errors of commission there is a further guarantee. The articles are signed by 1,500 contributors, including the foremost specialists in every department of knowledge. Among this army of collaborators, chosen from 20 countries, there are no less than 704 members of the staffs of 146 universities and colleges. This means that by means of the Britannica, the youngest teacher in the most isolated village is brought into stimulating contact with the great leaders of the teaching profession. Its arrangement gives it the advantages of a universal library, providing the varied courses of reading outlined in this guide, and those also of a work of reference, which yields an immediate answer to every conceivable question. The index of 500,000 entries instantly leads the inquirer to any item of information in the 40,000 articles. No teacher could hope to form, in the course of a lifetime, a collection of separate books which would contain anywhere near as much information. In another relation, the Britannica is of daily service to anyone engaged in educational work. It has already been remarked that the teacher needs a factor of safety, a reserve of knowledge beyond that which is directly called for in the ordinary routine of the classroom. But in the very course of that routine, there is also a need for coordinated knowledge, presented in a form available for use in teaching, of a more advanced kind than that in the textbooks with which pupils are provided. And the Britannica is, in itself, a vast collection of textbooks. Professor Shotwell, of Columbia University, recently wrote to the publishers a letter in which he said, "I shall use the articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which deal with industrial processes, as a substitute for a textbook in one of my courses in social and industrial history, and have especially in mind the splendid treatment of the cotton industry by Professor S. J. Chapman and others." A large number of Britannica articles have, by permission, been reprinted word for use as textbooks, and it is impossible to say how many have been paraphrased, and in a form less clear and vivid than the originals similarly employed. The writers of the Britannica have, among them, done so large a share of the world's recent work in research and criticism that no one who is engaged in writing a textbook or in preparing a course of lectures should fail to use the work as a check to test the completeness and the accuracy of independent investigation. Fortunately, the system of monthly payments has enabled teachers to purchase the Britannica to an extent which, in view of their limited resources, is a striking evidence of their earnest desire to perfect their professional equipment. In some cases, 2 and even 3 teachers have combined their efforts in order that they might jointly possess the work. But whatever may be the difficulties to be overcome, it is certain that the Britannica is, for the teacher, an instrument as directly productive as a technical library is for a doctor or a lawyer. A professor in an Eastern college wrote to the publishers, "It has become the collection of books, which Carlyle might term the true university," and the practical head of a business school in Pennsylvania says, "By its purchase, I have secured access to a university education." A well-known professor of German calls it a Hochschatz of amazing richness and variety, and adds, "I hope you will not be sued at law for an attempt to monopolize the market for profitable and entertaining literature." The president of a Southern university wrote, "It is the first book to consult, the one book to own, if you can own but one." And a Harvard professor says, "I have been particularly interested in some of the recent phases of European history. Concerning some movements, about which it is as yet extremely difficult to find material in books, I have found the encyclopedia most useful." A teacher in a theological seminary exclaims, "What a university of solid training it would be for a young student if he would spend an hour each day reading the work, volume by volume, and including all the articles except those of a technical nature belonging to other departments than his own." This is what teachers have said of the value to them of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Specialists in school hygiene and school librarians have also noted the advantage of the light, handy volumes printed on India paper. One weighs no more than 2 monthly magazines, which may be easily held at the proper angle for eye focus on a large page. The teacher will find in this guide valuable suggestions about particular subjects which he may wish to teach or study, such as history, literature, language, and biology. In this chapter, we suggest a general course. Let him begin with the Article Education, Volume 8, p. 951, which is the equivalent in length of 120 pages of the size and type of this guide, and of which the first part is by James Welton, Professor of Education in the University of Leeds and author of Logical Bases of Education, etc. The sections on national systems by G.B.M. Core, Assistant Secretary of the London Board of Education, and that on the United States by Nicholas Murray Butler, President of Columbia University. This valuable article begins with a discussion of the meaning of the term education, excludes John Stuart Mill's extension to everything which helps to shape the human being, and narrows the meaning to definitely personal work, the true working definition for the practical teacher. The section on educational theory might equally well be styled a sketch of the history of education, and will prove valuable to the teacher preparing for a license examination in this subject or for a normal training course. It discusses Old Greek education with special attention to Spartan practice, Plato's theory and Aristotle's, and the gradual change from the point of view of the city-state to Hellenistic cosmopolitanism. The older Roman education, practical and given by father to son, is contrasted with the later Hellenized training, largely by Greek slaves, largely rhetorical, and largely summed up in Quintilian's Institutio. The contest between the pagan system and Christianity is shown to have culminated in monasticism, and barbarian inroads stifled classical culture until the Carolingian revival under Alcuin in the 8th century and the Scholastic revival, 11th to 13th centuries, of Abelard, Aquinas, and Arabic workings over of Aristotle. Scholastic education is considered especially in relation to the first great European universities and the schools of the Dominicans, Franciscans, and Brethren of the Common Life, and in contrast to chivalry, the education of feudalism. The Renaissance is treated at greater length, and this is followed by sections on the influence of the Reformation on education and the consequent growth of Jesuit schools. The keynote of the story thereafter is reform, the movement away from the classics, toward natural science, and especially after the French Revolution, by means of new methods and theories, notably those of Rousseau, Pestalozzi, Froebel, and Herbart. The remainder of the article education deals with national systems of education: French, German, Swiss, Belgian, Dutch, Scotch, Irish, English, Welsh, and American, with an excellent bibliography. These, and other, national systems are also treated from another point of view in the articles on the separate countries. The article education should naturally be followed by a study of the article universities, Volume 27, p. 748, about 100 pages, if printed in the style of this guide, by James Bass Mullinger, author of The History of Cambridge, The Schools of Charles the Great, etc., and for American universities by Daniel Coit Gilman, late president of Johns Hopkins University, and by a reading of articles on the great universities, as for instance, Oxford, Cambridge, Aberdeen, Glasgow, St. Andrews, Dublin, Harvard, Yale, Columbia, Cornell, Princeton, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, California, Leland, Stanford, Jr., etc. The student should then turn to the article schools, Volume 24, p. 359. Equivalent to about 40 pages of this guide, by Arthur Francis Leach, author of English Schools at the Reformation, who gives a summary of what is known of Greek, Roman, and English schools. Then, to supplement these general articles, he should read On Greek Education, Plato, Volume 21, p. 808, especially p. 812, on Meno, and 818, on the Republic. Aristotle, Volume 2, p. 501. Sparta, Volume 25, p. 609, particularly p. 611. On Roman Education. Cato, Volume 5, p. 535. Quintilian, Volume 22, p. 761. On Early Christian Education. Clement of Alexandria, Volume 6, p. 487, particularly p. 488, on the Pedagogus. Augustine, Volume 2, p. 907, and Jerome, Volume 15, p. 326, with a special attention to their early pagan education and their attitude toward it as Christians. Ambrose, Volume 1, p. 798. Martianus Capella, Volume 5, p. 249. Boetius, Volume 4, p. 116. Cassiodorus, Volume 5, p. 459. Isidore, Volume 14, p. 871. St. Gregory, Volume 12, p. 566. Bede, Volume 3, p. 615. Monasticism, Volume 18, p. 687. On the Carolingian Revival. Alcuin, Volume 1, p. 529. Engelbert, Volume 2, p. 9. Charlemagne, Volume 5, p. 891, especially p. 894. France, Volume 10, p. 810. On the Scholastic Revival. Scholasticism, Volume 24, p. 346. Abelard, Volume 1, p. 40. John of Salisbury, Volume 15, p. 449. Albertus Magnus, Vol. 1, p. 504. Grosseteste, Volume 12, p. 617. Thomas Aquinas, Volume 2, p. 250. Roger Bacon, Volume 3, p. 153. On the Renaissance. Renaissance, Volume 23, p. 83. Dante, Volume 7, p. 810. Petrarch, Volume 21, p. 310. Boccaccio, Volume 4, p. 102. Manuel Crisolares, Volume 6, p. 320. Manutius, Volume 17, p. 624. Thomas More, Volume 18, p. 822. Erasmus, Volume 9, p. 727. John Colet, Volume 6, p. 681. Thomas Linacre, Volume 16, p. 701. On the Reformation Period and Counter-Reformation. Reformation, Volume 23, p. 4. Melanchthon, Volume 18, p. 88. Luther, Volume 17, p. 133. Trotzendorf, Volume 27, p. 308. Reuchlin, Volume 23, p. 204. Ascham, Volume 2, p. 720. Rabelais, Volume 22, p. 769. Jesuits, Volume 15, p. 337, especially p. 342. La Salle, Volume 16, p. 231. On the Modern Period. Comenius, Volume 6, p. 759. Rousseau, Volume 23, p. 775. Voltaire, Volume 28, p. 199. Pestalozzi, Volume 21, p. 284. Froebel, Volume 11, p. 238. Herbart, Volume 13, p. 335. Wilhelm von Humboldt, Volume 13, p. 875. Andrew Bell, Volume 3, p. 684. Joseph Lancaster, Volume 16, p. 147. Sir John Fitch, Volume 10, p. 438. James Blair, Volume 4, p. 34. T. H. Gallaudet, Volume 11, p. 416. F. A. P. Barnard, Volume 3, p. 409. Henry Barnard, Volume 3, p. 410. Horace Mann, Volume 17, p. 587. Mark Hopkins, Volume 13, p. 684. William T. Harris, Volume 13, p. 21. Justin S. Morrill, Volume 18, p. 869. Alexander Melville Bell, Volume 3, p. 684. S. C. Armstrong, Volume 2, p. 591. Booker T. Washington, Volume 28, p. 344. Coeducation, Volume 6, p. 637. Blindness, Volume 4, p. 66. Deaf and Dumb, Volume 7, p. 887. Infant Schools, Volume 14, p. 533. Kindergarten, Volume 15, p. 802. Museums of Art, Volume 19, p. 60. Museums of Science, Volume 19, p. 64. Polytechnic, Volume 22, p. 38. Technical Education, Volume 26, p. 487, an elaborate article about 40 pages in the form of this guide, by Sir Philip Magnus, author of Industrial Education, member of the Royal Commission on Technical Instruction, 1880-1884, and, in 1907, President of the Education Section of the British Association. Of equal importance with this course on the history of education, for the student taking the license examination or for a teacher taking an examination for a higher grade license or a principalship, is a course in psychology in the Britannica. This will be found largely in the great article on psychology, Volume 22, p. 547, equivalent in length to 200 pages of this guide, by James Ward. The systematic treatment of the subject in this article is particularly valuable to the teacher, whether the object desired is to review the entire subject, sharpening one's impressions from a longer course of reading, to get a general grounding in the subject, for which a careful study of this one article will suffice, or to make one's self more certain of his comprehension of any part of the subject. It is not practicable to give an outline of this article here, but a few of its special topics are listed below. General analysis of the subject. Attention theory of presentations, sensation, perception, imagination, or ideation, mental association, reminiscence and expectation, experimental investigations on memory and association, feeling, emotion and emotional action, intellection, self-consciousness, relation of body and mind, comparative psychology. Besides the general article with its systematic summary of the subject, the Britannica contains many briefer articles on special topics, so that the teacher will find not only an excellent textbook of the subject in Prof. Ward's article, but also an elaborate dictionary or encyclopedia of psychological terms or topics. Among the topics treated in this Dictionary of Psychology are affection, a perception, association of ideas, attention, category, cognition, concept, connotation, deduction, definition, denotation, dream extension, hearing, idea, imagination, imitation, immortality, individualism, induction, instinct, intellect, introspection, intuition, mnemonics, motive, noun, and object. subject parallelism perception personality phenomenon pleasure psychophysics, recept relativity reminiscence retrocognition, self-sensationalism, smell suggestion taste touch vision, Weber's law will. Furthermore, the teacher will find the Britannica a valuable biographical dictionary. This he will already have realized if he has looked up the biographical articles mentioned in connection with the history of education. The following is a brief outline course in psychological biography. Adamson, Robert Aristotle Bain, Alexander Baldwin, James Mark Bennick, F.E. Berkeley, George Clifford, W.M. K. Democritus Epicurus Fechner, G.F. Julinkeks, Arnold Hamilton, William Hartley, David Helmholtz, Hermann von Herbart, Johann F. Hobbes, Thomas Hofting, Harold Hume, David Hutchison, Francis James, William Kant, Emanuel Ladd, G.T. Lange, F.A. Leibniz, G.W. Lewes, George Henry Locke, John Lotze, R.H. Mill, James Mill. J.S. Muller, Johannes Peter Munsterberg, Hugo Reed, Thomas Ribat, T.A. Spencer, Herbert Sully, James Ward, James Wundt, W.M. Chapter 24 for Ministers. The minister or candidate for the ministry will find a valuable course of reading laid out for him in this guide under the heading Bible Study. And it might be said with little exaggeration that any systematic course of reading in the Encyclopaedia Britannica should add to the efficiency and power of one who would be an ideal pastor. If the schools of the Middle Ages could truly call all the arts and sciences handmaids and helpers to theology, much more truly, in the present age, should the minister, in order that he may minister truly, know not merely the history of the Bible and of the Church, the results of modern criticism and of comparative religion and folklore, but almost as fully general history, literature, philosophy, psychology, education, something of the fine arts, much of law and political science, and still more of social science and economics. In a period of specialization, he cannot afford to be a specialist, or it might be nearer the truth to say that, like every other true specialist, he must make all knowledge, all the circle of the sciences, tributary to his specialty, which is the knowledge and the improvement of the human soul. The suggestions that follow must necessarily be fragmentary, and should be considered as including merely a few topics not covered in the chapter on Bible study, nor in the other courses which, as has just been suggested, a minister might profitably pursue. The article Sermon, Volume 24, p. 673, is by Edmund Goss, librarian of the House of Lords, biographer of John Donne, Jeremy Taylor, and Dr. Thomas Brown. The writer is especially conversant with the English literature of the 17th century, in the middle of which, to quote his article, the sermon became one of the most highly cultivated forms of intellectual entertainment in Great Britain, and when the theaters were closed at the Commonwealth, it grew to be the only public form of eloquence. Each name on the following list of great preachers is accompanied by volume and page reference to the biographical sketch in the Britannica, containing criticism of the preacher and a bibliography of his works and of works about him, so that the articles supply the basis for a study of the world's great preachers. British. John Wycliffe, Volume 28, p. 868, John Fisher, Volume 10, p. 427, Hugh Latimer, Volume 16, p. 242. John Knox, Volume 15, p. 878. Richard Hooker, Volume 13, p. 672. John Donne, Volume 8, p. 417. Joseph Hall, Volume 12, p. 847. John Hales, Volume 12, p. 834. Edmund Calamy, Volume 4, p. 967. Benjamin Whichcote, Volume 28, p. 587. Thomas Adams, Volume 1, p. 180. Richard Baxter, Volume 3, p. 551. Thomas Manton, Volume 17, p. 607. John Owen, Volume 20, p. 392. Ralph Cudworth, Volume 7, p. 612. Robert Leighton, Volume 16, p. 398. Jeremy Taylor, Volume 26, p. 469. Isaac Barrow, Volume 3, p. 440. Robert South, Volume 25, p. 463. John Tillotson, Volume 26, p. 976. Edward Stillingfleet, Volume 25, p. 921. Benjamin Hoadley, Volume 13, p. 542. Joseph Butler, Volume 4, p. 882. Thomas Boston, Volume 4, p. 289. John Wesley, Volume 28, p. 527. George Whitefield, Volume 28, p. 603. Thomas Chalmers, Volume 5, p. 809. Edward Irving, Volume 14, p. 854. Charles Haddon Spurgeon, Volume 25, p. 742. Edward Bouverie Pusey, Volume 22, p. 667. John Keble, Volume 15, p. 710. John Henry Newman, Volume 19, p. 517. Henry Edward Manning, Volume 17, p. 589. John Clifford, Volume 6, p. 507. George Mueller, Volume 18, p. 961. Frederick Temple, Volume 26, p. 600. Archibald Campbell Tate, Volume 26, p. 363. Benjamin Jowett, Volume 15, p. 527. Arthur Penrhyn Stanley, Volume 25, p. 777. J. F. D. Morris, Volume 17, p. 910. Hugh Price Hughes, Volume 13, p. 860. Andrew M. Fairbairn, Volume 10, p. 129. Norman MacLeod, Volume 17, p. 262. American. Cotton Mather, Volume 17, p. 883. Increase Mather, Volume 17, p. 884. Richard Mather, Volume 17, p. 885. Jonathan Edwards, Volume 9, p. 2. John Carroll, Volume 5, p. 409. J. L. A. M. L. de Cheverus, Volume 6, p. 114. S. W. G. Brute, Volume 4, p. 695. John Witherspoon, Volume 28, p. 759. John Woolman, Volume 28, p. 817. Samuel Seabury, Volume 24, p. 531. Francis Asperry, Volume 2, p. 715. Peter Cartwright, Volume 5, p. 435. Matthew Simpson, Volume 25, p. 135. Demetrius A. Galitzin, Volume 11, p. 421. Alexander Campbell, Volume 5, p. 127. John Weinbrenner, Volume 28, p. 729. William A. Muhlenberg, Volume 18, p. 957. William Ellery Channing, Volume 5, p. 843. G. W. Doane, Volume 8, p. 349. Edward Payson, Volume 21, p. 2. Adoniram Judson, Volume 15, p. 543. John Hughes, Volume 13, p. 860. Archibald Alexander, Volume 1, p. 564. Moses Stewart, Volume 25, p. 1048. Nathaniel W. Taylor, Volume 26, p. 472. Leonard Bacon, Volume 3, p. 152. James Freeman Clarke, Volume 6, p. 444. Henry Ward Beecher, Volume 3, p. 639. Hosea Ballou, Volume 3, p. 282. Horace Bushnell, Volume 4, p. 873. Phillips Brooks, Volume 4, p. 649. Edward Everett Hale, Volume 12, p. 832. R. S. Stores, Volume 25, p. 969. Charles Force Deems, Volume 7, p. 921. Edwards Amasa Park, Volume 20, p. 825. David Swing, Volume 26, p. 237. Michael Augustine Corrigan, Volume 7, p. 197. James Gibbons, Volume 11, p. 936. T. Dewitt Talmage, Volume 26, p. 380. Isaac T. Hecker, Volume 13, p. 194. Robert Collier, Volume 6, p. 694. Henry C. McCook, Volume 17, p. 205. John Fletcher Hurst, Volume 13, p. 960. Dwight L. Moody, Volume 18, p. 802, Washington Gladden, Volume 12, p. 63, John Ireland, Volume 14, p. 742, John Joseph Keene, Volume 15, p. 706, Minot J. Savage, Volume 24, p. 239, Reuben Archer Torrey, Volume 27, p. 61. French. John Gerson, Volume 11, p. 904, John Calvin, Volume 5, p. 71, Theodore Beza, Volume 3, p. 839, St. Francis of Sales, Volume 10, p. 940 J. B. Bossut, Volume 4, p. 287, Louis Bertelis, Volume 4, p. 329, Esprit Fléchier, Volume 10, p. 491, Jules Mascarin, Volume 17. p. 836, Jean-Baptiste Massillon, Volume 17, p. 867, Jean Siffrine Maury, Volume 17, p. 915. These lists could easily be made longer and fuller, but the articles mentioned give such a view of the great preachers of the world as cannot fail to stimulate any minister. Supplementing what has been said above about the necessity of the minister's being a well-rounded man, it may be worthwhile to notice that Donne and Keble, and in a less degree Doane and Muhlenberg, were poets as well as preachers. That Cudworth was known as the founder of the Cambridge Platonists, and Jowett as the translator of Plato, Barrow as a mathematician. Second in his day, only to Isaac Newton, Edward Everett Hale as an essayist and writer of short stories, and McCook as a great naturalist. The minister will find the Britannica an excellent encyclopedia of comparative religion and of church history, with the newest and most authoritative information on any subject in this field. For a brief outline course in these topics, let him read the article Religion, Volume 23, p. 61, equivalent to 50 pages of this guide, by Dr. Joseph Eslin Carpenter, Principal of Manchester College, Oxford, and Robert R. Merritt, Fellow and Tutor of Exeter College, Oxford, author of The Threshold of Religion and contributor to the Britannica of articles on prayer, ritual, etc. This article is made up of a general introduction sketching the history of the study of religions, especially in the last century, and concluding that the origin of religion can never be determined archaeologically or historically. It must be sought conjecturally through psychology. A section on primitive religion, which is a remarkable summary of all that is known of this subject. And a section on the higher religions which discusses developments of animism, transition to polytheism, the order of nature, a halfway stage to monotheism, classification of religions, revelation, ethics and eschatology and bibliography. Another class of articles comprises ancestor worship, animal worship, animism, fetishism, folklore, magic, mythology, prayer, ritual, sacrifice, serpent worship, totemism and tree worship, written by such authorities as N. W. Thomas, author of Kinship and Marriage in Australia, etc., Andrew Lang, Stanley Arthur Cook, and R. R. Merritt. Certain primitive religions are separately treated, as in the article Indians, North American, Volume 14, especially pages 471-473, by A. F. Chamberlain, Assistant Professor of Anthropology, Clark University, Worcester, in the article Australia, Volume 2, especially p. 957. In the article Hawaii, Volume 13, pages 87-88. On higher religions, there are the following separate articles, among many. Babylonian and Assyrian Religion, by Morris Jastrow of the University of Pennsylvania, and the articles Ani, Ishtar, Marduk, Ashur, and Gilgamesh, all by the same author and all of particular value as throwing sidelights on Hebrew religion. Egypt, Volume 9, pp. 4856, by Alan H. Gardiner, editor of the New Berlin Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Hebrew Religion, Volume 13, p. 176, equivalent to 40 pages of this guide, by Dr. Owen Charles Whitehouse, Professor of Hebrew, Cheshunt College, Cambridge, and the articles Hebrew Literature, Jews, etc. Brahmanism, Volume 4, p. 381, and Hinduism, Volume 13, p. 501, by Julius Egeling, Professor of Sanskrit, Edinburgh. Buddhism, Buddha and Lamaism, by T. W. Rhys Davids, author of Buddhist India, etc. Confucius, by James Legge, author of The Religions of China. Sikhism, by Max McAuliffe, whose book The Sikh Religion is accepted by the Sikhs as authoritative. Zoroaster, by Carl Geldner, professor at Marburg, and the article Parsis. Mahometan Religion, Volume 17, p. 417. Equivalent to 45 pages in this guide, by G. W. Thatcher, Warden of Camden College, Sydney. Mahomet, by D. S. Margoliouth, Laudian Professor of Arabic, Oxford, Mahometan Institutions and Mahometan Laws, by D. S. MacDonald, Professor of Semitic Languages, Hartford Theological Seminary. Babism, by E. G. Brown, Professor of Arabic, Cambridge, and author of History of the Bab. Greek Religion, Volume 12, p. 527, by L. R. Farnell, Fellow of Exeter College, Oxford, author of Cults of the Greek States, and such articles as Demeter, Hecate, Hera, Hermes, Hestia, Nike, Phoebus, Themis, and Zeus. Roman Religion, Volume 23, p. 577, by Cyril Bailey, Fellow of Balliol College, Oxford, and author of The Religion of Ancient Rome, and such articles as Anna Perina, Arval Brothers, Bonadi, Concordia, Fama Faunus, Juno, and Jupiter, and the valuable articles on Eastern cults in Rome, Great Mother of the Gods, Attis, Mithras, etc., by Professor Grant Showerman of the University of Wisconsin. Christianity, Volume 6, p. 280, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide, by G. W. Knox, Professor of Philosophy and History of Religion, Union Theological Seminary, New York. Jesus Christ, Volume 15, p. 348, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide, by the Very Reverend Joseph Armitage Robinson, Dean of Westminster. Gospel, Volume 12, p. 265, by Reverend V. H. Stanton, Ely Professor of Divinity, Cambridge, articles on the separate Gospels. Paul the Apostle, Volume 20, p. 938, by the Reverend James Vernon Bartlett, Professor of Church History, Mansfield College, Oxford. On church history, there is an excellent key article in Volume 6, p. 331, equivalent to 45 pages of this guide. It begins with an outline of the work of the great church historians and divides the subject into 3 parts. First, up to 590 BC. This part and the general introduction are by A. C. Magifort, Professor of Church History in Union Theological Seminary, New York City. Second, The Church in the Middle Ages by Albert Hawk, Professor of Church History at Leipzig, and The Modern Church by W. Allison Phillips, author of Modern Europe. This sketch may be filled in by reference to the following articles, among many. Abyssinian Church, Armenian Church, Roman Catholic Church, Papacy, Orthodox Eastern Church, Reformation, England, Church of Ireland, Church of Scotland, Episcopal Church in Lutherans, Baptists, Presbyterianism, Cameronians, Congregationalism, Methodism, Friends, Society of Calvinistic Methodists, Disciples of Christ, German Baptist Brethren, Mennonites, Moravian Brethren, Daukabers, German Catholics, Old Catholics, United Brethren, United Presbyterian Church. A brief course in theology and dogma is contained in the following articles. Theology, Volume 26, p. 772, equivalent to 45 pages in this guide, by the Reverend Dr. Robert McIntosh of Lancashire Independent College, Manchester. Atonement, Baptism, Confession, Confirmation, Conversion, Dogmatic Theology, Eschatology, Eucharist, Excommunication, Grace, Immaculate Conception, Infallibility, Inspiration, Penance, Predestination, Purgatory, Sin, Transubstantiation, Worship. On religious orders. Abbey friars, monasticism, monk, nun sisterhoods. And see also the names of different orders and hundreds of biographical articles on saints and heretics, preachers, and theologians. The following alphabetical list includes only a part of the articles in the Britannica on religious topics, but it will serve to show the value of the book to a clergyman in his own field. Abbess, Abbey, Abbot, Abbreviators, Abecedarians, Abgar, Ablution, Abrahamites, Absolution, Abstemii, Abyssinian Church, Isophaly, Asera, Acometi, Acolyte, Adamites, Adiaphorists, Adoptionism, Advent, Adventists. Second, Advocatus Diaboli, Agape, Agapemonites, Agapeti, Agapetus, Agnoti, Agnosticism, Agnus de Agrafa, Albigenses, Alla, All Saints, All Souls, de Allocution, Almoner, Almus, Altar, Ambrosians, Ambrosiester, Amen, Amis, Amora, Ampula, Anabaptists, Anathema, Angel, Angelus, Anglican Communion, Anglo-Israelite Theory, Annet's Annunciation, Anthropomorphism, Antichrist, Antinomians, Antitype, Apocalypse. Knights of Apologetics, Apostasy, Apostle, Apostolic Canons, Apostolic Fathers, Apostolical Constitutions, Apostolici, Apodictites, Apotheoses, Aquarii, Arabici, Archbishop, Archdeacon, Arches, Court of Archimandrite, Archpriest, Aristides, Apology of Arius, Armenian Church, Ardaman, Asaph, Ascension, Feast of Asceticism, Ascitans, Ash Wednesday, Asperges, Assassins, Assumption, Feast of Asterius of Cappadocia, Atheism, Athos, Mount Atonement, Attrition, Augsburg. Confession of Augustinians, Canons, Augustinian Hermits, Autocephalus, Auto de Fe Auxentius of Cappadocia, Azan Azamites, Babaism, Babylonian Captivity, Bajamans, Roll, Baram, Bambino. Bangorian Controversy, Baphomet, Baptism, Baptists, Basel, Confession of Basel. Council of Basilian Monks, Beatification, Beguines, Benedictines, Benediction, Benedictus, Bethlehemites, Bible Christians, Bidding Prayer, Biretta, Bishop, Black Veil, Bogomils, Bollandists, Boys, Brigade, Breviary, Bridgebuilding, Brotherhood, Bridgetines, Brothers of Common Life, Caddy Calf. The Golden Calvary, Calvinistic Ministers, Camel Julians, Cameronians, Candlemas, Canon Canoness, Canon Law Canonization, Capuchins, Cardinal Carmathians, Carmelites, Carnival, Carthage. Synods of Carthusians, Cassic Catechism, Catechumen, Cathars, Catholic Apostolic Church, Celestine Celibacy, Cenobites, Sardonians, Chalcedon. Council of Chaldee, Chalice Chamber, Ardent, Chantry, Chapel, Chapter, Chaplain, Chasuble, Chiliasm, Chimer, Chrism, Christ, Christadelphians, Christian Catholic Church, Christian Connection, Christian Endeavor Societies, Christianity, Christian Science, Christmas Church, Church Army, Church Congress, Church History, Churching of Women, Churchwarden, Ciborium, Cistercians, Clares. Poor Clergy, Clerk, Clementine, Literature, Cluny Cohen, Commendation, Common Order. Book of Conclave, Concord. Book of Concordat, Confession, Confessional, Confessor, Confirmation, Confirmation of Bishops, Congregation, Congregationalism, Consistory, Courts, Constance. Council of Constantinople. Councils of Consuetudinary Convent, Conversion, Convocation, Cope, Copse, Corban, Corporal, Corpus Christi. Feast of Council, Cowl, Cowley Fathers, Creationism and Traducianism, Credence, Creeds, Cross and Crucifixion, Crozier, Culdes, Curia, Romana, Curate, Cyprus. Church of Dalmatic, Davidists, Deacon, Deaconess, Dean, Decretals, Dedication, Daism, Dervish, Devil, Didache. The Diocese, Diognetus. Epistle to Dionysius Areopagiticus, Diptych, Dirge, Disciples of Christ, Dispensation, Dissenter, Dosti, Dogma, Dogmatic Theology, Dominicans, Donation of Constantine Donatus, Stort. Synod of Docile Doukhobers, Doxology, Easter, Ebionites, Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction, Ecclesiastical Commissioners, Elder, Elvira. Synod of Ember Days, Encyclical Energia, England, Church of Enthusiasm, Ephesus, Council of Ephod, Epiphany. Feast of Episcopacy, Eschatology, Essenes, Establishment, Eucharist, Evangelical Alliance, Evangelical Association, Evangelical Church Conference, Evangelical Union, Exarch, Excommunication, Exorcist, Extreme Unction, Fakir, Faldstool, Familists, Fasting Fathers of the Church, Feasts and Festivals, Febronianism, Ferrara, Florence. Council of Flagellants, Font, Franciscans, Frankincense, Fraticelli, Free Baptists. Or Free Will Baptists, Free Church of England, Free Church of Scotland, Free Church Federation, Friars Friends. Society of Gallicanism, Gaon, German Baptist Brethren. Or German Brethren. USA, German Catholics, German Evangelical Synod of North America, Ghazi Jair, Glassites, Glory, Gnosticism. Golden Rose, Good Friday, Grace, Gradual, Grandmontines. Great Awakening, Gustavus Adolphus Union, Habdallah, Haggadah, Hagiology, Hajj, Halakha, Halfway, Covenant, Halassa, Hallel, Hanukkah, Haptarah, Harim, Hebrew Religion, Heidelberg Catechism, Helvetic Confessions, Hemerobaptists, Heresy, Hermes. Shepherd of Hermeneutics, Hermit, Hesychasts, Hierarchy, Hieronymites, High Place, Hippolytus. The Canons of Holy, Holy Water, Holy Week, Homiletics, Homily, Hospice, Hourly, Hours. Canonical Household, Humanitarians, Humiliati, Hussites, Hymns, Hypostasis, Iblis, Icon, Iconoclasts, Ignorantines, Illuminati, Image, Imam, Imitation of Christ. The Immaculate Conception, Immortality in Coena Domini, Incumbent, Independence, Index Librorum, Prohibitorum, Indulgence, Indult, Infallibility, Innocence. De Inquisition. The Inspiration, Installation, Institutional Church, Interim, Interdict, Investiture, Ireland. Church of Islam, Jacobite Church, Jansenism, Jehovah, Jerahmeel, Jerusalem. Synod of Jesuati Jesuits Jesus Christ Jews Jihad Jubilee, Year Jubilee. Year of Kaba Kabbalah Kermes Kesik Convention, Kismet Quran Korshan Ecclesia, the Kosher or Kasher Kyrie Labor Church, the Lamb Lambeth Conferences Laodicea, Synod of Lateran Councils Laud Lavabo Lay Layman, Houses of Lazarites Lazarus, Saint, Order of Lection, Lectionary Lector Legate Lent Libellatici Liber Diurnus Liber Pontificalis Libertines Lights, Ceremonial Use of Limbus Limina Apostolorum Lincoln Judgment. The Litany Liturgy Loja Low Churchman, Low Sunday, Lutheran Luther League Lions. Councils of Mahdi Mahomedan Institutions, Mahomedan Law Mahomedan Religion Mandeans Manichaeism Manipal Mance, Marabout Marburg. Colloquy of Martian, and the Martionite Church, Maronites Marprelate Controversy, Martyr Martyrology Matins Maundy Thursday Morists Mechatharists, Melchites Mendicant Movement, and Orders Mennonites, Messiah Methodism, Methodist, New Connection Metropolitan, Midrash Millennium, Minister, Miracle Miser Missile Missions, Mitre Moderator Monarchianism, Monasticism Monk, Monophysites Monothelites Monsignor Monstrance, Montanism, Moravian. Brethren Mormons Morse Mortuary Mozarab Muckers Mufti Mysticism, Mythology, Nazarenes Necrology Neo-Caesarea. Synod of Neophyte Nestorians, New Jerusalem Church, New Year's Day Nicaea. Councils of Nims, Councils of Nonconformist Naceres Navis, Nun Nuncio Oblation, Ecumenical Offertory, Official Old Catholics Olivetans Ophates Oratory of St. Philip Neri. Congregation of the Order. Holy or Free Orthodox Eastern Church Pallium, or Paul Palm Sunday Pantheism, Party Royal Passion Week Pastoral Letter, Pastoral Staff Paterens, Patent Patriarch Patron Politions, Pax Pectoral Peculiar People Pelagius Penance Penitential Penitentiary, Pentecost Peters Pence Pew Philadelphians Phylactery Purists Pietism Pilgrimage Perk Aboth Pisa. Council of Pistia, Synod of Plymouth Brethren Poissy, Colloquy of Pope Prayer. Book of Common Prayers for the Dead Preaching Prebendary Precentor Preconization, Predestination, Prelate Premonstratensians, Presbyter Presbyterianism, Primate Primitive Methodist Church Prior Procession Path Prolocutor Proselyte Protestant Episcopal Church Protestantum Verine Provision Purgatory Purim Puritanism, Carates Quakers Quietism, Rabbi Ramadan Ranters Rondies Rector Recusant Reformed Churches Reformed Church in America, Dutch, Reformed Church in U.A. German, Reformed Episcopal Church Regium Donum Regular Relics Religion Remonstrance Requiem Reritos Reddable Reverend Ritual River Brethren Robber. Synod Rochet Regation Days Roman Catholic Church Rude Rosary Rhoda. Court of Rubric Rum Sabations Sabians Sacerdotalism Sacrament Sacramentals Sacramentarians Sacrarium Sacred Heart St. John of Jerusalem Salvation Army Saragossa. Councils of Sardica, Council of Schism Siliton Martyrs Scotland, Church of Scotland. Episcopal Church in Sect Secular Sea Sepulchre. Canons Regular of the Holy Servites Sexton Shakers Shades, Shrine Shrove Tuesday Silvestrines, Sin Sion College Sisterhoods, Scopsy, Soutanes Spanish, Reformed Church Sponsor Stations of the Cross Stigmatization, Stole Suffragan Sufism, Sunnite Supererogation, Superintendent Surplus Syllabus Symbol Synagogue. United Synazarium, Syncellus Synedrium, Synod Talmud, Tana Targum Templars, Tenebri Tertiaries Testamentum, Domini Tetragrammaton Teutonic Order Theism Theocracy Theology Theosophy, Therapeuti, Thurable Tiara Tithes Toledo. Councils of Tanger Transubstantiation, Trappists Trent. Council of Trinitarians Trinity Sunday Tunical Ulama, Ultramontanism, Unction Unitarianism, United Brethren in Christ, United Free Church of Scotland United Methodist Church, United Methodist Free Churches, United Presbyterian Church, Universalist Church Ursulines Vallambrosians Vatican. Council of Venerable Virgin Vespers Vestments, Viaticum Vicar Vienne. Council of Vigil Wahhabis Waldenses Wesleyan Methodist Church Westminster, Synods Whitsunday. Or Pentecost Worship, Yazidis Young Men's, Christian Association Zenana. Chapter 25 for physicians, surgeons, and dentists. The Britannica adds so largely to medical literature that, in outlining the services which the work can render to those engaged in the prevention and treatment of disease, it is desirable to define the limits, rather than to insist upon the extent, of the plan adopted by the technical assistant editors to whom the editor-in-chief entrusted the control of this important part of the undertaking. It is true that the 644 medical articles, many of which might be described as books in themselves, cover the whole field of anatomy, physiology, pathology, therapeutics, surgery, pharmacology, medical education, medical jurisprudence, and medical biography. It is also true that the writers who sign these articles are specialists of worldwide authority, and that the total number of words and illustrations in these articles is as great as would be required for a complete encyclopedic handbook of medical science. But, notwithstanding all this wealth of matter and of international collaboration, the Britannica does not profess to take the place of the elementary working library in daily use by every professional man. Working library is, however, an elastic term, and it is used here to mean only the handbooks which constitute an irreducible minimum, the few without which no beginner would venture to establish himself in practice. Certain manuals are, to the practitioner, what mathematical tables are to the engineer, and it is not the function of the Britannica to duplicate what the practitioner already possesses, nor yet, for example, to include a pharmacopoeia in a book used by the general public. On the other hand, no professional man restricts himself a day longer than he must to the bare modicum of medical literature with which he may have been forced, at first, to do his best. And when he can add anything to it, there is nothing he will use so often or find so helpful as the Britannica. It may be well to define in general its professional uses before dealing in detail with the articles included in this course of reading. 1. The system of technical collaboration is, in the Britannica, organized and coordinated with a completeness which gives the medical articles an authority and impartiality often lacking in isolated treatises. The contributors were selected with a view to their recognized ability only, whereas the publication of medical works is too often an outcome of the writer's ambitions, which, however legitimate they may be, are no proof of his capacity. 2. The Britannica articles were written for the sole purpose of being used in their present form. A great part of current medical literature originates in lectures to students and retains too much of its first form to be satisfactory to the professional man. 3. The articles are all based upon an original and recent survey of knowledge, and thus contain information which cannot be found in reprints of standard medical works insufficiently brought up to date by additions to earlier editions. 4. In relation to statistics, to administrative and legislative provisions regarding public health, to hospitals and other public institutions, the broadly international character of the Britannica, with its contributions from 20 different countries, gives a scope which the private writer cannot attain. 5. The great number of biographies of physicians, surgeons, and men who devote themselves exclusively to research gives professional men access to information which they cannot elsewhere obtain. 6. Chemistry, bacteriology, general biology, botany, psychology, and other sciences allied to the more immediate field of medicine are fully treated by specialists of the highest authority. 7. Apart from the definite occupational diseases, fully discussed in the Britannica, there is often a relation between the pathological results of overwork and the routine of the patient's business life. Every branch of industry and commerce is treated in detail in the Britannica, and the insight which the physician may thus gain will often be of service to him. 8. The Britannica not only enlarges the medical library of the practitioner, but gives him, and the members of his family, the use of the only complete library of general information. Specifically, the medical and surgical section of the Britannica comprises 3 general articles, constituting broad systematic surveys of the various provinces of the subject, 103 articles on anatomy and physiology, which are partly surgical, 265 articles on pathology, 75 on pharmacology, 21 on public health, in addition to the articles on dentistry and on veterinary science, and 170 biographies. But this comprehensive scheme does not by any means include all the material of value to the medical man. The sister sciences of chemistry, physics, biology, botany, zoology, and psychology have much to offer him. A consultation of the list appended to this section will show how the needs of the physician and surgeon are served by the encyclopedia. It must suffice here to call attention briefly to some of the more important contributions. Taking up first the more general articles, there is Medicine, Volume 18, p. 41, containing about 35,000 words. This deals with the history and development of the science. Dr. J. F. Payne of the Royal College of Physicians, London, traces its history from the earliest known times to the middle of the 19th century. And Sir T. C. Allbutt, professor of physics in Cambridge University, completes this review with a section on modern progress, p. 55. Of high practical value is Medical Jurisprudence or Forensic Medicine, Volume 16, p. 25, by H. H. Littlejohn, Professor of Forensic Medicine, University of Edinburgh, and T. A. Ingram. This deals solely with that branch of the science which has to do with the application of medical knowledge to certain questions of civil and criminal law. There are discussions of questions affecting the civil or social rights of individuals and injuries to the person, the function of the physician in questions of mutilation, homicide, infanticide, poisoning, etc. Medical education. Volume 18, p. 23, is a useful reference article by Sir John Batty Tuke, Dr. W. H. Howell, Dean of the Medical Faculty, Johns Hopkins University, and Dr. H. L. Hennessy, furnishing data on the educational qualifications necessary to the practice of medicine in Europe and America. Dr. Frederick G. Parsons, Vice President of the Anatomical Society of Great Britain and Ireland, lecturer on anatomy at St. Thomas's Hospital, London, contributes the General Article Anatomy, Volume 1, p. 920, which goes deeply into its history and has further sections on modern human anatomy, anthropotomy, and anatomy, superficial and artistic. This noted authority also writes detailed and fully illustrated articles on the anatomy and embryology of the brain, Volume 4, p. 392, Heart, Volume 13, p. 129, Eye, Volume 10, p. 91, Ear, Volume 8, 791, Olfactory System, Volume 20, p. 77, Lymphatic System, Volume 17, p. 166, Vascular System, Volume 27, p. 926, Nervous System, Volume 19, p. 400, Muscular System, Volume 19, p. 51, Reproductive System, Volume 23, p. 129, and Respiratory System, Volume 23, p. 184, and on the Skeleton, Volume 25, p. 169. Skin and Exoskeleton, Volume 25, p. 188. Skull, Volume 25, p. 196. Joints, Volume 15, p. 483, and Nerve, Volume 19, p. 394. Another valuable anatomical article is Connective Tissues, Volume 6, p. 958, by Dr. T. G. Brodie of the University of Toronto. Prof. Adam Sedgwick writes a most excellent general and historical account of embryology, Volume 9, p. 314. And Dr. Hans A. E. Dries of Heidelberg University adds to it a section Physiology of Development, p. 329, treating of the laws that govern the development of the organism. The general article Physiology, Volume 21, p. 554, is from the pen of the celebrated Prof. Max Verworn of the University of Bonn, and to this there are closely linked, according to the new plan of the Britannica, extensive and detailed accounts of the physiology of the brain, Volume 4, p. 403, Sympathetic System, Volume 26, p. 287, Spinal Cord, Volume 25, p. 672, Muscle and Nerve, Volume 19, p. 44, Respiratory System, Volume 23, p. 187, Vascular System, Volume 27, p. 929, Alimentary Canal, Volume 1, p. 663, Blood, Volume 4, p. 77, etc., by noted specialists, including Dr. Charles S. Sherrington, Professor of Physiology in the University of Liverpool, Dr. J. S. Haldane of Oxford University, Dr. L. E. Hill, Lecturer on Physiology at the London Hospital, Dr. P. Chalmers Mitchell, and Dr. T. G. Brodie of the University of Toronto. Doctors, D.J. Hamilton and Richard Muir are the authors of a brilliant summary of the whole subject of pathology, Volume 20, p. 913, with over 50 illustrations, including colored plates. The whole story of the elevation of the science dealing with the theory and causation of disease from a mere philosophical abstraction to one of the natural sciences is admirably told. For the pathological details of various diseases and groups of diseases, the reader is referred to Parasitic Diseases, Volume 20, p. 770, fully illustrated by Dr. G. Sims Woodhead, Professor of Pathology, Cambridge University, one of the notable contributions to the Britannica. Metabolic Diseases, Volume 18, p. 195, by Prof. D. N. Patton of Edinburgh University. Digestive Organs Pathology, Volume 8, p. 262 by Dr. A. L. Gillespie of Edinburgh and M. Fisher. Kidney Diseases, Volume 15, p. 784, by Dr. J. R. Bradford of University College Hospital, London, and Dr. Edmund Owen, the famous English surgeon. Bladder and Prostate Diseases, Volume 4, p. 27. Venereal Diseases, Volume 27, p. 983. These two also by Dr. Owen. Skin Diseases, Volume 25, p. 190. Insanity, Volume 14, p. 597, by Sir John Batty Tuke, President of the Neurological Society of the United Kingdom, and Medical Director of the New Stoughton Hall Asylum, Edinburgh, Dr. J. Macpherson, and Dr. L. C. Bruce, author of studies in clinical psychiatry. For this article, the noted American specialist Dr. Frederick Peterson has written a section on hospital treatment of the insane. Neuropathology, Volume 19, p. 429, fully illustrated by Dr. F. W. Mott, the distinguished pathologist to the London County Asylums and editor of the Archives of Neurology. Respiratory System Pathology, Volume 23, p. 195, by Dr. Thomas Harris, author of numerous articles on this subject, and Dr. H. L. Hennessy. Blood Pathology, Volume 4, p. 82, by Dr. G. L. Gulland of Edinburgh. Heart Disease, Volume 13, p. 132, by Sir J. F. H. Broadbent, author of Heart Disease and Aneurysm, etc. Eye Diseases, Volume 10, p. 94, by Dr. George A. Barry Hunn. Surgeon Oculist to His Majesty George V. Vision, Errors of Refraction and Accommodation, Volume 28, p. 142, by Dr. Ernest Clark of the Central London Ophthalmic Hospital. Ear Diseases of Volume 8, p. 794, by Dr. E. C. Baber, late Senior Surgeon, Brighton and Sussex Throat and Ear Hospital. Dr. Harriet L. Hennessy is the author of Gynecology, Volume 12, p. 764. For more specific details, there is the complete list of articles on different diseases and ailments under their common names. This includes veterinary diseases, to which branch of medicine an admirable introduction is furnished by Veterinary Science, Volume 28, p. 2, by Drs. George Fleming and James Macqueen. In the articles on diseases, there will be found accounts of the latest methods of diagnosis and treatment, as, for example, the Comet eye test in tubercular diseases, serum treatment and its latest developments, vaccine therapy, etc. The General Article Therapeutics, Volume 26, p. 793, by Dr. Sir Lauder Brunton, consulting physician to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London, author of Modern Therapeutics, etc., not only discusses both rational and empirical therapeutics, but taking up the different parts of the body considers in detail the therapeutic measures most commonly employed in the treatment of disease. The Subjects of Electrotherapeutics, Volume 9, p. 249. Baths, Volume 3, p. 514. Balneotherapeutics, Volume 3, p. 284. Hydropathy, Volume 14, p. 165. Aerotherapeutics, Volume 1, p. 270. Massage, Volume 17, p. 863, and X-ray treatment, Volume 28, p. 887, have separate articles devoted to them. The last is by Dr. H. L. Jones, clinical lecturer on medical electricity at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London. In connection with the subject of therapeutics, mention must be made of Pharmacology, Volume 21, p. 347, by Professor Stockman of the University of Glasgow, in which will be found an interesting history of drugs and a classification into 28 groups with a description of the effect of each remedy. To this valuable material, Dr. H. L. Hennessy has added a section, Terminology in Therapeutics, p. 352, a general explanation of the common names used in the classification of drugs. The list at the end of this chapter indicates the separate articles on drugs and on materials from which the principal drugs are obtained. Dr. Charles Creighton of King's College, Cambridge, writes on the History of Surgery, Volume 26, p. 125, and the famous English surgeon, Dr. Edmund Owen, the section Modern Practice of Surgery, p. 129, in which are discussed antiseptic and aseptic surgery, drainage tubes, bloodless operations, Roentgen rays, use of radium, etc. The article Surgical Instruments and Appliances, Volume 26. p. 132, is fully illustrated. Dr. Owen also contributes articles on the surgery of the different organs, the article Bone, Diseases and Injuries, Volume 4, p. 200, and many accounts of diseases and disorders that come within the province of the surgeon, such as appendicitis, Volume 2, p. 217. Peritonitis, Volume 21, p. 171. Hernia, Volume 13, p. 372. Fistula, Volume 10, p. 438. Varicose veins, Volume 27, p. 920, and hemorrhoids, Volume 12, p. 805. Sir Alexander R. Simpson, Emeritus Professor of Midwifery and the Diseases of Women and Children, University of Edinburgh, writes on obstetrics, Volume 19, p. 962. Dr. Louis Courtauld, formerly research scholar, Middlesex Hospital Cancer Laboratories on Tumor, Volume 27, p. 370. Dr. Arthur Shadwell of the Epidemiological Society on Cancer, with a special account of cancer research. And H. C. Crouch, teacher of anesthetics at St. Thomas's Hospital, London, on Anesthesia and Anesthetics, Volume 1, p. 907. A most interesting, unusual, and instructive course of reading on the history and development of medicine may be based on the biographical articles alone. In Aesculapius, Volume 1, p. 276, we learn how the gods of Greece effected cures. The life story of Hippocrates, Volume 13, p. 518, is worthy of note, for the medical art as we now practice it, the character of the physician as we now understand it, both date from him. For information about the theory that disease originated from an irregular or inharmonious motion of the body corpuscles, we turn to Asclepiades, Volume 2, p. 722. An account of the man, out of whom the greater part of medicine has flowed, is found in Galen, Volume 11, p. 398. The biography of the great Arab physician and philosopher Avicenna, Volume 3, p. 62, should not be overlooked, nor the story of the revolt of Paracelsus, Volume 20, p. 749. Important and interesting, too, are the biographies of Harvey, William, Volume 13, p. 42. Sydenham, Thomas, Volume 26, p. 277, The Father of English Medicine, and Haller, A. Vaughan, Volume 12, p. 855, whose work marks the beginning of modern physiology. The work of Morgagni, Volume 18, p. 831, in pathological anatomy marks an epoch in medicine, and the description in Cullen, William, Volume 7, p. 616 of his new doctrine of irritability possesses a distinct interest. The accounts of Jenner, Edward, Volume 15, p. 319, Hunter, John, Volume 13, p. 939, and Hahnemann, SCF. Volume 12, p. 819, describe momentous events in the history of medicine at the close of the 18th century, while among the great names of the 19th will be found the chemist Pasteur, Volume 20, p. 892, Koch, Robert, Volume 15, p. 885, Lister, Volume 16, p. 777, and Virchow, Rudolph, Volume 28, p. 110. It has already been noted that the Britannica will prove an invaluable help to medical specialists in fields of knowledge other than their own. The regret is often expressed by physicians that it is not easy for them to study subjects outside their profession, even when these are closely connected with their work. It is, unfortunately, only too true that material for such study is not readily available. But with so complete a work of reference at his disposal, and with its highly authentic information skillfully compressed into reasonable space, the medical man now enjoys a magnificent opportunity to obtain a full acquaintance with many subjects that he knows will assist him in the work. It would be impossible to name all the articles here, but the alphabetical list at the end of this chapter includes them, and the attention of the physician and surgeon is directed to Bacteriology, Volume 3, p. 156, by the late Prof. H. M. Ward of Cambridge and Prof. V. H. Blackman of the University of Leeds, and especially the section Pathological Importance, p. 171, which Prof. Robert Muir of Glasgow University has written. Biology, Volume 3, p. 954, a classic article by the late Professor Huxley, revised and brought up to date by Dr. P. Chalmers Mitchell. Heredity, Volume 13, p. 350, also by Dr. Mitchell. Mendelism, Volume 18, p. 115, a brilliant study of the foundations of an exact knowledge of the physiological process of heredity by Prof. R.C. Punnett of Cambridge. Evolution, Volume 10, p. 22, and Longevity, Volume 16, p. 974, both by Dr. Mitchell. Nutrition, Volume 19, p. 921, by Prof. D.N. Patton and Dr. E. P. Cathcart of Glasgow University. Dietetics, Volume 8, p. 214, by the world-famous authority on this subject, the late Prof. W. O. Atwater and R. D. Milner, formerly of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Vegetarianism, Volume 27, p. 967, by Dr. Josiah Oldfield, Senior Physician to the Lady Margaret Fruitarian Hospital, Bromley, Climate and the Treatment of Disease, Volume 6, p. 526. Acclimatization, Volume 1, p. 114, by the renowned scientist, Dr. A. Russell Wallace. A very complete and up-to-date article on vivisection, Volume 28, p. 153, by Dr. Stephen Paget. Psychology, Volume 22, p. 547, by Prof. James Ward of Cambridge. Psychical Research, Volume 22, p. 544, by Andrew Lang, which is the key to a series of 25 remarkably interesting articles covering the entire subject. Hypnotism, Volume 14, p. 201. Faith Healing, Volume 10, p. 135. Suggestion, Volume 26, p. 48. Phrenology, Volume 21, p. 534, by Professor McAllister of Cambridge. Temperance, Volume 26, p. 578, by Dr. Arthur Shadwell. Microscope, Volume 18, p. 392. Blindness, Causes and Prevention, Volume 4, p. 60, by Sir Francis J. Campbell, Principal Royal Normal College for the Blind, London. Deaf and Dumb, Volume 7, p. 880, by Reverend A. H. Payne, formerly of the National Deaf-Mute College, Washington. The subject of dentistry, Volume 8, p. 50, is covered by the highest American authority, Dr. Edward C. Kirk, of the University of Pennsylvania, and a full account of the anatomy of the teeth will be found under Teeth, Volume 26, p. 499, by Dr. F. G. Parsons. It is, however, in connection with bacteriology, chemistry, metallurgy, mechanics, and other subjects with which the dentist is concerned, rather than in connection with the techniques of his profession, that he will desire to make use of the Britannica. Alphabetical list of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of special interest and importance to members of the medical profession. Abano, Pietro D. Abattoir Abdomen Abercrombie J. Abercrombie D. Abercrombie P. Abernethy J. Abortion Abscess Abscission Abuel Cassim Acclimatization Acetic Acid Ackerman, JCG. Acland, Sir H. W. Acne Aconite Acromegaly Acron Actinomycosis Acupressure Acupuncture Adams Apple Addison's Disease Adenoids Adolescence Adulteration Egenetta Paulus Aerotherapeutics Aesculapius Aedius Agnew David Hayes Ague La Albumin or albumin albuminuria alcohol aldehydes Alexander of Trowles Alienist Alimentary Canal Allo Alum Amaurosis Ambulance Amon, J.C. Amon, Paul Ammonia Amok, Running Amyl Nitrite Anabolism Anemia Anesthesia and Anesthetics Anatomy Anderson, Elizabeth G. Anal, Dominique Aneurysm. Or aneurysm, angina pectoris animal heat anus, ankle ankylosis, ankylostomiasis, anodyne anthrax antipyrine antiseptics aphasia ephemia, apnea aponeurosis apophysis apoplexy, apothecary appendicitis apyrexia, aeroba powder arrhetius arm arnica arnott. Neal arrowroot arsenic arteries arthritis articulation arytenoid asafoetida, ascites asclepiades acelli, or acelio, Gasparo asphyxia asthma struck. Gene athetosis, athletic sports atrophy, Orelionis caelius auscultation, autopsy Avanzor, baby farming bacteriology Baldinger, e.g. Baldness balneotherapeutics balsam Barthes, P.J., Bartholinus, Gaspard Baths Beddoes, Thomas Bedlam, or Bethlehem Hospital Bedsore Bell, Sir Charles Bell, John Belladonna Bellini, Lorenzo Benz-Jones, Henry Bennett, John Hughes benzoic acid Benzenberry Bernard, Claude Burt, P. Bang Biberian Bichat, MFX, Bilharziosis Bilroth. ACT. Biology Bismuth Blackwater fever bladder and prostate diseases Blaine, Sir Gilbert blindness blister bloodletting Boerhaave, Herman Boyle bone borax Borelli, G.A. Boric or boracic acid Bowleg Boyer, Alexis Brain Brastor, Pierre Breast Bright's disease Brocklesby, Richard Brodie Sir B.C. Bromine bronchiectasis bronchitis bronchotomy Brausize, F.J.V. Brown John Brown Sequard, C.E. Bunyan Burden Sanderson, Sir John S. Burns and Scalds Busk. George Cabanis, P.J.G. Caesarean section caffeine casein disease Cajeput oil Calabar bean Caldani, L.M.A. Calomel camphor's cancer, or carcinoma cantharides capsicum carbolic acid, or phenol carbonic acid carbuncle cartilage caris, Kg. Castor oil catabolism catalepsy Qatar Katechu call caustic cephalic index Chadwick, Sir Edwin Chamomile Charcot, Jean Martin Charity and Charity's chemistry Cheseldon. William Chickenpox Chilblains Chirurgeon chloral chlorates chloroform cholera Christison, Sir Robert Cinchona Clark, Sir Andrew Clark, Sir James Clay, Charles Cleft Palate and Hairlip Climacteric Climate Clinic Clot, A.B. Clubfoot Coulter Coca, or Cuca cocaine cock, Edward Codliver Oil Coelum and serous membranes Colchicum colic collodion colon Colts foot coma Kame, Andrew Connective Tissues Connor, Bernard Cannoli, John Constipation Convulsions Cooper. Sir Astley P. Capaba corn cornaro, Luigi coroner corpulence corrosive sublimate craniometry, cramp creche cremation, creosote cretinism croton oil croup Cruville Jean Cubebs Cullen, William Cupping curling, T.B. Dandelion death delirium dengue dentistry desalt. P.J. Dextrine diabetes diaphoretics diaphragm diarrhea dietary, dietetics digestive organs digitalis dilatation, diphtheria dipsomania, disinfectants diuretics dropsy drowning and life, saving drug drunkenness Dubois Raymond, Emil Duchenne, G.B.A. Ductless glands Dupuytren, G. Barren dwarf dysentery dyspepsia ear eczema elaterium, elbow electrocution electrotherapeutics elephantiasis elixir Eliotson. John embalming embryology emetics emphysema empiema enteritis epilepsy epistaxis epithelial, endothelial and glandular tissues Epsom salts equilibrium ergot, or spurred rye Erichsen, Sir John E. Uriciplas Esmark, J. F. A. von Esquirol, J. E. D. Ether ethyl chloride Etmuller, Michael Eucalyptus eugenics eugenol euphorbium evolution excretion extract I. fabricius, Hieronymus face faith healing fallopius, or fallopio, Gabriello fusel oil fosses favus fera. Sir Joseph Ferguson, Sir William fermentation fernal, Jean-François Futuresleben, Yvonne fever fibrin filariasis finger fistula flint, Austin Floyer, Sir John food foot and mouth disease Forbes, Sir John formalin, or formaldehyde formic acid Forster, John C. Foster, Sir Michael Fothergill, John Foundling Hospitals Fracastoro, Gerolamo Freined, John Friendly Societies Frostbite Fructose, or fruit sugar fumigation Galangal galbanum galen gall gallic acid galvani. Luigi Gamboge gangrene gastric ulcer gastritis gelsemium giant ginseng glanders, or Farsi Glauber salt glycerin, or glycerol goitergood John Mason Goodseer, John Gout Grafe, Albrecht von Grafe, K.F. von Graham, Sylvester Guaco, Huaco or Guayacum Guarana guinea worm gull, Sir William W. Gymnastics Gynecology Hematosal Hemophilia Hemorrhage Hemorrhoids Hahnemann, SCF. Hall, Marshall Haller, Albrecht von Hallucination Hammertoe Handhart. Ernest Abraham Hartshorn, Spirits of Harvey, William Hashish Hawkins, Caesar Henry Hay Fever Head Health Hart Heberden, William Heel Hennel FGJ. Hernia Herpes Hewitt Sir Prescott G. Hilton John Hinton, James Hip Hippocrates Hippuric Acid Hoffman, Friedrich Holland, Sir Henry Homeopathy Hop Whorehound Hospital Hewfelland, C.W. Humane Society, Royal Hunger and Thirst Hunter, John Hunter, William Hutchinson. Sir J. Hydrostein hydrosyl hydrocephalus hydrochloric acid hydropathy hydrophobia, or rabies hygiene hypertrophy hypnotism, hypochondriasis hysteria iatrochemistry, Ibn Eusebia ichthyosis, illegitimacy, imbecile incubation and incubator's infancy, influenza insanity insomnia, intestinal obstruction, intestine intoxication, iodine, iodoform ipkaqanha, iron, Israeli. Isaac Ben Solomon Jaborandi Jalap, jaundice, jaw Jenner, Edward Jenner. Sir William Joints, Kala Azar, Kamala kidney diseases, Kino Kitazato, Shibasaburo Nikok, Robert Cuso, lactic acid, Langenbeck, B.R.K. von Lanolin Largus, Scribonius laryngitis, laudanum lead poisoning, leg leonchiasis, ossi leprosy, lethargy, lichen, life ligament, Lineker. Or Lineker, Thomas Ling, per Henrik Linseed, lip licorice, Lister, Joseph Lister, Baron Liston. Robert lithium, litmus, liver lobe, lobelia locomotor, ataxia, longevity, lumbago, lung, lupus, lycanthropy, lymphatic system, lymph and lymph formation, McCormack. Sir William Mackenzie, Sir Moral magnesium, malaria, Malta, or Mediterranean, fever, mammary gland, Marshall, John Massage, matrix, Mead, Richard Measles, medical education, medical jurisprudence, medicine, Mendelism, Meniere's disease, meningitis, Mercury, Mesmer. F.A. Metabolic diseases, metabolism, microscope, midwife, milk, mineral waters, Mitchell. Sela's Weir monster, morphine, mortification, Mott. Valentine mouth and salivary glands, mumps, murrain muscle and nerve, muscular system, mushroom mustard, mutilation, myelitis, myxodema, nevus, narcotics, naval necrosis, nepenthes, nerve, nervous system, nettle rash. Or urticaria, neuralgia, neurasthenia, neuritis, neuropathology, nicotine, nightingale. Florence nitroglycerin, nose, nosology, nostalgia, nursing, nutrition, nux vomica, obstetrics, esophagus, officinal oils, old age pensions, olfactory system, ophthalmology, opium or phylla. MJB. Osteology, ovariotomy, oxalic acid, oxygen, ozone paget, Sir James Pain, palate, pancreas, Paracelsus, paraldehyde paralysis, or palsy, paranoia, parasitic diseases, parasitism, pear, Ambrose Pasteur, Louis, pathology, pediculosis, or phthiriasis, pellagra, pelvis, pemphigus, pennyroyal pepper. William Peppermint, pepsin, peritonitis, perspiration, phagocytosis, pharmacology, pharmacopoeia, pharmacy, pharyngitis, pharynx, phenacetin, phlebitis, phosphorus, phrenology, phthises, physiology, picrotoxin, pinol. Philippe Pinto, pipe raisin, pitcairn, Archibald, pityriasis, versicolor, placenta, plague, pleurisy, or pleuritis, pleuropneumonia, or lung plague, pneumonia, podophyllin, poison, polypus, possession, potassium, pot, Percival, poultice, Pringle. Sir John, prognosis, protoplasm, pruritus, prussic acid, psoriasis, sorospermiasis, psychical research, psychology, Tomine, poisoning, puberty, public health. Law of puerperal fever, pulse, purpura, pyrocatechin, quane. Sir Richard, quarantine, quassia, quinine, quinsy, Radcliffe. John, radioactivity, radium, Raynaud's disease, relapsing fever, reproductive system, resorcin, respiratory system, Rhamnus, Persianer, Ratany. Or Crymeria root, rheumatism, rheumatoid arthritis, rhubarb rickets, rinderpest, ringworm, Rokitansky. See von Ronchen, Ray's rush, Benjamin, saccharin, St. Vitus dance, or Chorea salomoniac, salip, salicin, salicinum, salicylic acid, salt, sanatorium, sandalwood, sandarach, santonin, sarsaparilla, savory, Sir William S. scabies, or itch, scalp, scarlet fever, or scarlatina, sciatica, scrofula, or struma, scurvy, or scorbutus, seasickness, seborrhea, semmelweis. IP. Senega, sena, sepsis, serenus, Psamonicus, sewerage, shock, or collapse, shoulder, Sibald, Sir Robert Simon, Sir John Simpson, Sir James Y. Sinew, skeleton, skin, and exoskeleton skin diseases, skull, slaughterhouse, sleep, sleeping sickness, Sloan, Sir Hans, smallpox, Smith, T.S. Sneezing, sodium, somnambulism, Sorinus, spikenard, or nard, spinal cord, spirits, spleen, sprue, squill, stammering. Or stuttering, starvation, stethoscope, stomach, stramonium, strophanthus, strychnine, sugar, suggestion, suicide, sulfonyl, sulfur, sumbul. Or sumbul, sunstroke, suprarenal extract, surgery, surgical instruments and appliances, sweating sickness, sweetbread, sydenham. Thomas Syme, James, sympathetic system, syncope, tagliacuzzi. Gasparo, tannic acid, tapeworms, tartaraxacum, tartar, tartaric acid, teeth, temperance, terpenes, tetanus, therapeutics, Thompson. Sir Henry thorax, throat, thymol, thyroid tincture, tongue, tonsillitis, toxicology, tracheotomy, trachoma, trance, trichinosis, tuberculosis, tumor, typhoid fever, typhus fever, ulcer, upas, urea, urethane, uric acid, urinary system, urotropin, vaccination, Valerian variation and selection, varicose, veins, vascular system, Vaseline, vegetarianism, veins, venereal diseases, verdigris, veronal, veterinary science, viburnum, vivisection, voice, Wackley. Thomas Wart, water supply, weights and measures wells, Sir Thomas S. Whitlow, whooping cough, Willis, Thomas Wilson, Sir W.J.E. Windpipe wine wintergreen witch hazel wound wrist Rhineck X-ray treatment yaws yellow fever zinc zymotic diseases. Chapter 26 for Lawyers. In the days when Marshall and Story, on the bench of the Supreme Court at Washington, were listening to Webster's thunder, when Chancellor Kent was scrutinizing precedents in New York, and Rufus Choate quoting Justinian at Salem, success at the bar depended upon elaborate rhetoric and a close study of the reports. Today, sound advice is in greater demand than brilliant oratory, and questions of fact are, as a rule, more important and more perplexing than questions of law. The Britannica is the one great digest of facts. Its articles cover all scientific, industrial, commercial, and financial subjects. 1,500 of the world's foremost specialists, chosen from 20 different countries, deal not only with all knowledge, but with the practical application of knowledge in the laboratory, the machine shop, in the mine, on the ship's deck and in the ship's engine room, in the railroad office, and on the railroad line. Bankers and engineers, builders and contractors, physicians and surgeons and manufacturers of every kind describe the work which they have themselves successfully done. They explain to the lawyer the details of his client's own business, which the client is almost always incapable of explaining. They enable the lawyer to test his client's knowledge and his client's good faith. They show the lawyer what he has to hope or to dread from expert evidence. In a mining town in Alaska, where the workmen were mostly Servians, a lawyer recently had an unusual case. The Servians had a church, which in the absence of the Servian priest, was in the charge of a father or papa of the Russian Orthodox Church, and he tried to exclude from their church the entire congregation because they disobeyed him. The lawyer brought into court the Encyclopaedia Britannica to prove the independence of the Servian Church from the authority of the Russian Church. The Britannica was recognized as an authority by the court, and the Servian congregation won its suit for the use of its church building. A Buffalo lawyer in a recent letter to the publishers of the Britannica told of his being retained in a case involving the qualities of materials used in the construction of automatic car couplers. He read many technical works to get information on this subject, but the article that to me was most instructive was that on iron and steel in the Encyclopaedia Britannica. He adds, "In my opinion, the work is invaluable to any person who desires the means of handy reference to and accurate information on any topic." Similar testimony from lawyers all over the world to the usefulness of the Britannica could be adduced in great volume. A brief reference to the different parts of this guide will show in a general way the contents and value of the Britannica in the many fields in which an attorney may need. In connection with the preparation of a case, immediate and authoritative information on subjects not purely legal. But on legal topics, also, the lawyer or the law student will find much valuable information. He should read the stimulating and suggestive article on American Law, Volume 1, p. 828, by Simeon E. Baldwin, Governor of Connecticut, Professor of Constitutional and Private International Law at Yale, and formerly Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Errors, Connecticut. Governor Baldwin's article points out the general identity of origin of American and English law, with the important exception of territory formerly French or Spanish, particularly Louisiana, a point on which the reader will find fuller information in the articles Louisiana, Volume 17, p. 57, and Edward Livingston, Volume 16, p. 811. Besides, he calls attention to the fact that the state, and not the nation, is for the most part the legislative unit and the legislative authority. And this leads to a consideration of the great part played in American jurisprudence by the Civil War and the consequent changes in the federal Constitution, especially the 14th Amendment, which has been the basis of so many recent cases in the Supreme Court and has readjusted and reset the whole system of the American law of personal rights by transferring final jurisdiction from state to federal courts. Within the southern states, the Reconstruction period affected local law in various ways, by putting political power into the hands of outsiders, carpetbaggers, etc., by the social revolution consequent on the abolition of slavery, and by the commercial assimilation of the South to the North. Governor Baldwin points out that the judicial department has been made partly administrative by the artificial distribution under most state constitutions of governmental powers into executive, legislative, and judicial, overlooking the administrative, and making the courts the interpreters of statutes, and giving to them the power of deciding whether or not statutes are constitutional. That the police powers of the states are more and more liberally interpreted by the federal Supreme Court is an interesting tendency, especially when the student remembers that in the last year or so certain states, notably Washington, see 74, Laws 1911, compensation of injured workmen, have definitely stated the police power as the basis of acts which the state Supreme Court might otherwise have declared unconstitutional as depriving of property without due process of law. The article on American law is supplemented, in a general way by the valuable contribution of James Bryce, author of The American Commonwealth, and late British ambassador to the United States, on the Constitution and Government of the United States and of the States, Volume 27, p. 646, an article which would fill about 50 pages of this guide. More particularly, under the articles on the separate states, as well as on Alaska, Hawaii, Philippines, and Puerto Rico, by the description of the state or local constitution with an outline of characteristic and peculiar statutes. For instance, in the article Alabama, Volume 1, p. 459, the first in the Britannica on a separate state of the Union, there is a general sketch of the Constitution and government with particular attention to these points. Term of judiciary, 6 years, legislative sessions, quadrennial, law against lobbying, executive may not succeed himself. Sheriffs whose prisoners are lynched may be impeached. Grandfather clause practically disfranchising the Negro, with a summary of Giles v. Harris, 189 U.S. 474. Jim Crow law disfranchisement for vote buying or selling. Australian ballot law anti-pass law, freight rebate law, homestead exemptions, wife's earnings separate property, women and child labor laws, peonage, liquor laws. See by special articles such as Homestead and Exemption Laws, Volume 13, p. 639, Original Package, Volume 20, p. 273, and Interstate Commerce, Volume 14, p. 711, equal to about 10 pages of this guide by Prof. Frank A. Fetter of Princeton, formerly Cornell, which deal with purely American legal topics. By legal sections in general economic articles, for instance. In Railways, the section on American legislation by Prof. F. H. Dixon of Dartmouth, author of State Railroad Control. In Trusts by Prof. J. W. Jenks, the great American authority on the subject. In Employers' Liability, in Trade Unions, and in Strikes and Lockouts, both by Carroll D. Wright, late U.S. Commissioner of Labor. Bankruptcy by Edward Manson, author of Law of Bankruptcy. And in Insurance, Volume 14, especially p. 662c. By general legal articles like Common Law, Criminal Law by W. F. Craas, editor of Archbold on Criminal Pleading, Liquor Laws by Arthur Shadwell, author of Drink, Temperance, and Legislation, Medical Jurisprudence by H. H. Littlejohn, professor of forensic medicine in the University of Edinburgh, Military Law by Sir John Scott, former Deputy Judge Advocate General, British Army, Navigation Laws by James Williams of Lincoln College, Oxford, Press Laws. Seamen, laws relating to, etc. And F, by sections and paragraphs on American law in hundreds of articles on legal topics. For list see below. The following list of American jurists does not include all American lawyers about whom there are separate articles in the Britannica, but will serve to suggest a brief course of biographical readings, which the lawyer could not duplicate even in a special and expensive work on the American bar. Samuel Sewall, Volume 24, p. 733. John Rutledge, Volume 23, p. 945. Samuel Chase, Volume 5, p. 956. Francis Dana, Volume 7, p. 792. John Lowell, Volume 17, p. 76. Oliver Ellsworth, Volume 9, p. 294. John Jay, Volume 15, p. 294. Robert R. Livingston, Volume 16. p. 812. Luther Martin, Volume 17, p. 794. Theophilus Parsons, Volume 20, p. 868. John Marshall, Volume 17, p. 770. Edmund Randolph, Volume 22, p. 886. James Kent, Volume 15, p. 735. Edward Livingston, Volume 16, p. 811. Bushrod Washington, Volume 28. p. 344. Roger Brooke Taney, Volume 26, p. 396. Samuel Hoare, Volume 13, p. 542. Horace Binney, Volume 3, p. 949. James Wilson, Volume 28, p. 693. William Pinckney, Volume 21, p. 627. Lemuel Shaw, Volume 24, p. 813. Daniel Webster, Volume 28. p. 459. Simon Greenleaf, Volume 12, p. 548. Henry Wheaton, Volume 28, p. 583. Richard Rush, Volume 23, p. 857. John Bouvier, Volume 4, p. 336. Joseph Story, Volume 25, p. 969. Levi Woodbury, Volume 28, p. 790. James Hall, Volume 12. p. 847. Reverdy Johnson, Volume 15, p. 462. Hugh S. Legaré, Volume 16, p. 373. Rufus Choate, Volume 6, p. 258. Benjamin F. Butler, Volume 4, p. 881. David Dudley Field, Volume 10, p. 321 S. P. Chase, Volume 5, p. 955. John J. Crittenden, Volume 7. p. 471. Hamilton Fish, Volume 10, p. 427. Benjamin R. Curtis, Volume 7, p. 652. J. S. Black, Volume 4, p. 18. Judah P. Benjamin, Volume 3, p. 739. John Y. Mason, Volume 17, p. 840. George Ticknor Curtis, Volume 7, p. 651. R. H. Dana, Volume 7, p. 792. Samuel J. Tilden, Volume 26, p. 970. Samuel F. Miller, Volume 18, p. 464. Stephen J. Field, Volume 10, p. 322 W. Emma Varts, Volume 10, p. 4. Francis Wharton, Volume 28, p. 575. Morrison R. Waite, Volume 28, p. 246 T. W. Dwight, Volume 8, p. 741 E. J. Phelps, Volume 21, p. 363. Stanley Matthews, Volume 17, p. 899 L. Q. C. Lamar, Volume 16, p. 100 C. C. Langdell, Volume 16, p. 172 D. W. Voorhees, Volume 28, p. 211 T. F. Bayard, Volume 3, p. 554. Horace Gray, Volume 12, p. 391. Joseph Hodges Choate, Volume 6, p. 258. Melville W. Fuller, Volume 11, p. 296. Wayne Macvig, Volume 17, p. 269. John Marshall Harlan, Volume 12, p. 954. Richard Alney, Volume 20, p. 91. Cushman K. Davis, Volume 7, p. 866. Oliver Wendell Holmes, Volume 13, p. 616. David Bennett Hill, Volume 13, p. 464. Elihu Root, Volume 23, p. 711. Philander C. Knox, Volume 15, p. 882. Of great value to the student of law, as widening his scope, would be a course of more general reading. This should include A. The Articles Law, Jurisprudence and Comparative Jurisprudence, by Paul Vinogradoff, Corpus Professor of Jurisprudence at Oxford. B. Articles on national and other legal systems, such as English Law, History, by the late Frederick W. Maitland, Downing Professor of English Law at Cambridge. Anglo-Saxon Law, by Paul Vinogradoff. Germanic Laws, Early, by Professor Christian Pfister of the Sorbonne. Code Napoleon by Jean-Paul Esmine, professor of law in the University of Paris, and Roman law. Probably one of the most remarkable articles in the new edition and of the utmost importance, as in a less degree are the Articles Code and Code Napoleon to the student of civil law. It is based on the well-known article contributed to the 9th edition of the Britannica by James Muirhead, professor of civil law, Edinburgh. But the article is actually the work of the reviser, Henry Gowdy, Regius Professor of Civil Law, Oxford, and it may well be called the best present treatment of the subject. The article is a brief textbook in itself, containing matter equivalent in length to nearly 200 pages of this guide. The treatment is historical, beginning with the almost mythical regal period and throwing light on the laws before the Roman 12 tables. But this does not mean that the later period, legally more important, is not treated with proper fullness, so that the practical as well as the theoretical is considered. Slightly remoter systems are the subjects of separate articles. Salic Law by Professor Pfister of the Sorbonne, Brehon Laws by Lawrence Ginnell, M.P., author of a monograph on the subject, Welsh Laws, an elaborate article on the little-known subject Greek Law by John Edwin Sandys of Cambridge, author of History of Classical Scholarship, Indian Law by Sir William Markby, reader in Indian Law at Oxford, formerly Judge of the High Court of Calcutta. Mahometan Law, a subject no longer alien to the American because of the large number of Mahomedans in the Philippines, by D.B. MacDonald, professor in Hartford Theological Seminary and author of Development of Muslim Theology, and Babylonian Law by C.H.W. Johns, master of St. Catharine's, Cambridge, author of the oldest code of laws, etc., containing a summary of the famous code of King Hammurabi. The following list does not include the biographies of lawyers and is not a complete list of all topics pertaining to law in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, but it will give some idea of the scope of the legal department of the work. Abandonment abatement, abdication abduction, abettor abeyance abjuration, abode abrogation, abscond abstract of title acceptance acceptolation access accession accessory accommodation bill accomplice, accord accountant general accretion accumulation accusation acknowledgement act action act of parliament act of petition address. The ademption adjournment adjudication adjustment administration administrator admiralty. High Court admiralty jurisdiction admission adoption adscript adultery advancement adventure advocate advocates. Faculty of advocin affidavit affiliation affinity affray affreightment age agent agistment agnates Alabama arbitration alderman alias alibi alien alienation aliment alimony allegiance alliance allocature allodium allonge allotment allowance alluvian ambiguity amendment amercement American law amicus curiae amnesty amortization analyst ancient lights angry Anglo-Saxon law annats annexation annoy answerer apology appanage apparator appeal appearance appointment. Power of apportionment bill appraiser appropriation appurtenances aram Eugene arbitration international arches court of aristocracy arraignment array arrest arrestment arrondissement arson art and part articles of association assault assembly unlawful assessment assessor assets assignment assignation assignee assize associate assumpsit asylum right of attachment attainder attaint. Writ of attempt attestation, attorney general attornment auctions, audience autocracy autonomy, average avizandum, award Babylonian law backbond bail bailiff, and Bailey bailment ballot bank, holidays bankruptcy bans of marriage bar, the bargain and sale barmote court barratry Barrington. George base fee basilica basach bastard bastinado balo beetle, beheading belligerency, bench benefice beneficiary bequest, Bering Sea arbitration, bet and betting betterment bigamy bill of exchange bill of sale birth blackmail black rod blanche fee. Or blanche holding blasphemy blinding blockade blue book boarding house Bachlan body snatching, boiling to death bona fide bond boot borough English bottom rebound. Or boundary brachalogus branding branks, brawling breach Brehon laws breviary of Alaric bribery, brief Britain burgage burgess burglary burial, and burial axe Burke. William Burning to death by law cabinet cadaster camera, Kang cannon, law canton capital punishment, capitulary capitulation, caption captive capture cargo carrier case casus belli caucus, caveat cemetery cessio, benorum sestui. Sesti challenge Chamberlain Chambers Champerty. Or Champarty chance medley chancery chantage charge, defairs charging order charter chartered companies, charter party chattel cheating children. Law relating to children's courts, Chiltern hundreds, chose church rate churchwarden churchyard sink, port circuit citation, citizen city civil law civil list civil service clergy. Benefit of clerk closure code Napoleon codicil coercion cognizance, coif coinage, offenses collateral collusion colony comedy commercial court, commercial law commission commissioner commitment, common law common lodging house common pleas, court of commons commonwealth company compensation, compromise comptroller compurgation, Knacker concert conditional fee conditional limitation, conferitio confession and avoidance confiscation, conge de liar congress conjugal rights conquest consanguinity. Or kindred consale de familial conservator consideration consignment consistory, courts consolidation, acts consort conspiracy constable constituency constitution, and constitutional law consul, consulate of the sea contempt of court contraband contract contumacy conversion, conveyancing convey coparcenary copyhold copyright correspondent coroner corporal punishment corporation, corpse corrupt practices, costs counsel, and counselor counterfeiting county court. Baron court leet court martial covenant coverture, coven credentials crime criminal law criminology, crimp crown debt crown land cruelty culprit curator courtesy curtilage custom customary freehold custos, Rochalorum cypres damages day death debentures debt declaration of Paris declarator decreed Adonis, conditionalibus deed defamation, default defeasance defense defendant del creditor demesne, demise democracy, demurrage demurrer denizen deodan department deportation. Or transportation deposit deputy derelict desertion detainer detinu, digest dilapidation diligence diplomacy, directors disability discharge disclaimer discovery, disorderly house dissolution distress district, divorce doctors commons, document domestic relations, domicile donatio mortis, casa dower dowry dragoman drawing and quartering droit Duke of Exeter's, daughter durbar duress Earl Marshal, earnest easement evisdrip ecclesiastical commissioners, ecclesiastical. Jurisdiction, ecclesiastical law edict ejectment, elections, electrocution elegit embargo embassy embezzlement, emblements embracery eminent domain emperor, enclave English law Englishry entail, envy, equity error, escheat, estate and house, agents estate duty estoppel estovers, estreat evidence execution executors, and administrators exequatur exhumation exile expatriation, expert express expropriation expulsion extenuating. Circumstances exterritoriality extortion extradition factor faculty, false pretenses, Faubourg federal government, fee philo de si felony fiefment, fairy fetters, and handcuffs, few fictions fiduciary fury facies, fine fingerprints fishery. Law of fixtures fiat fleet prison fleta flotsam, jetsam and ligon foreclosure foreign office foreshore forest laws forfeiture forgery, franchise frank Allman, marriage fraud freebench freehold freeman freight furo gallows. Or gibbet game laws gaming and wagering garnish garrot gavelkind Geneva Convention Germanic laws. Early gift glebe goodwill government grant gravamen, Greek law gross ground rent guarantee guardian guerrilla guillotine habeas corpus, hanging haniper handwriting harrow. Clamor de hegemony heirloom hereditament, heriot heritable jurisdictions, high seas highway hinterland hire purchase agreement, hiring holiday homage home office homicide horning, letters of hotchpot household. Royal hue and cry hundred husband and wife hypothec identification, ignoramus ignorance, immunity impeachment impotence, impressment, incendiarism, incest enclosure incorporation, indemnity indenture Indian law indictment endorsement, inebriety. Law of infamy, infant infanticide informa pauperis information, informer inheritance inhibition, initials injunction in and innkeeper ins of court, innuendo inquest insanity installment instrument, intent interdiction, interest termini interest, international law interpellation interpleader interpretation, interstate commerce intestacy intransigent inventory OU. Jactitation joinder joint jointure jugs. Or jogs, judge advocate general judgment debtor judgment, summons judicature, acts jurat jurisdiction jurisprudence. Comparative jury, jus primi noctis, jus relicti justice of the peace justiciary. High court justification juvenile offenders catch, John kidnapping King's Bench, Court of Night Service Nout Kerbash Lashes Lading. Bill of Landlord and Tenant Land Registration. Lapse Larceny Law Merchant Lease Legacy Legation. Legitimacy and Legitimation Lesion. Letters Patent Libel and Slander Liberty License, Lien Limitation. Statutes of Liquidation Liquor. Laws Local Government Board Lodger and Lodgings, Lord Advocate Lord Chamberlain Lord Chief Justice Lord Great Chamberlain Lord High Chancellor Lord High Constable Lord High Steward Lord High Treasurer Lord Justice Clerk Lord Justice General Lord Keeper of the Great Seal Lord President of the Council Lords Justices of Appeal Lords of Appeal Lord Steward Lost Property Lotteries Lynch Law Magistrate Mahometan Law Maiden Maiming Maintenance Majority Mandamus Writ of Mandarin Mandate Manifest Manor Mansion, Manslaughter Mantraps, Mare Clausum, and Mare Liberum Maritime Territory Marriage Marshalsea, Martial Law Master, and Servant Master of the Horse Master of the Rolls Maxims. Legal Mayhem Mayor Mediation Medical Jurisprudence, Meeting Memorandum of Association Merger Mean, Messwage Military Law Ministry Miscarriage, Misdemeanor Misprision Mistake Monarchy Munition, Mortgage Mortmain Motion. Multiplepending Municipality Muniment, Murder Mutiny Nationality Naturalization Navigation, Laws Negligence Negotiable Instrument Neutrality, Next Friend Nisi Prius Noise Null Prosqui Nonconformity, Law Relating to Nonfeasance, Misfeasance, Malfeasance Non-Suit North Sea Fisheries Convention Notary, or Notary Public Notice, Novitian Nuisance Nullification, Oath Obiter Dictum Obligation, Obscenity Office Oligarchy or Deal Order, In Council Ordinance Ordinary, Original Package Ouster Outlawry Overt Act Oyer, and Terminer Pacific Blockade Pandex, Paraphernalia Pardon Parish Parliament, Parricide Parson Partition Partnership, Party Wall Passport Patents of Precedence Patron and Client Paymaster General Payment of Members Peace, Breach of Peace Conferences, Pain Forte, Et Dur Peerage Penalty Penology Pension, Perjury Perpetuity Person. Offenses against the personal property personation petition, picketing pillory pirate and piracy plaintiff, pleading plebiscite pledge plurality plutocracy police, courts posse comitatus possession, post and postal service potwalloper power of attorney, premunire preamble, prerogative courts prescription, press laws prime minister primogeniture principle, and agent prison privateer privilege privy council, privy purse privy seal prize or prize of. War probate probation procedure process proces verbal proclamation proctor procuration, procurator profanity prohibition, promoter property prorogation, prosecution, prospectus protectorate provisional order, provost proxy public house puisne purchase quantum merit, quarantine, quare impedit quarter sessions, Queen Anne's bounty quorum quo warrant, rack ragman rolls raid rape rate real. Property rebellion receipt receiver recess recidivism recognizance, record recorder referee referendum, and initiative refresher, regent register registration, release remainder. Reversion remand remembrancer, rent, repairs repeal replevin representation reprieve reprisals request, letters of requests. Court of Rescue reservation residence resident residue respite, respondent restraint retainer reward writings, riot robbery Roman law rundel sacrilege salary sale of goods Salic law, and other Frankish laws salvage sanction satisfaction scandal scavengers daughter schedule sire facias Scott, and lot script scrutiny see laws seamen. Laws relating to search or visit and search secession, secret secretary of state security settlement. Act of sedition seduction sanery, or sanery saison senate sentence sequestration, sergeant at law sergeanty servitude session set off settlement, Sexton Share Shelley's case. Rule in Shepherd. John Jack Sheriff Shire Sign Manual, Royal Simony Slander Sockage, Soak Solicitor General Sovereignty Speaker Specification, Specific Performance Spheres of Influence, Spring Guns Spy State. Great Officers of State Rights State Trials, Statute Stipend Stocks, and Shares Stolen Goods, Subinfeudation Succession, Duty Suffrage Summary Jurisdiction, Summons Sunday Superannuation Supercargo, Supply Supreme Court of Judicature Surety, Surrender Surrogate Suzerainty, Swearing Syndicate Tail Tally Tanistry Tenantrite Tenement, Tenure Term Theater Theft Then Threat, Tichborne. Claimant Ticket of Leave Time, Tipstaff Tithes Tithing Toleration Toll Torture Town Trade, Board of Transfer Treadmill Treason Treasure Trove Treasury Treaties Trespass Trial, Tribute Traver Truck Trust and Trustees Turpin, Richard 12 Tables Udal Ukes, or UK's Ultimatum Underwriter University Courts, uses valuation and valuers venue verdict vestry veto vicar vice-chancellor viceroy vidoc, F.E. Vigilance Committee Vizier vote and voting voucher wager wainwright. T.G. War, Laws of Warden Warrant of Attorney Warranty Warren Waste Water Rights Waters. Territorial Welsh Laws Wyrgild Westminster Statutes Wheel. Breaking on the Whig and Tory Whip Whipping or Flogging Wild. Jonathan Will or Testament Witness Woolsack Works and Public Buildings. Board of Rec Writ Writers to the Signet. Chapter 27, for Bankers and Financiers. Of all classes of businessmen, bankers and financiers study most closely the general tendencies of public opinion and the general course of industrial and commercial development. Each day's financial news reports a position which has been reached in the path of a movement of which the origin and earlier course, and therefore the direction, must be sought in the record of past months and years, and sometimes in the record of a past century. But the banker who turns to the standard histories in his library, with the desire to trace the course of any gradual and long-continued development, is generally disappointed. It is only of late that historical investigation has been directed to social and commercial activities rather than to politics and wars. Yet the history of civilization may be said to lie in the course of finance and commerce much more than in party strife and in civil and international wars. For the latter always arrest for the moment, even if they ultimately further the progress of civilization. The New Britannica has been called the most comprehensive of all surveys of past and present civilization, and its treatment of finance and commerce possesses a breadth and sweep directly due to the international character of the book. The American financier knows that under existing conditions, he must take into account the laws and usages of foreign countries in regard to banking, currency, taxation, stock exchange transactions, corporations, and all the other methods and appliances used in dealing with money and credit. The Britannica could not have covered this broad field authoritatively if its articles had all been written by Americans instead of being contributed, as they are, by specialists of 20 countries. And the very first step, in examining any question of American finance, may be to consider what has been done abroad. For example, there has been adopted in Louisiana a system of rural credit such as was strongly urged for more general use during President Taft's administration. That would seem to be purely a matter of internal policy. But for a description of the actual working of such a system, the sources of information are in the Britannica article Raiffeisen, Volume 22, p. 817. The German banker who perfected the system of agrarian credits in the article Schulzdelitzsch, Volume 24, p. 383, the Saxon economist who founded the German Central Bureau of Cooperative Societies, and in the article Cooperation, Volume 7, p. 82, where the Danish system of financing farmers is described and compared with the German and French methods. Systematic reading in the Britannica on financial subjects should begin with the article Finance, Volume 10, p. 347, equivalent to 20 pages of this guide, by C. F. Bastable, professor of political economy in the University of Dublin, whose books on economics have been largely read in the United States. This article deals with state revenue and expenditure, or public finance, after pointing out the prevailing looseness in the use of the word finance. It is interesting to know that, in the later Middle Ages, especially in Germany, the word finance acquired the sense of usurious or oppressive dealing with money and capital. So long ago did an unpopular meaning attach to a term connected with big business. The same is true of the word usury, which originally meant use or interest. And the Britannica in an article on usury, volume 27, p. 811, says, usury, if used in the old sense of the term, could embrace a multitude of modes of receiving interest upon capital to which not the slightest moral taint is attached. In each case, there may have been some reason besides chance for the development of the unpleasant meaning, and it has always been the custom of the spendthrift and the gambler to make the wrong use of words as well as of business methods. But what we call public finance was a century ago called political economy, political being used strictly to apply to the state, and economy in its original sense of housekeeping or house rule. The word economy has thus become broader, as the word usury has become narrower in significance. It is curious to see how one page after another of the historical section of this article describes theories of finance which are today propounded by popular agitators, as if they were absolutely new, and not only describes them, but shows how they were tried and how they failed. The Eastern empires taxed land produce, usually to the extent of 1/4 or 1/5, 2 tithes. In Athens, under a more elaborate system, the state owned and administered agricultural land and silver mines, and yet this state ownership, instead of making for democratic equality, resulted in too rigid a separation of classes. And the Athenian attempt to surtax the rich citizens in order to defray the cost of public games and theatrical performances, and to equip ships, in this case a close parallel to certain recent German legislation, led, as class taxation always does, to ingenious evasions and, in the end, increased the power it sought to restrict. In Rome, home taxes were suspended as soon as conquests brought tribute from Spain and Africa. But taxes were always the curse of the provinces, and the vexatious method of the tax may be regarded as an additional tax. The defects of the financial organization were a serious influence in the complex of causes that brought about the fall of the Republic. The early empire took its revenues from public lands, from monopolies, from the land tax, from customs, and from taxes on inheritances, 5%, sales 10%, and the purchase of slaves, 40%. There was no just distribution of taxation among the territorial divisions, and the burden fell too much upon the actual workers and their employers. In the kingdoms which succeeded the empire after its fall, Roman customs survived in finance, as in all departments of government, and there was a want of coherent policy until the time of Charlemagne, when centralization produced a better system. But scientific taxation did not really exist until, in the 15th century, under Charles Roman VII, the first French standing army was created, and its needs led to a new and more intelligent system. In England, the coordination and control of public revenue and expenditure was similarly due to the growth of the navy. Since then, the tendency has been to include taxes in general categories. The need for national credit has developed a system of national debts, and expenditures and receipts are now governed by legislative sanction. Local finance has been revolutionized by modern business methods. Too slowly adopted, it is true, and by the gradual change from private to public control of water supply, lighting, and transportation. The article's taxation, national debt, and tariff should be read after this article on public finance. Taxation, Volume 26, p. 458. Equivalent to 25 pages of this guide, by Sir Robert Jiffin, formerly Controller General of the British Board of Trade, classifies taxes, points out that direct and indirect taxes are not intrinsically different, and that such a classification is merely a matter of convenience, and the article proceeds to describe the principal taxes. It should be supplemented by reading the sections on finance in the articles on various countries, and especially by the article English Finance, Volume 9, p. 458. Equivalent to 25 pages in this guide, the section on finance in the article United States, Volume 27, p. 660, and similar sections in the articles on each of the states of the Union. These articles give definite information about public debts, national or state, but the student should read carefully the main treatment in the article National Debt, Volume 19, p. 266. The Articles Tariff, Volume 26 p. 422, by Prof. F. W. Taussig of Harvard, author of The Tariff History of the United States. Protection, Volume 22, p. 464, by Edmund Janes James, President of the University of Illinois and author of the well-known History of American Tariff Legislation. And Free Trade, Volume 11, p. 88, by William Cunningham, author of Growth of English Industry and Commerce, will be of great interest. The student should read besides the sketches in the Britannica of Henry Clay, Volume 6, p. 470, by Carl Schurz of William McKinley, Volume 17, p. 256, Roger Q. Mills, Volume 18, p. 475, and of other American tariff leaders, and for the tariff reform movement in England, the articles on Joseph Chamberlain, Volume 5, p. 813, and Arthur J. Balfour, Volume 3, p. 250. Before turning from public to private finance, the reader should study the Articles Exchequer, Volume 10, p. 54, and Treasury, Volume 27, p. 228. For what may be called private finance, the student should turn first to the article Banks and Banking, Volume 3, p. 334. Equivalent to nearly 60 pages in this guide, by Sir R. H. I. Palgrave, Director of Barclay & Co., Limited, Bankers, Charles A. Canant, author of The Principles of Money and Banking, and Sir J. R. Paget, author of The Law of Banking. Further information on the early history of banking in the United States will be found in the historical section of the article United States, Volume 27, especially p. 697, and in the article Andrew Jackson, Volume 15, p. 107, by Prof. W. G. Sumner of Yale. Next in his course of reading, he should study the article Money, Volume 18, p. 694, equivalent to 45 pages in this guide, by C. F. Bastable. This deals with the functions and varieties of money, including coined money and all else that can take its place in facilitating exchange, in estimating comparative values, as a standard of value or of deferred payments as a store of value, the determining causes of the value of money and of the quantity of money required by a country, the credit theory, early forms of currency, greenstones, ochre, shells, furs, oxen, grain, metals as money, coinage and state control, representative money and credit as money, economic aspects of the production and consumption of precious metals, review of the history of some important currencies. Greek, Roman, medieval, English, and French coinages are treated in the article Numismatics, Volume 19, pp. 869-911, equivalent to 135 pages of this guide, with 6 plates and 11 other text illustrations, which discusses such questions as the constitution of money, typical currency systems, statistics of production of gold and silver since the discovery of America, and coinage systems. Other relevant articles are bimetallism and monetary conferences for the relation of the metals, and the articles gold, silver, seigniorage demonetization, Gresham's Law, token money, and greenbacks. In the article on the George Jr. Republic, Volume 11, p. 749, The Children's State at Freeville, NY, the student will find an interesting proof of the relation of token to real money. The government issued its own currency in tin and later in aluminum, and American money could not be passed within the 48 acres of the Republic until 1906, when depreciation forced the Republic's coinage out of use, and American coin was made legal tender. For information as to the methods of financial business, the reader should study the article Savings Banks, Volume 24, p. 243 by Sir G.C. T. Bartley, founder of the National Penny Bank, and Bradford Rhodes, founder of the 34th St. National Bank, NY Friendly Societies, Volume 11, p. 217. Trust Company, Volume 27, p. 329, by Charles A. Canant, author of The Principles of Money and Banking, Clearing House, Volume 6, p. 476, Letter of Credit, Volume 16, p. 501, Stock Exchange, Volume 25, p. 930, Bill of Exchange, Volume 3, p. 940, Exchange, Volume 10, p. 50. Futures, Volume 11, p. 375. Time Bargains, Volume 26, p. 988. Market, Volume 17, p. 731, by Winard Hooper, financial editor of The Times, London, with sections on movements of prices, cycles, tendency to equilibrium, disturbance of equilibrium, future delivery, corners, money market, the great banks, foreign loans, and discount houses, consols. Volume 6, p. 979. Coupon, Volume 7, p. 318. Dividend, Volume 8, p. 331, and Premium, Volume 22, p. 279. Information on distinctive banking and business laws in the separate states will be found in the section on finance of the article on each state. For instance, in the article Oklahoma, Volume 20, p. 60, there is a summary of the Bank Deposit Guarantee Fund. For insurance, see the chapter in this guide for insurance men. In financial biography, as in history, theory, and practice, the Britannica is valuable because of its full, clear, and authoritative treatment. The student will find articles on great financiers, such as the Astors, the Vanderbilts, the Barings, the Rothschilds, James Law, George Peabody, James Fisk, J. Good, E. H. Harriman, James J. Hill, J. P. Morgan, and on great authors on the subjects of economics and finance. For instance, Malthus, Adam Smith, Walter Bagehot, Ricardo Rascher, Bohm von Bauwerk, Thorold Rogers, H. C. Carey, E. R. A. Seligman, F. A. Walker, J. W. Jenks, F. W. Taussig, Richmond Mayo Smith, and A. T. Hadley. Alphabetical list of articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica of interest to bankers. Accountants Aiknwall, Gottfried Adams, Henry Carter Aggio Aguado, A. M. Alcavala Aldrich, N. W. Allport Sir J. J. Alstromer, Jonah's Amortization Angel Anna Annuity Arbitrage Armor, P. L. Ashley W. J. Assignats Store, John Jacob and Family Atkinson, Edward Atwood, Thomas Audit and Auditor Backwardation Bagehot, Walter Balance of Trade Bank Notes Bank Rate Banks and Banking Barbin, Nicholas Baring, Family, Barter Bastiat, Frederick Bates. Joshua Baudrillart, H. J. L. Bobby Baxter, Robert Dudley Bimies, E. W. Besant Biddle, Nicholas Bill of Exchange Bimetallism Blanqui, J. A. Bliss, C. N. Block, Morris Bodden, Jean Bottle Bohem von Bauwerk Boyskilbert, Seer to Bookkeeping Bourse Breaking Bulk Brentano L.J. Broker Bucket Shop Budget Bullion Buying in Cairns, John Elliott Call Capital Carry, Henry Charles Carley Rebbe Carrying Over Cash Chase S.P. Check or Check Chevalier Mitchell Child. Sir Josiah Circular Note Claflin, H.B. Clark, John Bates Clearing House Cone, Gustav Coinker, Jacques Colston, Edward Combination Commerce Commercial Treaties Consols Contango Cook, J. Cooperation Cooper, Peter Casa, Luigi Coulis Coupon Kersel Senuil J. G. Kernot A. Coutts, Thomas Cover Credit Fancier Crockford, William Crore Crown, Coin Cunningham, William Custom Duties Custom House Davenant, Charles Decker, Sir Matthew Decimal Coinage de Lessert. J.P.B. Delphico, Melchora Demonetization Dewey, Davis Richdime Discount Distribution Dividend Doc Warrant Dollar Drawback Drexel, A.J. Juket Ely, Richard Theodore Engel, Ernst English Finance Exchange Exchequer Excise Farr, William Farah, Baron Farthing Florenfield, Cyrus West Fisk, James Fix, Theodore Fouquet, Nicholas Frank Free Trade Friendly Societies Futures Gabel Gallatin, Albert Gannell, Charles Garnier, C.J. Garnier, Marquis Genovese, Antonio George. Henry Giffen, Sir Robert Gilds Gilbart, James William Gioja, Melchora Gerard, Stephen Goldsmith Family, Good J. and Family, Grain Trade Greenbacks Gresham, Sir Thomas Gresham's Law Grote Guinea Gurney, Family Hadley A.T. Hamilton, Alexander Hamilton, Robert Hanna M.A. Harriman, Edward H. Haxthausen, L. von Herman, F.B.W. von Hill, James J. Horner, Francis Horton, Samuel Dana Hudson, George Hufeland, Gottlieb Income Tax Ingram. J.K. Insurance Invice Jacob, L. H. von Jenks, J. W. Jessup, M. K. Jevons, William S. Jones, Richard K. Joseph Lang, Samuel Lack Lavalai, E. L. Vidalaw, John Lawrence, Amos Laplay, P. G. Frederick Leroy Beaulieu, P.P. Leslie Thomas E. C. Letter of Credit Levasseur, Pierre Emile Levy, Leon Lingen, Baron Lipton, Sir T. J. Lyra List, Friedrich Lloyds M. Culloch, John R. Mackay, John William MacLeod, Henry Dunning Making Up Price Malthus. Thomas Robert Mark Market Marshall, Alfred Marks, Heinrich Karl Mayo Smith, Richmond Mint Moher Moidor Monopoly Monetary Conferences, International, Money Lending Moon, Sir Richard Moratorium Morgan, John Pierpont Morris, Robert Morton L.P. Munn, Thomas National Debt Newmark, William North, Sir Dudley Octree Overstone, 1st Baron Parr Patterson, William Pauperism Pawnbroking Peabody, George Pender, Sir John Penny Penryn, 2nd Baron Peseta Petty. Sir William Picayune Pistol Poll Tax Pound Premium Price, Bonamy Production Profit Sharing Protection Proudhon, P.J. Pix Quesnay, Francois Raiffeisen, F.W. Rao, Karl Heinrich Rebate Reciprocity Revenue Ricardo, David Rockefeller, J.D. Rodbertus, K.J. Rogers, James Edwin Rosher, W.G.F. Rothschild Family, Royalty Rupee Sadler, Michael Thomas Sage, Russell St. Simon, Comte de Savings Bank Say, Jean-Baptiste Say, Leon Schaffel, A.E.F. Schmaler. Gustav Schulz-Delitzsch, F.H. Seinerage Seligman, E.R.A. Senior, Nassau William Sequin Shekel Shellmoney Sherman, John Schilling Slater, John Fox Smith, Adam Sioux Sovereign, Coin Spreckles, Klaus Stagg Stamp Standards Department Sterling Stewart, Sir J.D. Stewart, A.T. Stock Exchange Sumner, W.G. Tail Tariff Taxation Tossig, Frank William Thornton, Henry Thornton, W.T. Time Bargains Title Guarantee Companies Token Money Tonnage and Poundage Tontine Took. Thomas Torrens, Robert Torrens, William Torrens M. Kellogg Trusts Trust Company Tucker, Josiah Vanderbilt, Cornelius and Family, Wagner, Adolph Wages Walker, Francis Amasa Walras, M.E.L. Wanamaker, John Watkins, Sir E.W. Wealth Wells, David Ames Window Tax Wolowski, L.F.M.R. Wright, Carol D. Zolvarine. Chapter 28, for civil service men and women and students preparing for service examinations. Federal, state, and municipal civil service includes so many specialized branches that a number of the chapters in Part 1 of this guide, devoted to courses of reading adapted to various occupations, such as for teachers, for engineers, for builders and contractors, will supply useful indications. Part 2 of the guide, containing classified courses of educational reading, will point to articles especially serviceable to those who are preparing for examinations, and, for that reason, desire to review the ground they covered at school or college. Part 4 of the guide, with its special references to the subjects to which administration and legislation are chiefly directed, should be carefully examined. There the reader will find lists of articles dealing with schools and institutions, the defective classes, crime and alcohol, revenue and finance, ballot representation and suffrage, trusts, competition, cooperation and socialism, labor and immigration legislation and the administration of justice, foreign relations and the expansion of the United States. The present chapter, in order that repetition may be avoided, deals only with the aspects of federal, state, and municipal government which are most closely related to civil service organization. The article Civil Service, Volume 6, p. 412, devotes nearly as much space to the British as to the American service, and its information as to British organization, examinations, salaries, and pensions will greatly interest those to whom the details needed for an international comparison have not been elsewhere accessible. Until 1855, all British appointments were by nomination, and although the service was quite free from the abominable system of secretly taxing salaries in order to support party funds, that was about all that can be said for it. There was hardly a pretense of selection for merit. influential families, and the relatives and personal friends of ministers of state and of ladies whom kings delighted to honor monopolized the appointments. Many posts were pure sinecures, and in many others the work was done by a substitute to whom the nominee paid less than half the salary or fees he received. Under George Roman III, the system was at its worst, and the discontent that was aroused in the American colonies by the maladministration of colonial affairs was one of the efficient causes of the American Revolution. The reforms begun in 1855 had by 1870 been so successful that since then open competition has been the general rule, and where nomination is still required, as in the Foreign Office and the Education Department, searching examinations must be passed. Women are employed in the Post Office, Board of Agriculture, Customs, India Office, Department of Agriculture, Local Government Board and Home Office, factory inspectors, etc. The age for compulsory retirement is 65, but the commissioners may prolong this 5 years in exceptional cases. Subjects of examinations, salaries and pensions are described in the article. Since 1859, there has been a superannuation pension of the annual salary and emoluments to anyone serving 10 years and less than 11, and an additional 60th for each year's service more than 10. In the same article, there is an historical treatment of civil service in the United States and of its gradual reform and extension since 1883. This may well be supplemented by a study of the American party system of government and of the spoils system, under which party loyalty and personal service to a party machine became the test of a candidate's fitness for office. For this, the student should refer to the section, Volume 27, p. 646, on Constitution and Government, of the article United States, written by James Bryce, author of the American Commonwealth and formerly British Ambassador to the United States. CP 658-659, especially. There is also much information in the section history of the same article, especially paragraphs 168, 169, p. 697 on the beginnings of the spoils system in Jackson's time, paragraph 333, p. 722, on the beginnings of reform under Hayes, and paragraph 343, p. 724, on Cleveland and civil service reform, etc. And biographies of Andrew Jackson, W. L. Marcy and Martin Van Buren, for the spoils system, and of George William Curtis, E. L. Godkin, Carl Schurz, R. B. Hayes, Grover Cleveland, Benjamin Harrison, William McKinley, and Theodore Roosevelt. Information in regard to the civil service systems of states and cities may be found in separate state and city articles, in addition to the material on state and city systems in the articles already mentioned. The wide-awake student who has read this far in this chapter and has referred to the articles mentioned in the Britannica will now be saying to himself, "There is evidently much valuable information in the encyclopedia about the history and status of civil service reform, and this seems as full and complete for the United States as for Great Britain. If other topics are as fully treated in the Britannica, it will be invaluable to me in preparation for general information papers for civil service examinations." And he will be right. For instance, the government employee must know more about the government and its machinery and history than does the average man in the street, and he can learn this from the Britannica. As has already been pointed out, the main treatment of the government of the United States in the Britannica is by James Bryce. This means that it is authoritative and that it is interesting, and that in both these qualities it is far superior to the usual textbook of civics or civil government. It occupies pp. 646-661 of Volume 27 and is equivalent to about 50 pages of this guide, so that it is more than a bare outline. And it is followed by a valuable bibliography of the subject, to guide the student to the best books on any special topic which he may wish to pursue further. But this is far from being all the information in the Britannica on the subject. The contribution of Mr. Bryce is only a part of the article United States. The entire article would take up nearly 400 pages if printed in the style of this guide. It treats the physical geography, geology, climate, fauna and flora, population, industries and commerce, government, finance, army and history of the country, The equivalent of 225 pages of this guide is devoted to history alone. All parts of this article contain valuable information about the country, and this article is supplemented by hundreds of others. Articles on each of the states, arranged much as in the article United States, with sections on history and government serving as an authoritative summary of the salient facts, and making up a complete course on state, civics, government, and history. B. Articles on cities and towns, with similar treatment of the distinctive elements in the government of each, and of the main points in their history. C. Separate articles on the important rivers, lakes, mountains, and other topics in physical geography. D. Separate articles on topics in American history and government, such as nullification, state rights, fugitive slave laws, electoral commission, and E. Biographies of great Americans, famous in war, politics, administration, business, science, art, religion, in short, all fields of activity. In brief, whether for an examination on general information, on civics, on history, or on the special branch of the civil service to which the student wishes to be appointed, no book will give as valuable and complete information as the Britannica. Chapter 29, for Army Officers. It is often said of an article in the Britannica that it is the last word on the subject. So thoroughly has the authority of the book been recognized. This is quite as true of military articles as of those in any other field. But of the military articles, it may also be said that they are the first word. Of course, there have been, in previous editions of the Britannica, and to a less degree in minor works of general reference, articles on military history and biography. But in the new Britannica, for the first time, all branches of military knowledge are included, and the spirit of the entire treatment is comparative and critical. The military student will find a discussion not merely of Napoleon's influence on army organization or Frederick's influence on cavalry, in the articles on these two leaders, but also of the influence of army organization on Napoleon, in the articles on the French Revolutionary Wars and the Napoleonic campaigns, and of cavalry drill on the peculiar generalship of Frederick in such articles as 7 Years' War, on Hohenfriedberg, and on Rossbach. Put more concretely, the novelty consists in the inclusion of articles on wars, campaigns, and battles, chosen because of their importance in military as well as in political history, and treated from the point of view of the military critic and with particular attention to the lessons they contain for the modern army officer. The care with which the battles and campaigns of the American Civil War are analyzed and criticized will be of singularly great interest to the American soldier, who will immediately notice among the contributors to the military department of the Britannica such names as those of Capt. C. F. Atkinson, author of The Wilderness and Cold Harbor, Major G. W. Redway, author of Fredericksburg. A Study in War, Col. G. F. R. Henderson, author of Stonewall Jackson and the American Civil War, and Col. F. N. Maud, lecturer in military history, University of Manchester. The best starting point for a study of military affairs in the Britannica is the article Army, Volume 2, p. 592, equivalent to more than 100 pages of this guide. This key article may be outlined as follows. General history. Early armies: Egypt, chariots, infantry, archers. Babylon and Assyria, horsemen, charioteers, etc. Persian, largely cavalry, the first organized army. Greece, compulsory service, citizen militia, heavy infantry, the strong arm, phalanx, the Greek formation, Sparta, a nation in arms, Greek mercenaries. Epaminondas and Thebes, new phalanx tactics, oblique order, development of cavalry. Alexander and Macedon, a modified Theban system. Carthage, mercenary troops led by great generals, with modification of phalanx for greater elasticity. Rome, army under the Republic, its characteristics, under the Empire. See also separate article Roman Army, Volume 23, p. 471, by Professor F. J. Haverfield of Oxford. The Dark Ages, the Byzantines, and the development of feudalism. Medieval mercenaries. Infantry in feudal times. The Crusades. The period of transition, 1290–1490, development of English archers and of professional soldiery, condottieri, Swiss lanzknechts. The Spanish army, at the disposal of its sovereign, trained to the due professional standard and organized in the best way found by experience. The 16th century, rise of the heavy cavalry armed with pistols and fall of the pikemen. Dutch system, attention to minute detail, William the Silent and Maurice of Nassau. 30 years, war, the Werb system, small standing army to be increased by levy at time of need. The Swedish army, conscription and feudal in Delta, Gustavus. The English Civil War, real national armies, Cromwell and the New Model, only an incident without influence on army organization. Standing armies. French preeminence after Rocroi. Small field armies, well-fed and sheltered for economy's sake, 18th century organization. Linear, formation and its negative results. Frederick the Great, the art of war a formal science. The French Revolution, a nation in arms, a war machine more powerful than Frederick S. The conscription in France. Napoleon, his attempt to make a dynastic army out of the nation in arms. The Grand Army of 1805–1806, development of artillery, the Army Corps. The Wars of Liberation, new Prussian army, excellent Austrian organization. Armies of 1815–1870. American Civil War, its slow decision. Contrast between French and Prussian staff systems in 1870, modern developments. German model followed slavishly except in Great Britain and the United States. Present-day armies. The general accounts of existing armies and of the past organizations of each country are supplemented by detailed information in the articles on different countries. Especial attention should be given to the military information in the article on Japan, army systems, compulsory service, conscription, voluntary service, militia. Army organization. The three chief arms, their relative importance. Proportion on peace footing, 5 or 6 guns per 1,000 men, 16 cavalry soldiers to 1,000 men of other arms. Proportion in war, Russian, 1905, 3½ guns per 1,000 men of other arms, 60 cavalry to 1,000 infantry. Japanese, 1905, 2½ field guns per 1,000 men, 37 cavalry to 1,000 infantry. Command, brigade, division, Army Corps, its constitution, Army, Chief Command of Group of Armies, Chief of General Staff and his relations to Commander-in-Chief, for example, von Moltke and King William. Branches of administration, War Office and General Staff. Table, comparative strength of various armies. British Army, Indian Army, Canadian Forces, Austrian Army. French Army, German Army, Italian Army, Russian Army, Spanish Army, Turkish Army, United States Army, armies of minor countries. Bibliography, 2,000 words. Next, in order, the student should turn to the article War, Volume 28, p. 305. Equivalent to 40 pages of this guide, by Carl G. F. R. Henderson, well known for his books on the American Civil War, Fredericksburg, Stonewall Jackson, etc., with a section on Laws of War by Sir Thomas Barclay. Carl Henderson's article lays down important general principles. An analysis of modern conditions shows that improved methods of communication have made war a much speedier process, in which the victorious general cannot make mistakes at the outset. That intellect and education count for more than stamina and courage was the lesson of the Franco-Prussian War, a lesson learned by the Prussians before that war. Modern war is a science, and the amateur has little chance. In this respect, things have changed. It is impossible to doubt that had the Boers of 1899 possessed a staff of trained strategists, they would have shaken the British Empire to its foundations. There must be a concert between diplomacy and strategy. Civilian war ministers cannot solve strategic problems. The greater deadliness of modern warfare and the greater moral effect of being under fire call for better foresight, strategy, and morale. The relation of Army and Navy is discussed, and the new doctrine of sea power explained. See the chapter for naval officers in this guide. The remaining topics in the article are weakness of Allied armies, railways and sea as lines of operation, amphibious power, value of unprofessional troops, and the need of professional leaders. In the article's infantry, Volume 14, p. 517, 2 plates, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide, and artillery, Volume 2, p. 685, 2 plates, equivalent to 30 pages of this guide, both by Capt. Atkinson, and in the article Cavalry, Volume 5, p. 563, illustrated with 2 plates and 1 cut. In length equivalent to 30 pages of this guide, by Call F. N. Maud, the student will find an elaborate treatment of the history, organization, and tactics, especially since 1870, of each of these arms. For details of their organization and equipment, he should read the articles Engineers, Staff, Mounted Infantry, Supply and Transport, Military, Officers, Ambulance, Fortification, Machine Guns, Coast Defense, Ordnance, Ballistics, Sights, Rifle, Gun, Pistol, Explosive, Gunpowder, Guncotton, Cordite, and Nitroglycerine. In many geographical articles there are descriptions of the world's great fortifications, e.g., Paris, Antwerp, and Verdun. Other topics of a more miscellaneous character are covered by the articles Army Signaling, Pigeon Post, Signals, War Game, Maneuvers, Kite, etc. The military use of aeroplanes and balloons is very fully shown in the articles Flight and Aeronautics. Before taking up a systematic course in military history, there are 2 general articles that the military student should read. Tactics, Volume 26, p. 347, equivalent in length to 20 pages of this guide, by Madge Neil Malcolm, editor of The Science of War, and Strategy, Volume 25, p. 986, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide, by Call F. N. Maud. The former article should be compared with the sections on tactics in the articles Infantry, Cavalry, and Artillery. Major Malcolm makes much of the continuity of military history, comparing Metaurus and Ramillies with the fighting in Manchuria, and Wellington at Maya with Yama in his contest with Kuropatkin. The mistakes that have been made once should not be made again. At least the careful student of tactical history may see to it that if they are repeated, it is done by his opponent and not by himself. Modern tactics are different from ancient because of greater firepower and improved methods of transportation. Cavalry tactics are in an uncertain condition. There is no recent practice to serve as a guide, since neither in South Africa in the Boer War nor in Manchuria during the Russo-Japanese conflict was cavalry much used. Infantry must cooperate to make artillery bombardment effective. An interesting discussion of offensive and defensive fighting is summed up in the words, "To the true general, the purely defensive battle is unknown," and as evidence are adduced Wellington at Salamanca and Yama at Shaho. Yama's victory in the latter battle, it is pointed out, shows the increased ease of the process of envelopment, which has resulted in discarding corps artillery in favor of divisional artillery. The importance and the possibility of the counterstroke. The danger of using for the relief of one's own troops forces which might better be launched at the enemy's weakest spot, and the similar unwisdom of any negative tactics, adopted to avoid loss, as in holding attacks, are the other principal points made in the article. The article strategy should be read in conjunction with the articles Army and War. It is impossible to summarize or outline it here, but it is worth noting that the article closes with a definition and discussion of the following terms: base, line of communication, line of operations, exterior lines, obstacles. For a reasoned history of warfare in more detail than has been given in the general articles already alluded to, the reader will find some outline like the following valuable. the arrangement being roughly chronological and all words in italics being titles of articles in the Britannica. Marathon Darius, Miltiades Herodotus. Thermopylae, Leonidas Salamis. Peloponnesian War, Pericles Cleon Pylos, Brasidas Alcibiades, Critias Thucydides Xenophon. Epaminondas, Mantinea. Philip Roman II of Macedon, Olynthus, Chaeronea, Alexander the Great, Arrian. Pyrrhus. Roman army, Caudine Forks, Punic Wars, Carthage, Hannibal, Hasdrubal, Mago, Trasimene, Fabius Cunctator, Cannae, Scipio Africanus, Scipio Aemilianus, Aemilius Paulus Perseus, Marius Jugurtha, Sulla, Sertorius, Pompey Caesar, Antonius Mark Antony. Charles Martel. Charlemagne. William I of England, Hastings, Standard, Battle of. Crusades equivalent to 90 pages of this guide. Godfrey of Bouillon, Raymond of Toulouse, Richard I of England, Philip Roman II of France, Saladin, Henry Roman VI, Roman Emperor, Baldwin I, Frederick Roman II, Louis Roman IX of France. Bouvines. Bannockburn, Robert Bruce. 100 Years' War, Philip Roman VI, Edward Roman III, Cressy, John of Bohemia, Edward the Black Prince, Calais, Poitiers, John Roman II of France, Lancaster, House of For John of Gaunt, Bertrand du Guesclin, Henry V of England, Agincourt, Joan of Arc, 1st Duke of Bedford, John Plantagenet, Count of Dunois. Wars of the Roses, St. Albans, Towton, Earl of Warwick, Richard Neville, Edward Roman IV. Ravenna, Battle of Bayard the Chevalier, Gaston de Foix Pescara, Navarro, Marignan, Francis I of France. Flodden, James Roman IV of Scotland, Norfolk, 3rd Duke. St. Quentin, 1557, Coligny, Montmorency Constable, Emmanuel Philibert. Alva, William the Silent, Volume 28, p. 672, Maurice of Nassau, Farnese, Duke of Parma. 30 Years' War, Maximilian I of Bavaria, Frederick V. Elector Palatinate, Volume 11, p. 59, Mansfeld, Tilly Wallenstein, Gustavus Adolphus, Breitenfeld, Lutzen, Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar, Duc de Rohan, Frederick Henry, Gallas, Boehner Piccolomini, Turenne, Torstenson, Conde, Freiburg, Mercy Nordlingen, Rangel 1613-1676. Frond. Great Rebellion, English Civil Wars of 1642-52, Charles I of England, Prince Rupert, Essex, 2nd Earl, Volume 9, p. 782, Edgehill, John Hotham, Baron Hopton, Sir William Waller, Duke of Newcastle, 1592-1676. Fairfax of Cameron, 2nd and 3rd Barons, Sir Bevil Grenville, Oliver Cromwell. Manchester, 2nd Earl of Volume 17, p. 543, Marston Moore, Leven, Skippon, Argyll, 8th Earl, Montrose, Lord Newark, Goring, Naseby, John Lambert, Charles Fleetwood, Dunbar, Thomas Harrison. Dutch Wars, Louis Roman XIV, Conde, Frederick William of Brandenburg, Turenne, Montecuculi, William Roman III of England, Duke of Luxembourg, Charles of Lorraine, Volume 17, p. 11. Vauban. Grand Alliance, War of Catinat, Luxembourg, Vauban Fleurus, Louvois Duc de Boufflers, Coehorn, William Roman III of England, Steenkirk, Neerwinden, Villeroy. Spanish Succession, Marlborough, Eugene of Savoy, Villers, Peterborough, Rouvigny, Catinat, Vendôme, Blenheim, Ramillies, Oudenarde, Malplaquet, Berwick. Polish Succession War. Austrian Succession, Frederick the Great, Count von Schwerin L. A. Kevenhuller, Duc de Broglie, Tron, Charles of Lorraine, Volume 5, p. 936. Seckendorf, George Roman II of England, Knowles, Conti, Volume 7, p. 28. Hohenfriedberg, Fontenoy, Comte de Saxe Marshal, Duke of Cumberland, Ligonier Belle-Isle. 7 Years' War with 5 diagrams, Frederick the Great, Clive Amherst, Wolfe, Comte de Lally, Montcalm, Count von Braun Ferdinand of Brunswick, Don Zeaton, F.E.J. Keith Seydlitz, Rossbach, Soubise 1715-1787, Luthen, Loudon Kunersdorf, Fink, Minden, Sackville, 1st Viscount, Granby. American War of Independence, Lexington, Concord, Bunker Hill, Joseph Warren, Israel Putnam, Thomas Gage, William Howe, Ethan Allen, Ticonderoga, George Washington, Benedict Arnold, Richard Montgomery, Long Island, Rufus Putnam, William Alexander, Trenton and Princeton, Henry Knox, Brandywine, Germantown, Bergen, Bennington, John Stark. Saratoga, George Rogers Clark, Sir Henry Clinton, Monmouth, John Sullivan, Anthony Wayne, William Moultrie, Charleston, S.C., Francis Marion. Thomas Sumter, Andrew Pickens, Horatio Gates, Nathanael Greene, Cornwallis, Caleb Camden, Kings Mountain, Daniel Morgan, Henry Lee, Tarleton, Udeville, Lafayette, Yorktown. French Revolutionary Wars with 6 diagrams. Dumouriez, Kellerman, 1735-1820. Custine Gemaps, Gribeval, Neerwinden, 1793. Clerfayt, Vendy, L.N.M. Carnot, Jerden, Wadignes, Joubert, Frederick Augustus, Duke of York. Sauhem, Mora, Craven, Krajova, Vandam, Pichegru, Mars, Charles, Archduke of Austria, Volume 5, p. 935. Mycena, Napoleon, Augereau, Serrurier, Joubert. Sir W. Sidney Smith Kleber, Alexandria, Oudinot, Suvorov, Borodino, MacDonald, Marengo, Muret, Lands, Berthier, Botzen. Napoleonic Campaigns, 9 diagrams, and see on p. 233 of Volume 19, The Military Character of Napoleon. Napoleon, Reed, Murat, Charles Roman 14 Bernadotte, Marmont, Devout, Ney, Lands, Soult, Berthier, Enguerrand, Dupont de Eleding, Austerlitz, Kutuzov, Hohenlohe, Volume 13, p. 572, Blücher, Lazel, Massenbach, Kalkruth, Scharnhorst, Lefebvre Desniets, Count von Bennigsen, Eylau, Friedland, Grouchy, Mortier, Senarmont. Oudinot, Messina, Esper-Nessling, Charles, Archduke of Austria, Bellegarde, Wagram, Beauharnais, MacDonald, Jerome Bonaparte, Volume 4, p. 195. Barclay de Tolly, Bagration. Victor Perrin, York von Wartenberg, Lauriston, Wittgenstein, Botzen, Schwarzenberg, Gouvion, St. Cyr, Dresden Battle. Peninsular War, Junot, Murat, Dupont de Eleding, Monsey, Palafox, Wymelsey, Wellington, Sir John Moore, Sir David Baird, Talavera. Suchet, Sebastiani, Foy, Lord Hill, Lord Lynedoc, W. C. Beresford, Salamanca, Clausel, O'Donnell, Vittoria, Sir William Napier. American War of 1812, Isaac Brock, Dearborn, Baltimore, Washington, New Orleans, Andrew Jackson, Jacob Brown, James Wilkinson, and for sea fighting the titles in the chapter of this guide. For naval officers. Waterloo Campaign with 3 maps. Napoleon, Murat, Schwarzenberg, Barclay de Tolly, Wellington, Blücher, Lord Hill, Anglesey, Durlan, Gneisenau, Gerard, Grouchy, Vandam, Thielman, Bülow 1755-1816. Ney, Exelmans, Pajal, Picton. Greek Independence, Ypsilanti, Mavrocordato, Corres Dundonald, Sir Richard Church. Russo-Turkish Wars, 1828-29, Paskevich, Debich, 1877-78, Osman, Skoblev, Plevna with diagram, Todleben, Shipka Pass. Crimean War with 2 diagrams. Gorchakov, Hesse, Raglan, St. Arnaud, Canrobert, Pellisier, Menshikov 1787-1869, Bosque, Todleben, Alma, Balaclava, Scarlet, Cardigan, Inkerman, Sir George Brown, Sir George Cathcart, Kinglake. Italian Wars 1848-1870, Radetzky, Charles Albert of Sardinia, Volume 5, p. 938, Durando, Pepe, Victor Emmanuel, Pellisier, Canrobert, La Marmora, Napoleon Roman III, Forey, McMahon Bazin, Wimpfen, Benedek, Neal, Custaza, Cialdini. American Civil War, Bull Run, McDowell, Beauregard, J. E., Johnston, R. E. Lee, Rosecrans, Lexington, Mo, Fremont, Nathaniel Lyon, F. P. Blair, J. R. Pope, Burnside, B. F. Butler, McClellan, A. S. Johnston, G. H. Thomas, U. S. Grant, C. F. Smith, Lew Wallace, McClelland, Halleck, O. M. Mitchell, Shiloh, N. P. Banks, T. J. Stonewall Jackson, Shenandoah, Fair Oaks, 7 Days, A. P. Hill, D. H. Hill, J. E. B. Stewart, Braxton Bragg, Longstreet. Bull Run, Second Battle. UL, Sigil, Hooker, Kearney, Fitzjohn, Porter, Antietam, E. V. Sumner, Hood, Burnside, Van Dorn, Fredericksburg, W. B. Franklin, John F. Reynolds, D. N. Couch, Stone River, Hardy, A. M. C. D. McCook, T. L. Crittenden, G. H. Thomas, J. C. Breckinridge, McPherson, Chancellorsville, T. F. Meagher, Meade, Gettysburg, O. O. Howard, Doubleday, Early, Hancock, Sickles, Vicksburg, J. H. Morgan, Chickamauga, N. B. Forrest, Chattanooga, Sheridan, Wilderness 4 diagrams, Fitzhugh, J. H. Wilson, G. K. Warren, John Sedgwick, Merritt, R. H. Anderson, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, Petersburg, Shenandoah Valley, Cedar Creek, W. T. Sherman, Marietta, Atlanta, Slocum. Schofield, Joseph Wheeler, J. A., Logan, Nashville, Richmond, Appomattox Courthouse, Durham, N. C. 7 Weeks' War with 2 diagrams. William I. of Germany, Moltke, Benedek, Frederick Roman III of Germany, Frederick Charles of Prussia, Volume 11, p. 61. Steinmetz, Blumenthal Hohenlohen-Gelfingen, Volume 13, p. 573b. Gobin and see Italian Wars above. Franco-German War, Napoleon Roman III Neal, Moltke, William I of Germany. Steinmetz, Frossard McMahon, Worth with Plan Bazin, Metz 2 Plans, Alvensleben, Canrobert, Bourbaki Leboeuf, Manteuffel Capravi, Prince Frederick Charles Sedan with Plan, Vinne, Wimpfen, Galifet, Werder Gambetta, Freycinet, Aurel de Paladins, Orleans, Bourbaki, Le Mans, Chanzy, Faidherbe, Belfort, Clinchant, Paris. Serbo-Bulgarian War, Alexander of Bulgaria, Volume 1, p. 544, Milan of Servia. Greco-Turkish War, Edhem Pasha. Spanish-American War, Joseph Wheeler, F. V. Green, Roosevelt Miles. Transvaal, Volume 27, pp. 203 SQQ. For Boer War of 1899-1902, Kruger, Cronje, P. J. Joubert, Sir George White, Buller, Lord Roberts, Lord Kitchener, J. H. de la Rey, Christian Dewitt, Louis Botha. Russo-Japanese War with 4 diagrams, Kuroki, Kuropatkin Inao, Oku, Nazu, Jama. The military student will see from what has already been said that the Britannica is not merely a general work of reference, but a valuable aid in the study of military history, biography, theory, practice, and phraseology. The following alphabetical list names only the chief of the articles in the Britannica, which make it a military cyclopedia. As has been noticed above, many articles are special treatises in themselves, dealing with many related topics, and, for instance, articles on wars or campaigns contain elaborate descriptions of separate battles. Many topics are treated in the Britannica, even if they are not in the following list, and their whereabouts may be readily learned by turning to the index volume. A body's accoutrement assinuses Adjutant General Adi, Sir John Miller Alien, Alienus Tacticus Emilius, Paulus Aeneas Tacticus Aeronautics Agincourt, Battle of Aide-de-Camp Albert, Charles, of Sardinia Alcibiades, Alexander the Great Alexander, William Alexander of Bulgaria Alexandria Alignment Allen. Ethan Alma Alva Alvensleben Ambush Ammunition, American Civil War of 1812, American War of Independence, Amherst Anderson, R.H. Anglesey Antietam Antonius, Mark Antony Antwerp Archery Argyll, 8th Earl Armit Arms and Army Corps Army Signaling Arnold, Benedict Arquebus Arian Arsenal Artillery Asclepiadatus Aspernessling Assegai Atlanta Augereau Augsburg, War of the League of Augustus, Frederick. Duke of York Aurel de Paladines Austerlitz Austrian Succession, War of the Aventail or Aventail Bagration Bailey Baird, Sir David Balaclava Baldwin I Ballistics Bandolier Boehner Banks, N.P. Bannockburn Barbette Barclay de Tolly Barracks Barricade Bassinet Bastion Bata Battalion Battering Ram Battle Botson Bayonet Bazin Bayard. The Chevalier Beauharnais Beauregard Bedford, 1st Duke of Belfort Bellegarde Belial Benedek Bennigsen, Count von Bennington Beresford. W.C. Bernhard of Saxweimer Berthier Barrack Bivouac Blair, F.P. J.R. Blenheim Blockhouse Blucher Blumenthal Blunderbuss Bombardier Bombardment Bonaparte, Jerome Borodino Bosque Botha Boufflers, Duc de Boulevard Bourbaki Bouvins Bragg, Braxton Brandywine Brassidas Breckenridge, J.C. Breitenfeld Brevet Brialmont, H.A. Brigade Brigandine Benedetto Bryn Bronsart von Schellendorf, Paul Brown, Sir George Brown, Jacob Brown Bess Brown, Count von Bruce. Robert Bullet Buller Bull Run, Second Battle, Bülow, Dietrich Heinrich Bunker Hill Bergenet, or Bergenet Bergen Burnside Busby Butler, B.F. Cadet Cotter Caesar Calais Caliver Caltrop Camden Camp Campaign Canadian Forces Canac Cannon Canrobert Canteen Cantonment Capitulation Capeneer Capravi Captain Carabineers Carbine Cardigan Carnot, LNM. Carronade Carthage Cartridge Carrington, H.B. Casemate Case Shot Cashier Castle Catapult Cathcart. Sir George Catanat Caudine Forks Cavalry Cedar Creek, Va. Caronia Chancellorsville Chansey Chaplain Charlemagne Charles, Archduke of Austria Charles I, of England Charles Roman XIV, Bernadotte Charles Martel Charleston, SC. Chassepot Chattanooga, 10. Chesney, CC. Chesney, Sir G.T. Chevox de Fries Church, Sir Richard Chickamauga Creek Sile Dini Circumvallation, Lines of Clark, George Rogers Colossal Clausewitz, Carl von Claymore Cleon Clerfate Clinchant Clinton. Sir Henry Clive Coast Defence Coast Guard Coehorn Cold Harbour Coligny Colonel Colours, Military Colour Sergeant Commander Commandeer Commando Commissariat Concorde Condi Conditiere Conscription Conti Corps Cordite Cormontaigny, Louis de Cornwallis Corporal Corps Couch, D.N. Counterscarp Countersign Court Marshal Cox, J.D. Cressy Crimean War Crillias Crittenden, T.L. Cromwell, Oliver Cronge Crusades Cuirassiers Cumberland. Duke of Custine Custoza Cutlass Dagger Danwork Darius, Don Devout Dearborn Defile, Depot d'Urland de la Ray Devolution. War of de Wet Diebich Dirk Division Dodge, Theodore A. Donelson, Fort Doubleday Dragoon Dresden du Guesclin, Bertrand du Maurice Dunbar Dundonald Dunes Dunois, Count of Dupont de Eletting Dupel Durando Dutch Wars Early Echelon Edgehill Edhem Pasha Edward, The Black Prince Edward Roman III Edward Roman IV Emmanuel Philibert Emmanuel. Victor Enceinte Enfilade Engineers, Military Ensign Epaminondas Epaulet Essex Eugene of Savoy Udeville UL Exelmans Explosives Ilau Fabius, Cunctator, Faidherb Fairfax of Cameron Fair Oaks, Va. Farnese Duke of Parma Fascine Ferdinand, of Brunswick, Filibuster Fink Fleetwood, Charles Fleuris Flodden Flying Column Foy, Gaston de Follard, Jean Charles Fontenoy Forey Forlorn Hope Forest, N.B. Fortification and Siegecraft Foy Francis I, of France Franco-German War Franklin. W.B. Frederick Roman II Frederick Roman III, of Germany, Frederick V. Frederick Charles, of Prussia, Frederick Henry Frederick the Great Frederick William of Brandenburg Fredericksburg, Va. Freiburg I.M. Breisgau Fremont, J.C. French Revolutionary Wars Freycinet Friedland Frigate Frond, Frossard Fugelman Fusilier Gabion Gage, Thomas Gallas Galliffet Gambetta Garrison Gates, Horatio Gauntlet General George Roman II of England, Gerard Germantown Gettysburg Jingal, or Jingle Glacis Gneisenau Godfrey of Builin Goban Gorchakov Gorget, Goring Gouvion St. Cyr Granby Grand Alliance, War of the Grant. U.S. Great Rebellion Greco-Turkish War Greek Fire Greek Independence, War of Green, F.V. Green, Nathanael Grenade Grenadier Grenville, Sir Bevil Griboville Grouchy Guards and Household Troops Guardship Guibert, Comte de Gichard, Karl Gottlieb Gun Gunket and Gunner Gunpowder Gunroom Gustavus Adolphus Halbert Halleck, H. W. Hamley, Sir Edward Hancock Hannibal Hanno Hardy Harper's Ferry, W. Va. Harrison, Thomas Hasdrubal Hastings Haversack Heliograph Helmut Henderson, G.F.R., Henry V. of England, Henry Roman VI, Roman Emperor, Herodotus Herrings, Battle of the Hesse Hill, A.P., Hill, D.H. Hill, Lord Roland Hohenfriedberg Hohenlohen Gelfingen Holster Hood Hooker Hopton, Baron Hostage Hotham, John Howard, O.O. Howe, William Howitzer Hull, William Hundred Years' War Hussar Infantry Inkerman Inauic Isley Italian Wars Jackson Andrew Jackson. T.J. Stonewall, James Roman IV of Scotland, Japan, Army Gemups Joan of Arc John of Bohemia John Roman II of France Johnston, A.S. Johnston, J.E. Gemini Baron A.H. Joubert, P.J. Jordan Jugurtha Junot Kalb Kalkruth Kearney Keith, F.E.J. Kellerman Kaki Kevenhuller, L.A. Kinglake Kings Mountain Kitchener, Lord Kite Kleber Knobkerry Knox, Henry Cray von Krajova Kriegspiel Kruger Kunersdorf Kuroki Kurapatkin Kudusov Lager Lafayette Lally. Comte de Lambert, John La Marmora Lancaster, House of Lance Landsknecht Landsturm Landoyer Langlois, H. Lands Lazel Lauriston Leboeuf Lee, Fitzhugh Lee Henry Lee, R.E. Lefebvre de Sniets Legion Leipzig Le Mans Leonidas Luthen Leven Lexington Ligonier Linstock Logan, J.A. Long Island, N.Y. Longstreet Lorraine, Charles of Loudon Louis Roman IX of France Louis Roman XIV Louvois Lutzen Luxembourg, Duke of Lord Lynedoc Lyon. Nathaniel McClellan McCook, A.M.C.D. MacDonald McDowell McPherson Macedon Machine, Gun McMahon Mago Major Malison, George Bruce Malplaquet Mameluke Manchester, 2D Earl of Military Maneuvers Mansfeld Manteuffel Mantinia, Marathon Marceau March Marengo Marietta. Ga. Marignan Marion, Francis Marius Marlborough Marmont Marston Moore Martello Tower Marshall Law Martinet Massena Massenbach, Massinissa Matros Morris of Nassau Mavrocordato Maximilian I of Bavaria, Meade Meagher. T.F. Menshikov Mercenary Mercy Merit Metz Muse Line Milan of Servia Miles Military Law Militia Miltiades Minden Minutemen Mitchell. O.M. Moat Molk Monsi Monmouth Montelembert Montcalm Montecaculi Montgomery. Richard Montmorency, Constable, Montrose Moore, Sir John Morrow Morgan, Daniel Morgan, J.H. Morian Mortier Moselle Line Moultrie, William Mounted Infantry Muret Musket Muster Mutiny Napier. Sir William Napoleon Napoleonic Campaigns Napoleon Roman III Naseby Nashville Navarro Needlegun Nearwind in Newark, Lord Newcastle, Duke of New Orleans Nay Neil Nitroglycerine Knowles Nordlingen Norfolk, 3rd Duke Nazu O'Donnell, H.J. Officers Oku Olinthus Onasander Ordnance Orleans Osman Audenard Audenot Yama Pajal Palafox, Y Melzi Panoply Parade Parados Parallels Paris Parole Partisan Paskovich Pasley, Sir C.W. Patrol Pavis. Or Pavis Pellissier Peloponnesian War Peninsular War Pericles Perseus Pescara Petard Peterborough Petersburg Campaign Petronal Petty Officer, Phalanx Philip Roman II. Of Macedon, Philip Roman II. Of France, Philip Roman VI Piccolomini Pichigru Pickens, Andrew Pickett Picton Pigeon Post Pike Pistol Platoon Pneumatic Gun Poitiers Polish Succession, War of the Polyenus Pompey Poniard Pontoon Pope Porter, Fitzjohn Press Gang Propellants Punic Wars Purser Putnam, Israel Putnam. Rufus Pylos Pirhis Quadrilateral Quiver Radetzky, Raglan Ramillies Range Finder, Telemeter or Position Finder Rapier Rappery Ravener Raymond of Toulouse Razier Reconnaissance, Redan Redoubt Regiment Retrenchment Reveille Reynolds, John F. Richard I of England. Ricochet Richmond Rifle Roberts, Lord Rocket Rohan, Dr. Roosevelt Ropes J.C. Rosecrans Roses, Wars of the Rossbach Rupert, Prince Russo-Japanese War Russo-Turkish Wars Rusto, Friedrich W. Ruvigny Sackville. 1st Viscount Saint Arnaud Saint Quentin Salade, Salet or Salet Saladin Salamanca Salami Saratoga, Battles of Saxe, Comte de Marshall, Scabbard Scarlet Scharnhorst Skyavone Schofield Schwarzenberg Schwerin, Count von Scimitar Scipio Emilianus Scipio Africanus Scout Sebastiani Seckendorf Sidan Sedgwick. John Senarmont Sentinel, or Sentry Sepoy Sergeant Sertoria Servo-Bulgarian War Serrier, 7 days battle 7 weeks. War 7 years War Saidlitz Shenandoah Valley, Campaign Sheridan Sherman, W.T. Shield Shiloh Shipka Pass-Sickles, Siege Sigil Sites Signal Silesian Wars, Sirdar Skippen Skoblev Sling Slocum Smith, C.F. Smith, Sir W. Sidney Soubise Sauhem Solt Sower Spahis Spanish-American War Spanish Succession. War of the Spear Spontoon Spotsylvania Spur Spy Squadron Staff, Military Standard, Battle of Stark, John Steenkirk Steinmetz Stiletto Stone River Stony Point Strategy Strelitz Stewart, J.E.B. Suchet Sulla Sullivan, John Sumner, E.V. Sumter, Thomas Supply and Transport, Military, Sutler Suvorov Swold Sword Tactics Talavera de la Reina Target Tarleton Tattoo Thermopylae Thielman 30 Years War Thomas, G.H. Thucydides Ticonderoga. N.Y. Tilly Toddleben Torstenson Toten Transvaal Trasimene, Tron Traverse Trebuchet Trenton and Princeton Troop, Tiren Ulen Uniforms, Vandam Van Dorn Vauban Vedette Vegetius Vendi Vendom Verdun Verdi du Vernois, Veteran Vexillum Vicksburg Victor Perrin Villers Villeroy Vinay Visor Vittoria Volunteers Wagram Wallace, Lewis Waller, Sir William Wallenstein Ward Room War Game Warrant Officer Warren, G.K. Warren, Joseph Warwick, Earl of Washington. George Waterloo Campaign Wadignes Wayne, Anthony Weapon Wellington Werder Wheeler, Joseph White, Sir George Wilderness Va Wilkinson, James William the Silent William I of England, William Roman III of England, William I of Germany, Wilson J.H. Wimpfen Wittgenstein Wolf Wood Sir H.E. Worth Rangel Reed Xenophon Yadigan Yeomanry York von Wartenberg Yorktown, Va Ypsilanti Zeeten Zouave. Chapter 30 for naval officers. The scope of a naval officer's professional interests is so broad that the present chapter of this guide could not, without duplicating other chapters, indicate all the aspects of the Britannica with which he is directly concerned. And he will find that his use of the Britannica is simplified by the subdivisions about to be specified, which virtually present his subjects under 4 different heads. Of course, he may be called upon, in the exercise of his duties, simultaneously to think and to act in all his capacities, to concentrate upon the swift solution of one problem his knowledge of warfare, of shipbuilding, of navigation, and of mechanical engineering. But his reading upon these topics naturally divides itself into these 4 parts. Inasmuch as army officers, even when they are at sea, are passengers, and, save in relation to the discipline of their troops, have nothing to do with the ship's management, it could not be assumed that the present chapter would appeal to them. But naval officers, when cooperating in a land expedition, need to employ every kind of knowledge that is of use to army officers. And as the chapter for army officers in this guide would therefore in any case be read by them, it has seemed convenient to include in it the description of those articles in the Britannica which deal with war in general. The chapter for marine transportation men in this guide is also one to which the naval officer should refer, as it deals with ships and navigation in general. The articles ship and shipbuilding mentioned in that chapter are, except for the historical section of the former, by Sir Philip Watts, designer of the British dreadnoughts and super-dreadnoughts, and the article shipping is by Douglas Owen, of the Royal Naval War College at Portsmouth. Obviously, these and many other articles described in that chapter are of the greatest importance to naval officers. The chapter for engineers in this guide describes the articles dealing with steam engines, internal combustion engines, electrical machinery, and fuels of all kinds. And it would be a waste of space to repeat in this chapter a summary of the Britannica treatment of these subjects. All 3 of the chapters mentioned should therefore be treated as forming constituent parts of the general plan of this present chapter, in which the naval officer will find no repetition of their contents. The article to which he will naturally first turn is Navy and Navies, Volume 19, p. 299, by David Hannay, author of A Short History of the Royal Navy. This article is equivalent to 60 pages of this guide in length. It contains Naval Personnel, Sketches of the Administrative History of Navies, Athenian, Roman, Byzantine, Medieval, British, with special attention to the period since the Restoration, and the reforms under James Roman II when Samuel Pepys was secretary. French, modern navy dating from the time of Richelieu. Spanish, a great navy, without an organization before the 18th century. Dutch, good seamen and well-fed, led by able admirals, but unorganized and unimportant after the 17th century. United States, the first great extra-European power on the sea. Russian, dating from the reign of Peter the Great, when it was organized and led by foreigners. The balance of navies in history, influence of sea power. When Napoleon fell, the Navy of Great Britain was not merely the first in the world, it was the only powerful navy in existence. Modern rivalry between Italy and Germany, 1871, United States, 1890, Japan, England and the Dual Alliance, naval scares since 1874, British Naval Defense Act of 1889, Russia's navy crushed 1904, new navies rivaling Great Britain and France, Italy, Germany, United States, Japan. Latest developments, dreadnoughts, building programs. Bibliography, about 1,800 words. Naval strategy and tactics. Historical evolution, interrelation of the ship's capacity and armament. Early history. Ramming demanded oars for propulsion, small warships, large fighting crews, no blockade, short cruises. Greek and Roman methods, boarding introduced by Romans, bearding, that is, fortifying with iron bands across the bows, an early form of armor plate. Sailing ships, ramming discarded. Line ahead formation displaces, line abreast. Principles of fighting tactics, order at beginning to be kept throughout, thus no advantage taken of enemies' disorder, Clerk's theories, 1790-97, not maximum safety but immediate merely the desideratum. Suffren, Rodney, and Howe and their disregard of accepted tactics. Improved shipbuilding and modern times. New problems, steam propulsion, its gain in speed but its dependence on fuel, fleet in being. Risk of transporting troops while enemy is unbeaten. Ramming and pell-mell battles forbidden by torpedoes. Searchlight as check to torpedoes. Failure of attempts to bottle up harbors. Gunfire still the great factor. Position, speed. Submarines still an unknown factor. Bibliography. The first part of this article, Navy and Navies, should be supplemented by the article Admiralty Administration, Volume 1, p. 195, by Admiral Sir R. Vesey Hamilton, and, for the United States, the late Admiral W.T. Sampson. The American part of this article describes the divisions and the working of the Navy Department, its bureaus, Judge Advocate General Office of Naval Intelligence, boards, etc. And there is additional information on the subject in such articles as Dockyards and United States Naval Academy. For the legal side of naval administration, the reader should study the article Admiralty Jurisdiction, Volume 1, p. 205, by Sir Walter Phillimore, former president of the International Law Association and author of the Britannica article Admiralty, High Court of, and, for the United States, by J. Arthur Barrett. And also the General Articles International Law, Volume 14, p. 694, by Sir Thomas Barclay, author of Problems of International Practice and Diplomacy, and International Law, Private, Volume 14, p. 701, by Dr. John Westlake, formerly Professor of International Law, Cambridge University, and member for the United Kingdom of the International Hague Court of Arbitration. As well as such special articles as Search, Volume 24, p. 560, by Sir Thomas Barclay, and Sea Laws, Volume 24, p. 535, by Sir Travers Twiss. It has already been noticed that the closing part of the article Navy and Navies dealt with strategy and tactics in a general way. This subject is treated in fuller detail by Admiral Sir Cyprian Bridge, G.C.B., former Director of Naval Intelligence, British Navy, author of Sea Power and Other Studies, in two articles Sea Power, Volume 24, p. 548, and C. Command of the Volume 24, p. 529. Each of these articles will be of great value and interest to the naval officer as a summary and criticism of the theories of Captain A.T. Mahan and Vice Admiral P.H. Column, and this will be made evident by the brief outline of the two articles which follows. Article Sea Power. Use of the term to mean 1. A state preeminently strong at sea, and 2. As in this article, the various factors in a state's naval strength. Thucydides, as a forerunner of Mahan, he makes Pericles in comparing Athenian resources with those of her enemies comment on the importance of sea power. The meaning of sea power can only be learned historically. Although there have been more land wars, the course of history has been profoundly changed more often by contests on the water. Salamis saved Greece and held back Oriental invasion. The loss of the Peloponnesian War by Athens was due to her weakening sea power. The First Punic War, Roman rather than Carthaginian control of the Mediterranean, was won by Roman naval predominance. Mohammedan conquest spread west in Africa only with the creation of a navy. The Crusades could not have continued had not Mohammedan naval power sunk as the Venetian, Pisan, and Genoese grew. The defeat of Genoa by Venice gave the latter a right to perform the ceremony of wedding the sea with a ring as token of perpetual sway. Lepanto, 1571, the end of Turkish sea power. Spanish and Portuguese sea power crushed by English growth and the loss of the Armada. Early English naval history, the importance of the Battle of Dover in 1217. Appearance of standing navies. The New World and its influence on sea power. The sea power of the Dutch, its sudden rise, its basis in foreign trade. The Dutch wars with England resulted in England's becoming the first great naval power, but did not crush the United Provinces because of their sea power. Torrington and the fleet in being in 1690. Change in naval operations in 17th century, the scene thereafter in the enemy's waters, not near the coast of England. The 18th century. Rise of Russia's sea power and artificial creation, 7 Years' War and its gains to Great Britain, War of American Independence, British mistakes, the enemy's coast not considered the frontier. Wars of the French Revolution and Empire. Great Britain's advantage not in organization, discipline, or science, but in sea experience. The War of 1812. The British had now to meet the elite of one of the finest communities of seamen ever known. In any future war, British sea power, great as it may be, should not receive shocks like those that it unquestionably did suffer in 1812. Later manifestations of sea power. American Civil War. By dominating the rivers, the Federals cut the Confederacy asunder, and, by the power they possessed of moving troops by sea at will, perplexed and harassed the defense, and facilitated the occupation of important points. Russo-Turkish War of 1877–78, Turkish control of Black Sea forced Russians to invade by land through the difficult Balkans. Chilean Civil War of 1891, an army defeated by a navy. Chino-Japanese War of 1894–95, Japanese Navy in transport work and in crushing last resistance. Spanish-American War. Spaniards were defeated by the superiority of the American sea power. Article C. Command of the sketch of sovereignty of the sea. Command different from sovereignty or dominion. Attempts to gain command. Dutch wars. Strategic command or control. Largely the power of carrying out considerable oversea expeditions at will. Seeking the enemy's fleet. Temporary command in smaller operations. As for the army officer, so the Britannica has for the naval officer many separate articles on wars, campaigns, battles, generals, commanders. The following list of articles will serve as a guide to a course of reading constituting a history of naval warfare, furnishing the concrete separate facts on which are based the articles already described. Ancient history. Greece, Articles Salamis, Themistocles, Xerxes I, Peloponnesian War, Pericles. Rome, Articles Punic Wars, Carthage, Pompey, Actium. Medieval history. Crusades, Swold, Dover, Battle of Sluys, Battle of Espagnol-sur-Mer and Article Edward Roman III, Chioggia and Articles Venice and Genoa. 16th century. Lepanto and Article Don John of Austria. Armada and articles on Howard, Hawkins, Drake, Frobisher, Raleigh, Richard Grenville, and the other heroes of this first bright glow of England's naval glory. The era of sailing vessels. Dutch wars and articles Tromp, Robert Blake, Ayscue de Ruyter, Cornelius de Witt, William Penn, George Monk, Sir John Lawson, James Roman II, Prince Rupert, 1st Earl of Sandwich, Abraham Duquesne. Grand Alliance, naval operations, and articles Earl of Torrington and Beachy Head, Battle of La Hague, Earl of Oxford, Edward Russell and Tourville. Spanish Succession, naval operations, and Châteaurenault, Benbow, Rooke, Cloudesley Shovel, Du Guay-Truin, Forbin. Austrian Succession, naval operations, and the articles Edward Vernon, Lord Anson, Toulon, Battle of, and Thomas Matthews, marking the official sanction in England of an absurd formal system of tactics. 7 Years' War, naval operations, and Boscawen, Byng, Hawke, Pocock, Quiberon. American War of Independence, naval operations, and Essex Hopkins, John Paul Jones, Comte d'Estaing, Suffren St. Tropez, Thomas Truxtun, Lord Howe, John Byron, Hotham, Hyde Parker, Rodney, Gitchen, Comte de Grasse. French Revolutionary Wars, naval operations, and 1st of June. Battle of Howe, Villaret de Joyeuse, Lord Bridport, Lord Hood, Earl of St. Vincent, Battle of Lord Keith, Lord Duncan, Niall, Nelson, Sir Thomas Trowbridge. Napoleonic campaigns, naval operations, and Baron de Saumarez, Copenhagen, Battle of Sir Hyde Parker, Sir Robert Calder, Villeneuve, Trafalgar, Lord Collingwood. American War of 1812, and John Rogers, Isaac Hull, William Bainbridge, Stephen Decatur, David Porter, Oliver Hazard Perry, Sir Philip Broke, Thomas Macdonough. And Lissa, 1811, closely resembling Trafalgar and Navarino, decisive for Greek independence. The Era of Steam. American Civil War and Hampton Roads, Andrew Hull Foote, New Madrid, D.G. Farragut, D.D. Porter, W.B. Cushing. Chile-Peruvian War. Chilean Civil War. Chino-Japanese War, and see Ito. Spanish-American War, and see the articles W.T. Sampson, W.S. Schley, George Dewey, Pascual Cervera y Topit Cervera. Russo-Japanese War, and Togo, Dogger Bank, Tsushima. The The subject of armaments is treated in the articles Ship and Shipbuilding. See chapter for Marine Transportation Men. Armor plates, with illustrations, by Major William Edgerton Edwards, late lecturer at the Royal Naval War College, Greenwich, Ordnance, Ammunition, Torpedo, etc. The following is an alphabetical list of articles in the Britannica of especial interest to naval officers or other students of naval warfare. Actium Admiral Admiralty Administration, Admiralty Jurisdiction, American Civil War, American War of Independence, American War of 1812, Ammunition, Anson, Lord Armada Armor Plates Arms and Armor Iskew Bainbridge, William Beakey Head Benbow Beresford Blake, Robert Boscon Bridport, Lord Broke, Sir Philip Byng Byron, John Calder. Sir Robert Camperdown Carthage Casemate Case Shot Cervera Shadarnault Chile Peruvian War Chilean Civil War Chino-Japanese War Chioggia Coaling Stations Coast Defense Coast Guard Codrington Coligny Collingwood Lord Column Commodore Copenhagen Battle of Crusades Cushing W.B. Decatur Stephen Desting de Ryder de Saumarez Baron Dewey George de Witt Cornelius Dockyards Doggerbank Dover Battle of 1217 Drake Dugwitruin Duilius Duncan Lord Duquesne Abraham Dutch Wars Edward Roman III Espagnol Sir Mer Farragut, D.G. Fireship 1st of June Flagship Fleet Flying Column Foot, Andrew Hull Forbin French Revolutionary Wars Frigate Frobisher Genoa Grand Alliance Grass, Comte de Grenville, Richard Greek Independence Guardship Perry, Gitchen Hampton Roads Hawk Hawkins Hood, Lord Hopkins, Essex Hotham Howard Howe, Lord Hull, Isaac International Law James Roman II Jones, John Paul Keith, Lord La Hogue Lawson. Sir John Lepanto Liner Lissa. 1811, 1866 Macdonough, Thomas Madrid, New Mahon Marines Matthews, Thomas Meloria Myoles Midshipman Monk, George Napoleonic Campaigns Noarchia Nocrary Naval Operations Navarino Navy and Navies Nelson Nile. Battle of the Ordnance Oxford, Earl of Parker, Hyde Parker, Sir Hyde Peloponnesian Warpen, William Pepys Pericles Perry, Oliver Hazard Piracy Pocock Pompey Porter, David Porter. D.D. Privateer Punic Wars Quiberon, Battle of Raleigh Rangefinder Rogers, John Rodney Rook Rupert, Prince Russo-Japanese War St. Bond St. Vincent Saints, Battle of the Salamis Sampson, W.T. Sandwich, 1st Earl of Schley, W.S.C., Command of the Sea Laws Seamanship Sea Power Search 7 Years Warship, Shipbuilding Shovel, Cloudesley Sly's Spanish-American War Spanish Succession Squadron Submarine Mines Suffren. St. Tropez Swold Themistocles Togo Torpedo Torrington Toulon, Battle of Tourville Trafalgar Tromp Trowbridge, Sir Thomas Truxtun, Thomas Tsushima U.S. Naval Academy Venice Vernon, Edward Villaret de Joyeuse Villeneuve Xerxes I. Part 2 Courses of Educational Reading, to supplement or take the place of school or university studies. Chapter 30, 1 Music. The general articles on music in the Encyclopaedia Britannica provide an illuminative discussion of broad artistic principles, which cannot fail to stimulate the musical sense and perception of the professional or the amateur. The technical and critical treatment of the subject was directed by Donald F. Tovey, composer, pianist, and author of essays in musical analysis, and no one could be better fitted for the work of organizing this department of the Britannica. He was assisted by W.H. Haddo, the well-known musical writer and composer, J.A. Fuller Maitland, musical critic of the Times, London, E.J. Dent, author of Alessandro Scarlatti and his works, R.H. Legg, principal musical critic on the Daily Telegraph, London, and others. And the section treating of musical instruments was organized and contributed by Miss Kathleen Schlesinger, the greatest living authority on the subject. In mapping out courses of reading, the subject is divided into sections as follows: 1. Evolution, 2. Theory, 3. Musical forms, 4. Musical instruments. The article Music, Volume 19, p. 72, by Donald Tovey, which contains a masterly account of the development of the art from the earliest time down to the present day, provides the reader with just that general survey which enables him to see the whole picture in perspective. This he will naturally turn to first, but to fill out the picture, there are a number of other articles which he will wish to read. In the following scheme, the evolution of the art has been sketched in skeleton, so that the student may have before him a guide to the study of any period in which he is specially interested. This outline serves to show how very thoroughly the ground is covered in the new Encyclopaedia Britannica. 1. Evolution of music. Subject for reading article: Preharmonic Stage Primitive Music. Music, Volume 19, p. 72. Song, Volume 25, p. 406. Musical Sense First Awakened by the Dance, Volume 7, p. 795. See also Rhythm of the Dance. Rhythm, Volume 23, p. 278. Legendary Account of the Invention David, Volume 7, p. 859. Of Music by a Judean. Hebrew Music. Setting of the Psalms, Book of Volume 22, p. 539 Psalms, and p. 536. Suggested Jewish Origin of Some Plain Song, Volume 21, p. 706. Gregorian Tunes. Dawn of Modern Music in Greece. Greek Literature, Volume 12, p. 509, Connection of Music with Lyric Poetry. Terpander of Lesbos, 660 B.C. Adds 3 strings to the stringed lyre, giving compass of octave. Characteristics of Greek Music. Music, Volume 19, p. 73. See also Pythagoras, 6th century B.C. Pythagoras, Volume 22, p. 699. Fixes the intervals of the harmonic series and of the diatonic scale. The Greek scale shows a latent lyre, Volume 17, p. 178. See also Harmonic Sense, though octaves orchestra, Volume 20, p. 168, only allowed. Alos, Volume 2, p. 917. Cithara, Volume 6, p. 395. Harmony, Volume 13, p. 1. Pitch in Greek Music. Pitch, Musical, Volume 21, p. 661. Other Primitive Systems Without China, Literature, Volume 6, p. 228 Influence on Modern Music, and p. 215. Chinese Adopted Pythagorean System, a lost art recovered in 3rd century, A.D. Indian Music Scale of 22 Intervals. Sanskrit, Volume 24, p. 181. Siamese Music, 7-tone scale, Siam, Volume 25, p. 5. Orchestras perform in unison. The Music of the North American Indians, North American, Volume 14 Indian. p. 470. Biographies of musicians of the primitive, non-harmonic period in the Britannica are Terpander, 7th century B.C., Pythagoras, 6th century B.C., Aristoxenus, 4th century, Alypius, 3rd century B.C., Aristides Quintilianus, 3rd century. Harmonic origins. The Greeks found that by doubling the melody at the octave, a greater sonority resulted. It was a great step from this to the discovery that 2 separate tunes could be combined, which should be satisfying to the ear. With this discovery, modern harmony may be said to have begun. Subject article: Awakening of the Harmonic Sense. Music, Volume 19, p. 74. Harmony, Volume 13, p. 1. The Grecian Modes Modified into the Plain Song, Volume 21, p. 705. See Ecclesiastical by Ambrose in the Also Ambrose, Volume 1, p. 798, th century, and Gregory, Volume 12, p. 567. Following Hucbald, Beatus Guido of Arezzo, Volume 12, p. 687, Inventor Musicae, in the 11th see also Hucbald, Volume 13, p. century, invents names for the notes and improves system of notation. The troubadour becomes a learned Adam de la Hale, 13th century, volume musician in the 13th century. p. 171, Matchout, Volume 17, p. After Dunstable of England and Desprez, Josquin, Volume 8, p. 103. Doof of the Netherlands had see also Binchois, Egidius, Volume Invented Counterpoint comes the p. 948. First great composer, heralding the advent of the Golden Age. The Golden Age. Composers were not long content with the simple combination of two tunes. They soon found that three tunes so treated afforded a yet richer texture, and the extension to the elaborate polyphony of 16th century choral music was an inevitable step. An elaborate system of prohibitions, based on the limitations of the human voice and the difficulty of attacking certain intervals, shackled the composer at every turn and formed the basis of theories of counterpoint which endured almost to our time. Despite the restrictions imposed by their rules, the structure raised by the great composers of the first half of the 16th century was of amazing richness and complexity. Subject of reading article. The Riot of Choral Polyphony in the Music, The Golden Age, Volume 19th Century. p. 75. See also Harmony, Volume p. 2, Instrumentation Vocal Styles of 16th Century, Volume 14, p. 651. Musical forms brought to great contrapuntal forms, canonic forms perfection in this period those and devices, counterpoint ana in which texture holds first canto fermo, Volume 7, p. 42, see place. Also Mass Polyphonic Masses, Volume 17, p. 849. Madrigal Volume p. 295. Motet Volume 18, p. Leaders of Musical Thought in the Lasso, Orlando, Volume 16, p. 237, Golden Age. Tallies T, Volume 26, p. 377, Pelstrina, Volume 20, p. 627. Composers of the Golden Age, following the polyphonic tradition of the early 16th century, biographies of whom appear in the Britannica are Netherlandish, Arcadel Jacob 1514-1556, Lasso Orlando c. 1530-1594, German, Fink Hermann 1527-1558, Eckerd Johann 1553-1611, Aichinger Gregor, leader of Reformation Church music c. 1565-1628, French, Gaudemal c. 1510-1572, English, Wilby John 16th century famous for his madrigals, Mirbeck John d. 1585, Bennett John d.c. 1614. Bateson T. d. 1630, a composer of madrigals, Tallies T. c. 1515-1585, father of English cathedral music, Farrant R. c. 1530-1581, Bayard W. M. 1543-1623, Morley T. 1557-1603, Gibbons Orlando 1583-1625, Italian, Animuccia Giovanni, c. 1490-1571, Zarlino Giosfo, 1517-1590, fixed the diatonic scale as now accepted. Pelstrina, Giovanni Pierluigi de 1526-1594. Banchier Adriano, c. 1557-1634, fought against monodist revolt, see below. Anirio Brothers, c. 1560-1620. Arducy G.M., 16th century, opposed Monteverdi's innovations. See below. Spanish, Victoria Tommaso Elde, c. 1540–1613. The first Romantic movement. The last word in polyphony seemed to have been said by such masters as Orlando Lasso and Pellestrina, and a change into new paths was inevitable. Moreover, men's minds were craving something more directly stimulating than the passionless web of ecclesiastical polyphony, which was the glory of the 16th century. Freedom was sought from the conventions of modal counterpoint. The monadist revolt was the result. Subject article: Revolt against the over-elaboration music, the monodic revolution of texture. Volume 19, p. 76, Harmony, Modern Harmony, Volume 13, p. 4. Prominence given to solo part song, Volume 25, p. 406. Aria, volume rather than to choral effect, p. 489. Leads to development of the aria. The leader in the new paths, the Monteverde, Claudio, Volume 18, p. Pioneer of modern harmony. The first oratorio, 1600. Oratorio, Volume 20, p. 161. See also Cavaliere, Emilio del Volume, p. 563. The first opera, 1600. Opera, Volume 20, p. 121. See also Peri, Jacopo, Volume 21, p. 144. The monodic impulse synchronizes violin, Volume 28, p. 103. See also with the startling development of Amati, Volume 1, p. 783. Guarnieri, the violin family by the Cremona, Volume 12, p. 660. Stradivari makers. Volume 25, p. 977. Among distinguished composers of this period and school are English: Bull John, c. 1562–1628. Ford Thomas, b. 1580. Laws Henry, 1595–1662. Italian: Cavaliere E. del, c. 1550–1602. Piri Jacopo, b. 1561. Gabriel Giovanni, 1557, c. 1612, early experimenter in chromatic harmony. Caccini, Giulio, 1550–1615. Monteverde, Claudio, 1567–1643. Allegri, Gregorio, c. 1570–1652. Frescobaldi, Girolamo, 1583–1644, famous also as a teacher. Agostino, p. 1593–1639. Cavalli, F. 1596–1676, popularized opera. Carissimi, G. c. 1604–1674, popularized oratorio. Rossi, Luigi de. All the above have separate articles assigned to them in the Britannica. The 17th century and after. Those who revolted from the traditions of the polyphonic school went, as was inevitable, too far. A reaction was equally inevitable, for the language of the new music was unformed and was in danger of being stereotyped into the emptiest of formulas. The welding of the old and new ideas was all that was needed to prepare the way for the colossal achievement of a Bach or a Beethoven. It was a busy period when the rules of counterpoint were reviewed and revised, when theories of harmony as a distinct science took shape. But save for the work of such men as Purcell, the Englishman, Volume 22, p. 658, born 100 years before his time, the 17th century was mainly one of preparation. The next great climax came in the first half of the 18th century. Subject article: The Renaissance of Texture, the Music, Volume 19, p. 77, Harmony Welding of Polyphony and Monody. Volume 13, p. 4. Publication in 1715 of the famous Fuchs, Johann Joseph, Volume 11, p. Gradus ad Parnasum, the first, Complete Theory of Counterpoint. The first Systematic Theory of Rameau, J.P., Volume 22, p. 874. Harmony, published in 1722. The second great climax in music, Music, Bach and Handel, Volume 19, p. 78. The achievement of Johann Sebastian Bach, J.S. Volume 3, p. 124. C. Bach. Also Contrapuntal Forms, Volume 7, p. 41. Concerto, Volume 6, p. Overture, Volume 20, p. 384. Suite Volume 26, p. 51, Oratorio Volume 20, p. 161, Cantata Volume p. 209, Mass, Lutheran Masses, Volume 17, p. 850, Variations, Volume 27, p. 912. Instrumentation, Decoration and Orchestral Schemes, Volume 14, p. and p. 655. Composers of the period who have separate notices in the Britannica are Italian, Sesti, M.A., c. 1620-1669, Colonna, Giovanni P. c. 1637-1695, Pasquini, B. 1637-1710, Stradella, Alessandro, 1640-1682, Corelli, Arcangelo, 1653-1713, first classic of the violin, Stefani, A. 1653-1728, Scarlatti, Alessandro, 1659-1725, largely created language of modern music. Pittoni, G.O., 1657-1743. Lotti, Antonio, c. 1667-1740. Clary, G.C.M., c. 1669-1745. Bononcini, G.B., c. 1672-1750. Albinoni, T. c. 1674-1745. Astorga, Emmanuel D. 1681-1736. Durante, Francesco, 1684-1755. Marcello, B. 1686-1739. Vinci, Leonardo, 1690-1730. Leo, Leonardo, 1694-1744. Logroscino, Nicola, c. 1700-1763. Pergolesi, Giovanni Battista, 1710-1736. Alberti, Domenico, c. 1710-1740. French, Cambert, R. 1628-1677. Lully, Jean-Baptiste, c. 1623-1687, inventor of the classical French opera style. English, Locke, Matthew, c. 1630-1677. Blow, John, 1640-1708. Purcell, Henry, 1650-1795. Croft, William, 1678-1727. Handel, George Frederick, 1685-1759. Green, Morris, 1695-1755. German, Bach, Johann Sebastian, 1680-1750. Haas, Johann A., 1699-1783. Eberlin, J. E., 1702-1762. The rise of the sonata. Bach, like Palestrina, seemed to have closed a period, and for nearly 100 years after his death, his influence on the course of musical development was astonishingly small. Again, men sought new channels of expression and found them in instrumental music. But a structure less loosely knit than the suite form was needed if the new ideas were to be adequately stated, and the sonata grew into being, a form which has sufficed to this day as a medium for the noblest thoughts of the great composers. The 18th century saw, too, the reform of the opera by Gluck, a great development of orchestral resources, and the rise of the string quartet in chamber music. Subject article: The New Language, Evolution of the Music, Volume 19, p. 79, Sonata from the Suite. Sonata Style, Volume 25, p. 394, see also Scarlatti, Domenico, Volume 24, p. 302, and Bach, K. P. E. Volume 3, p. 130. Reform of the Opera. Opera, Volume 20, p. 123, see also Gluck, Volume 12, p. 138, Piccinni, Volume 21, p. 579, Mozart, Volume, p. 951. The rise of the symphony and the music, the symphonic classes string quartet, development of Volume 19, p. 78, sonata forms the sonata. Volume 25, p. 395, Symphony, Volume p. 290, see also Haydn Volume, p. 110. The growth of the orchestra. Instrumentation, Symphonic, Volume p. 652, see also Haydn Volume, p. 110. The third great climax. The Beethoven L. Von Volume 3, p. 644, Perfection of the sonata form. See also Sonata Forms, Volume 25, p. 397, Instrumentation, Volume p. 653, Variations, Volume 27, p. 913, Mass, Volume 17, p. 850. Biographies of the following composers of the period appear in the Britannica: German and Austrian. Bach, Carl Philipp Emanuel, 1714–1788. Gluck, C.W., 1714–1787. Hiller, J.A., 1728–1804. Haydn, Franz Joseph, 1730–1809. Dittersdorf, Karl Ditters von, 1739–1799. Winter, p. c. 1755–1825. Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus, 1756–1791. Himmel, F. H. 1765–1814. Beethoven, Ludwig van, 1770–1827. French, Gossec F. J. 1730–1829. Gretry, A. E. M. 1740–1813. Mehel, Etienne H. 1763–1817. Lesueur, Jean-François, c. 1763–1837. Boieldieu, F. A. 1775–1834. English, Arne, T. A. 1710–1778, Preserved English Tradition in Face of Handelian Obsession. Boyce, William, 1710–1779. Jackson, W., 1730–1803. Battishill, J., 1738–1801. Arnold, S. 1740–1802. Dibdin, C. 1740–1814. Shield, W. 1740–1829. Storres, S. 1763–1796. Atwood, T. 1765–1838. Wesley, Samuel, 1766–1837, father of modern organ playing. Italian. Scarlatti, Domenico, 1685–1757. Martini, G. B., 1706–1784. Galuppi, Baldassare, 1706–1785. Gemelli, N. 1714–1774. Guglielmi, P. 1727–1804. Pixini, N. 1728–1800. Sardi, Giuseppe, 1729–1802. Sacchini, A. M. G., 1734–1786. Paciello, G. 1740–1816. Boccherini, Luigi, 1743–1805, last real master of sweet form. Cimarosa, D. 1749–1801. Salary, A. 1750–1825. Cherubini, 1760–1842. Pear, F. 1771–1839. New paths. Early in the 19th century, the wave of Romanticism broke over Europe. The effect on music was not nearly so violent as was the monodic revolt of the 16th–17th centuries, since the resources and technique of the art had now been developed. But it was nevertheless striking and showed itself in several directions, but mainly in two: lyrical, and dramatic. The short compositions of Field, Schumann, and Chopin, and the development of the art song are instances of the former. The whole range of program music, of which the symphonic poem is the prototype, is evidence of the latter. While in opera the reforms started by Gluck were carried to their logical conclusion by Wagner. Two other movements are also significant: the return to Bach and a recognition of his amazing modernity, and the pronounced revival of national characteristics in music, as shown particularly in the New English, Russian, and Bohemian schools. Subject article: The Romantic Period. Music from Beethoven to Wagner, Volume 19, p. 79. The Romantic in Opera. Weber, Carl Maria F. Ivan Volume, p. 455, Song, Volume 25, p. The First Great Lyrical Song Schubert, Franz Peter, Volume 24, p. Writer. Song, Volume 25, p. 409. The Romantic in the Symphony. Program Music, Volume 22, p. 424. See also Berlioz, Hector, Volume 3, p. 791. The Rediscovery of Bach. Bach, J.S. Volume 2, p. 124. Mendelssohn, Volume 18, pp. 124. Development of Song Forms. Song, Volume 25, p. 410. See also Schumann, Robert, Volume 24, p. Wolf, Hugo, Volume 28, p. Brahms, J. Volume 4, p. Discontent with the Sonata Form. Symphonic Poem, Volume 26, p. 289. Liszt, F. Volume 16, p. 780. Gluck's Idea Realized. Union of Music, Volume 19, p. 80. Opera's Music Leitmotif with Drama. Volume 20, p. Wagner, W. Richard, Volume, p. 236. The Last of the Royal Line of Brahms, Johannes, Volume 4, p. 389. German Composers Shows Vitality Sonata Forms, Sonata Since of the Sonata Form. Beethoven, Volume 25, p. 398. Modern Tendencies. Music, Volume 19, p. 82. See also Strauss, Richard, Volume 25, p. Debussy, Achille, Volume 7, p. 906. Composers of this period, who have had separate articles assigned to them in the Britannica, follow. The growth of national schools will be noted. German and Austrian. Gansbacher, J.B., 1778-1844. Kreutzer, K. 1780-1849. Spohr, Ludwig, 1784-1859. Weber, Carl Maria F. Ivan, 1786-1886. Meyerbeer, G. 1791-1863. Hauptmann, M. 1792-1868. Leroux, J. KG, 1796-1869. Schubert, Franz Peter, 1797-1828. Lortzing, G. A. 1801-1851. Strauss, Johann, 1804-1849, King of Valse composers. Mendelssohn Bartholdy, J.L.F., 1809-1847. Nikolai Otto, 1810-1849. Schumann, Robert Alexander, 1810-1856. Hiller, F., 1811-1885. Wagner, Richard, 1813-1883. Heller Stephen, 1815-1888. France, Robert, 1815-1892, song composer. Abt, France, 1819-1885, art folk song. Sapet F. Vaughan, 1820-1895. Raff, J.J., 1822-1882. Cornelius, Carl August Peter, 1824-1874, songwriter. Bruckner, Anton, 1824-1896, Wagnerian symphonist. Rieneck, C.H.C., 1824-1910. Lassen, Eduard, 1830-1904. Joachim, Joseph, 1830-1907. Brahms, Johannes, 1833–1897. Bruch, Max B. 1838. Rainberger, J.G., 1839–1901. Goetz, Hermann, 1840–1876. Nestler, V. 1841–1890. Humperdinck, E. B. 1854. Wolff, Hugo, 1860–1903. Strauss, Richard, B. 1864. French, Auber, D. F. E. 1780–1871. Herold, L. J. F. 1791–1833. Halevy, J. F. F. E. 1799–1862. Berlioz, Hector, 1803–1869. David, F. 1810–1876. Thomas, C. L. Ambroise, 1811–1896. Gounod, C. F. 1818–1893. Offenbach, J. 1819–1880. Frank César, 1822–1890, founder of modern French school. Lalo, E. 1823–1892. Rayer, E. B. 1823. Lecoq, A. C. B. 1832. Benoit, P. L. L. 1834–1901. Saint-Saëns, Charles Camille, B. 1835. Dubois, F. C. T. B. 1837. Bizet, Georges, 1838–1875. Joncières, V. 1839–1903. Chabrier, A. E. 1840–1894. Audrin, E. 1840–1901. Massenet, J. E. F. 1840–1912. Fora, Gabriel B. 1845. Widor, Charles Marie B. 1845. Goddard, Benjamin L. P. 1849–1895. Planquette, R. B. 1850. Dindy. PMTV, B. 1851. Messenger, ACP, B. 1853. Brano, Alfred, B. 1857. Chaminade, Cecil, B. 1861. Bemberg, Herman, B. 1861. Debussy, Claude Achilles, B. 1862. Belgian, the violinist Usse, B. 1858. Italian, Spontani, G. L. P. 1774–1851. Rossini, G. A. 1792–1868. Dynasty, G. 1798–1848. Bellini, V. 1801–1835. Verdi, Giuseppe, 1813–1901. Ponchielli, Amilcare, 1834–1886, on whom have modeled themselves Mascagni, Leoncavallo, etc. Boido, Arrigo, B. 1842, Escambati, G. B. 1843. Leoncavallo, R. B. 1858. Puccini, G. B. 1858. Mascagni, P. B. 1863. British, Horsley, W. M. 1774–1858. Smart, Sir George T. 1776–1867. Bishop, Sir H. R. 1786–1855. Pearsall, R. Elda, 1795–1856. Field John, 1780–1837, inventor of the nocturne. Goss, Sir John, 1800–1880. Hatton, J. L., 1800–1886. Barnett, J. 1802–1890. Benedict, Sir Julius, 1804–1885. Balfe, M. W., 1808–1870. Wesley, S. S., 1810–1876. Hulla, John P. 1812–1884. Macfarren, Sir G. A., 1813–1887. Wallace, W. M. V. 1814–1865. Pearson, H. H. 1815–1873. Bennett, Sir W. M. Sterndale, 1816, 1875. Auselli, Sir F.A.G., 1825, 1889. Bach, F.E. 1833, 1858. Clay, F. 1838, 1889. Barnby, Sir J. 1838, 1896. Stainer, Sir John, 1840, 1901. Sullivan, Sir Arthur S., 1842, 1900. Cellier, Alfred, 1844, 1891. Mackenzie, Sir A.C., B. 1847. Perry, Sir C. Hubert H. B. 1848, On Whom Fell the Mantle of Purcell. Thomas, Arthur Goring, 1850, 1892. Cohen, F.J., B. 1852. Stanford, Sir Charles Villiers, B. 1852. Elgar, Sir Edward, B. 1857. Macon, Hamish, B. 1868. Bohemian. Smetana, F. 1824, 1884. Founder of modern Bohemian school. Dvorak, Anton, 1840, 1904. Hungarian. Gungel, Joseph, 1810, 1889. Liszt, France, 1811, 1886. Goldmark, Karl, B. 1832. Paderewski, I.J., B. 1860. Polish, Chopin, Frederic Francois, 1810, 1849. Miskowski, Moritz, B. 1854. Russian, Glinka, M. Ivanovich, 1803, 1857, founder of National School. Dargamaysky, A. Sergeyevich, 1813, 1869. Rubinstein, Anton, 1829, 1894. Borodin, A. Porfiryevich, 1834, 1887. Malsorgsky, M. Petrovich, 1835, 1881. Balakayev, M. Alexievich, B. 1836. Tishaikovsky, Peter Illich, 1840, 1893. Rimsky-Korsakov, N. Andreyevich, 1844, 1908. Glazunov, A. Konstantinovich, B. 1865. Norwegian. The violinist Bull, Ole, 1810, 1880. Kjerulf Haften, 1815, 1868. Svensson, J.S., B. 1840. Grieg, Edvard Hagerup, 1843, 1907. Danish, Gade, Niels W., 1817, 1890. Sweden, Wennerbert G., 1817, 1901, songwriter. American, Emmett D.D. started Negro Minstrels, 1815-1904, Foster, Stephen C., 1826-1864, songwriter. Eichberg, Julius, 1824-1893, founded Boston Conservatory of Music. Buck, Dudley, 1839-1909. McDowell, Edward Alexander, 1861-1908. For notices of other modern composers and their tendencies, see Music, Recent Music, Volume 19, p. 82. Famous musical historians and writers on music, whose biographies are in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, are Aristoxenus, 4th century BC, Praetorius, M. 1571-1621. Perused, J.C. 1667-1752. Barnard, John, 17th century. Hawkins, Sir John, 1710-1789. Gerbert, M. 1720-1793. Burney, C.H. 1726-1814. Gerber, 1746-1819. Forkel, J.N., 1749-1818. Bainey, G., 1775-1844. Novello, V., 1781-1861. Callcott, J.W. 1766-1821. Fettes, F.J. 1784-1871. Chorley, H.F. 1808-1872. Chappell, W.M. 1809-1888. Dwight, John S. 1813-1893. Ambrose, A.W. 1816-1876. Grove, Sir George, 1820-1900. 2. Theoretical articles. The beginning, said Hans von Bülow, was rhythm, and as rhythm, volume 23, p. 277 is the skeleton of every musical phrase and formula. The interesting article by Donald Tovey on rhythm and music may well serve as an introduction to the other subjects in this section. Passing to the elements, the articles sound diatonic scale, volume 25, p. 448, and plain song, volume 21, p. 705 should be read. In the former article, the physical basis of the modern scale is determined, while in the latter an account is given of the modes which for centuries were the vehicles of musical expression. In the article Musical Notation, volume 19, p. 86, the steps by which the present system of recording music was reached are noted, and in Pitch, Musical, volume 21, p. 660, the whole of this interesting and vexed subject is reviewed by Alfred J. Hipkins, a high authority, formerly Hun. Curator of the Royal College of Music. The article Melody, volume 18, p. 96, contains in addition to a discussion of the terms a series of useful definitions, e.g., conjunct and disjunct motion and several musical examples. This brings us to the main articles of this section. Counterpoint, volume 7, p. 315, Harmony, volume 13, p. 1, and Instrumentation, volume 14, p. 651. All are by Donald Tovey and all are brilliant. In particular, the article Harmony deserves the most careful study, especially interesting being the sections Tonality and Key Relationship. The article on Counterpoint is mainly a definition of the principles involved and is introductory both to harmony and to contrapuntal forms. In Instrumentation, the question of color is discussed from the historical and aesthetic aspects, accompanied by valuable analysis of the color schemes of various composers from the choral writers of the Golden Age down to Wagner and Richard Strauss. Famous theorists who have helped to establish the grammar of music are the following: Terpender, 7th century BC, founder of Greek music, volume 26, p. 647. Pythagoras, 6th century BC, said to have discovered numerical relation governing the harmonic series, volume 22, p. 699. Alypius, 3rd century BC. Volume 1, p. 776. Aristides Quintilianus, 3rd century AD. Hucbald, c. 840-930, inventor of new notation, volume 13, p. 847. Guido of Arezzo, c. 995-1050. Beatus Guido, inventor musicae, volume 12, p. 687. Agricola Martin, c. 1500-1556. Zarlino, G. 1517-1590, fixed the diatonic scale. Artusi, G. M. 16th century opposed monadist revolt. Fuchs, J.J. wrote the famous Gradus ad Parnasum, Raymau, J.P. 1683-1764, to whom the first systematic theory of harmony is due. Albrechtsberger, J.G. 1736-1809, the teacher of Beethoven. Reicha, A.J. 1770-1836, Richter, E.F.E. 1808-1879. Carwin, J. 1817-1880, inventor of tonic solfa system. Berlioz Hector, whose textbook on instrumentation is classic. On all these separate articles will be found in the Britannica. 3. Musical forms. In making a detailed study of any particular form, reference should be made to the critical sections of the biographies of those masters who have done most towards its development. As has been seen in the historical section of this chapter, the contrapuntal forms, volume 7, p. 41, were the first to attain to a high standard of organization in the hands of such masters as Orlando Lasso, volume 16, p. 237, and Pelstrina, volume 20, p. 627. The Articles Mass, volume 17, p. 849, Motet, Volume 18, p. 905, Madrigal, Volume 17, p. 295, Canon, Volume 5, p. 190, Chorale, Volume 6, p. 269, cover the ground of early choral music. In tracing their development, reference should be made to the articles on Bach, J.S. Volume 3, p. 127, Beethoven, Volume 3, p. 649, Brahms, Volume 4, p. 390. Oratorio, Volume 20, p. 161, and Cantata, Volume 5, p. 209, had their beginning in the work of the followers of Monteverde in the early 17th century, and their development may be traced in the work of Cavalier, Volume 5, p. 563, Carissimi, Volume 5, p. 338, Purcell, Volume 22, p. 658, Bach, Volume 3, p. 127. Handel, Volume 2, p. 912, Brahms, Volume 4, p. 390, César Franck, Volume 11, p. 3, and Sir C. Hubert Parry, Volume 20, p. 865. In instrumental music, the Suite, Volume 26, p. 51, of which Boccherini, Volume 4, p. 105, was the last master, most nearly foreshadowed the sonata forms, Volume 25, p. 394, and together they tell the tale of the development of absolute music up to modern experiments in the more elastic symphonic poem, Volume 26, p. 289, of which list, Volume 16, p. 780, was the first to see the possibilities. In addition to the articles sonata and sonata forms, the reader should carefully study that part of the article Beethoven beginning on page 647 of Volume 3. Also the article harmony, key relationships, Volume 13, p. 5, which contains analyses of several striking key systems, and further reference should also be made to the article's variations, Volume 27, p. 912, Symphony, Volume 26, p. 290. To the romantic movement of the early part of the 19th century may be traced the attempt to escape from the apparent restrictions of the sonata form, and Schumann's, Volume 24, p. 384, Many Fantasy Stuck and Chopin, S. Lyrical Compositions, Volume 6, p. 268, are prototypes in little of the tendencies of the time. On a larger canvas are the Tundramen of Liszt and the symphonic poems and the elaborate program music of modern composers such as Richard Strauss, Volume 25, p. 1003. And though Brahms, Volume 4, p. 389, showed clearly enough that the classical sonata form was a framework sufficiently elastic to hold the most elaborate and modern ideas, the direction in which music has tended is towards the symphonic poem in which, by such devices as the transformation of themes and the leitmotif opera, Volume 20, p. 125, a still greater elasticity is sought in form with a greater continuity of idea in substance. See Program Music, Volume 22, p. 424. Supplementing the article Opera, Volume 20, p. 121 are several which should be consulted. Aria, Volume 2, p. 489, Overture, Volume 20, p. 384, and especially Gluck, Volume 12, p. 139, Mozart, Volume 18, p. 951, Weber, Volume 28, p. 457, and Wagner, Volume 28, p. 237. These, with the biographical notices of operatic composers, which include almost every Italian composer from the days of Piri, Volume 21, p. 144, and French composers from Lully, Volume 17, p. 121, give a mass of information bearing on the development of this popular form. Song, Volume 25, p. 400, the oldest of art forms, and almost the last to be rescued from the too narrow formalism of which the classical area, Volume 2, p. 489, is the beautiful example, is so much the most generally popular that the article on it in the Britannica will probably be more widely read than any other on musical subjects. Written by W.A.J. Ford, a scholarly musician and teacher of singing at the Royal College of Music, London, it provides a brilliant survey of the evolution of the song from its earliest beginnings. In connection with it, the reader will find much to interest him in the biographical notices of two famous troubadours of the 13th and 14th centuries, Adam de la Hale, Volume 1, p. 171, and Machaut, G. de Volume 17, p. 233. Of Monteverde, Volume 18, p. 778, the pioneer of the Monadist revolt at the end of the 16th century. Of Scarlatti, Alessandro, Volume 24, p. 302, 17th century, who perfected the aria form of Purcell Henry, Volume 22, p. 658. The great English composer of the 17th century, of Johann Sebastian Bach, Volume 3, p. 126, 18th century. Of Schubert, Volume 24, p. 380, the creator of the modern song, of Schumann, Volume 24, p. 384, who brought a yet greater intimacy into the form, of Hugo Wolf, Volume 28, p. 771, the most clairvoyant of songwriters, of Sir Hubert Parry, Volume 20, p. 865, and Sir Charles Villiers Stanford, Volume 25, p. 773, who have respectively done the best modern work in the English and Irish tradition, and of the American MacDowell, Volume 17, p. 214. Reference should also be made to the article's melody, Volume 18, p. 96, accompaniment, Volume 1, p. 122, rhythm, Volume 23, p. 277. Suggestive also are the article's ballads, Volume 3, p. 264, poetry, Volume 21, p. 889. On the technique of singing the article voice, Volume 28, p. 172 by Dr. J. G. McKendrick will be found very helpful, especially the section on the physiology of voice production. 4. Musical instruments. One branch of the subject yet remains, that of musical instruments. Here the editor of the Britannica had the advantage of the assistance of Miss Kathleen Schlesinger, author of The Instruments of the Orchestra, and the greatest authority on the subject, who contributed practically all of the articles in the book on musical instruments. A list of them is given below, classified under their most convenient groupings. From these articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, the reader will get a full account of every known musical instrument, whether modern or ancient, with its compass and scale, and of its connection with other instruments of the same class, so that the evolution of every type is clearly brought out. As a preliminary to a general study of the subject, the articles Orchestra, Volume 20, p. 168, and Instrumentation, Volume 14, p. 651, may conveniently be read. In the former, Miss Schlesinger gives a summary of the development of the various classes of instruments and of their concerted use. In the article Instrumentation, on the other hand, Donald Tovey illustrates the principles which govern their use. This article closes with an interesting survey of the orchestral schemes at different periods in the history of the art. The following classified list of separate articles on musical instruments in the Britannica shows how very completely this work covers the field. Stringed instruments Volume 25, p. 1038. Strings plucked by fingers or plectrum, Asor, balalaika, banjo, barbiton, cello, cithara, siddle, cittern, epigonian, guitar, harp, harplute, kinnor, kissar, lute, lyre, mandolin, nanga, pandura, psaltery, rabab, rada, sambuca, theorbo, trigon, and zither. Strings set in vibration by friction of the bow, crowd, double bass, fiddle, jage, guitar, fiddle, gusla, nail, violin, philomel, ravanastron, rabab, rebec, tromba, marina, viol, viol, viola, violin, violoncello. Strings struck by hammers or tangents, clavecin, clavicembalo, clavichord, clavicitherium, dulcimer, harmonichord, harpsichord, pianoforte, spinet, virginal. Strings set in vibration by friction of a wheel, hurdy-gurdy, organistrum. Strings set in vibration by the wind, Aeolian harp. Appliances, bow, monochord, mute, mouthpiece, keyboard, sordino. Wind instruments mouth blown, Volume 28, p. 709. Woodwind. The pipe class, eunuch flute, fife, flageolet, flute, ney, piccolo, pipe and tabor, recorder, syrinx. Single reed class, cylindrical bore, reed instruments, argul, aloes, bass clarinet, basset horn, batophone, clarinet, pedal clarinet. Double reed class, conical bore, reed instruments, aloes, bassoon, bombard, contrafagato, cor anglais, oboe, palmer, shawm, clarina, hallstrumpete, cromorn, racket, saxophone, sordino, tibia. To reed instruments also belong the bagpipe class, ascalls, bagpipe, biniou, chorus, drone, platterspiel, symphonia. Brass wind. Bombardin, bucina, bugle, cornet, euphonium, helicon, horn, lidus, ophiclade, sackbut, saxhorn, serpent, trombone, trumpet. Tuba, to which may be added, though not of brass or metal, Alpenhorn, Oliphant Shafar, see also mouthpiece, mute, valves. Equals wind instruments equals mechanically blown. Accordion, barrel organ, concertina, harmonium, orchestrion, organ fisharmonica, portative organ, positive organ, regal, to which though mouth blown may be added chang. See also free reed vibration keyboard. Equals instruments of percussion, equals sounding a sensible note. Bell, bumbulum, carillon, glockenspiel, gong, harmonica, Jews, harp, musical box, Parsifal bell instrument, xylophone. Not sounding a sensible note. Castanets, cymbals, Chinese pavilion, drum, kettle drum, necker, sistrum, tambourine, timbrel, tom-tom, triangle, tympanon. Chapter 32, The Fine Arts, General and Introductory. The art student and every other reader interested in the fine arts will find in the Britannica the material for courses of reading of very great range and of the utmost interest and value, whether he wishes to study theory, practice, or history. Of course, no adequate treatment of the arts, or of any one of them, could logically, much less advantageously, separate theory, practice, and history. But the theory of art, though it may be inferred or deduced from many other articles in the book, including those the most devoted to the practical or historical, may best and most directly be studied in 3 articles: Aesthetics, Art, and Fine Arts. Of these, the first, Aesthetics, Volume 1, p. 277, equivalent to nearly 40 pages of this guide, is written by Professor James Sully, late of University College, London, and author of The Human Mind and Other Psychological Studies. It discusses the meaning of beauty and the problem of the nature of pleasure, especially higher pleasure, its relation to play, etc., and the article closes with a history of aesthetic theories, including those of the following philosophers, on all of whom the student will find separate and elaborate critical biographies in the Britannica. Plato, who set beauty high, but thought art a mere trick of imitation and wished it be censored rather than encouraged in his model republic. Aristotle, who sets beauty above the useful and necessary, but whose aesthetic seems to be applied to poetry rather than to any other art. The German philosophers, Kant, Schelling, Hegel, Schopenhauer, who so deeply impressed their theories on the literature of their times, etc. The articles Art, Volume 2, p. 657, and Fine Arts are both by Sir Sidney Colvin, formerly Keeper of Prints and Drawings, British Museum. The former begins with a contrast between art and nature, the contrast made famous by Pope, by Chaucer, repeatedly by Shakespeare, and by Dr. Johnson in his definition of art, as the power of doing something which is not taught by nature or by instinct. This definition is in itself an excellent text for a discourse on the importance in the study of the fine arts of the best literature on the subject. But Sir Sidney Colvin points out that the definition is incomplete, since art is a name not only for the power of doing something, but for the exercise of the power, and not only for the exercise of the power, but for the rules according to which it is exercised, and not only for the rules, but for the result. Painting, for instance, is an art, and the word connotes not only the power to paint, but the act of painting, and not only the act, but the laws for performing the act rightly, and not only all these, but the material consequences of the act or the thing painted. Art is then, every regulated operation or dexterity by which organized beings pursue ends which they know beforehand, together with the rules and the result of every such operation or dexterity. And a consideration of the etymology of the words art and Kunst is the basis of a discussion of the relation of science and art, which is summed up in these words. Science consists in knowing, art consists in doing. What I must do in order to know is art subservient to science. What I must know in order to do is science subservient to art. After speaking of dancing, music, drawing, painting, sculpture, architecture, poetry, the author says, of all these arts, the end is not use, but pleasure or pleasure before use, or at least pleasure and use conjointly. In modern language, there has grown up a usage which has put them into a class by themselves under the name of the fine arts, as distinguished from the useful or mechanical arts. See aesthetics and fine arts. Nay, more, to them alone is often appropriated the use of the generic word art. And further yet, custom has reduced the number which the class word is meant to include. When art and the works of art are now currently spoken of in this sense, not even music or poetry is frequently denoted, but only architecture, sculpture, and painting by themselves, or with their subordinate and decorative branches. The article Fine Arts, Volume 10, p. 355, equivalent to 70 pages of this guide, is divided into the following parts. General definition, with particular attention to the theory that makes the arts a form of play and to the definitions of Plato and Schiller. Classification: architecture, sculpture, painting, music and poetry classified as shaping and speaking, or as imitative and non-imitative, with definitions from the aesthetic or philosophic point of view of sculpture and of painting. And historical development, with a criticism of Spencer's theory of the evolution and gradual separation of the arts and of Taine's natural history, as well as a critical and illuminating outline history of the arts. Whether we include under the fine arts music and poetry, or with the more popular usage make the fine arts not 5 but 3, architecture, painting, and sculpture, the arts may be studied in the Britannica, and there is the basis for this study in this guide. Music is the subject of a separate chapter. Poetry is treated in the chapters on literature, but it will be well to remind the student of the philosophy of art of the remarkable article Poetry, Volume 21, p. 877, equivalent to 45 pages in this guide, by Theodore Watts Dunton, and of the articles on the different poetic forms, mostly by Edmund Gosse. Architecture in the Britannica is outlined in this guide in the chapter for architects. The 2 chapters immediately following this are devoted respectively to painting, engraving and drawing, and to sculpture and the subsidiary arts. Of practical value to the art student as an introduction to these 2 chapters are the articles Art Societies, by A.C. Robinson Carter, editor of the Year's Art, and Art Teaching, by Walter Crane, the English illustrator, who also contributed the article Arts and Crafts. For an alphabetical list of articles on the fine arts, see the end of the chapter on sculpture. Chapter 33, Painting, Drawing, etc. The article Painting, Volume 20, p. 459, equivalent to 190 pages of this guide, is an elaborate key article which may well be the starting point for more definite study. The art student who actually wishes to paint or draw as distinct from the student of the history of art will do well to read first in this great article its third section, The Technique of Painting, pp. 480 to 497, by Gerard Baldwin Brown, Professor of Fine Art, Edinburgh, and author of The Fine Arts. The main topics in this part of the article are the materials of painting, the surfaces covered by the painter, binding materials or media, the processes of painting and their historical uses, painting with colored vitreous pastes, with bibliography. On this method and on similar processes see the separate articles ceramics with remarkably valuable and beautiful colored illustrations, mosaic, enamel, glass, stained. The following sections are fresco painting, with bibliography, see Fig. 34, Plate X facing p. 477. Fresco secco with bibliography, stereochromy or water glass painting with bibliography, spirit fresco or the Gambier-Perry process as improved by Professor Church with bibliography, oil processes of wall painting, tempera painting on walls, encaustic painting on walls with bibliography, encaustic painting in general with bibliography, tempera painting with bibliography, watercolor painting with bibliography. In connection with this part of the article, theoretically before it perhaps, the student should read the articles Drawing and Engraving. Drawing, Volume 8, p. 552, by John R. Fothergill, editor of the Slade, is a peculiarly interesting article in its denial of the possibility of conveying color by drawing or monochrome, in its tracing the development of drawing from the papery and flat first attempts on early Greek vases to the depth, length and breadth of the later Greeks or of a Michelangelo. For its criticism of the definition of artistic drawing as a process of selection and elimination from the forms of nature, and for its discussion of style or personality in drawing. See also the articles caricature, cartoon, illustration, poster, plumbago drawings. Engraving, Volume 9, p. 645, is a short outline article to be supplemented by Line Engraving, Volume 16, p. 721, by Philip Gilbert Hamerton, author of Drawing and Engraving and more popularly known as the author of The Intellectual Life, Human Intercourse and Other Essays, and by M.H. Spielman, formerly editor of the Magazine of Art, Wood Engraving, by the same authors. Mezzotint by Gerald Philip Robinson, president of the Society of Mezzotint Engravers, and Etching. Supplementing the section in the article Painting on the Technique of Painting are the separate articles Crayon, Pastel, Palette, Aquatint, Aquarelle, Encaustic Painting, Fresco, Gouache, Illuminated Manuscripts, with 5 plates, by Sir Emon Thompson, late director British Museum and author of English Illuminated Manuscripts. Miniature with 19 illustrations in halftone, by the same author, and by G.C. Williamson, author of History of Portrait Miniatures, whose articles on the miniature painters the Clouets, Cosway the Hilliards, George Morland, Peter Oliver, the Petitots, Pierre Prieur, John Smart, etc. should also be read. Panorama, Pastel by M.H. Spielman, Portraiture by Sir George Read, the Scotch artist and late president of the Royal Scottish Academy, Predella, Tempera and Triptych. Although the articles enumerated in the last paragraph have primarily to do with technique, there is in them, especially in such articles as miniature and portraiture, much historical and critical information, and from them the student may well turn back to the article Painting to pursue there those topics which he has not yet covered. These are, Part I, A Sketch of the Development of the Art, pp. 460-478, Part Roman II, Schools of Painting, A Tabular Scheme, pp. 479-481, and Recent Schools of Painting, pp. 497-518, by M. H. Spielman for British, Lienz Benedict, keeper of the Luxembourg Museum for French, Fernand K. H. Knopf, painter and etcher for Belgian, Prof. J. C. Van Dyck, Rutgers College, author of History of American Art for the United States, and Prof. Richard Mother, Breslau University, author of the History of Modern Painting on Dutch, German, Austrian, Italian, Spanish, Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, Russian, and Balkan states. These parts of the article are illustrated with 10 plates containing 36 figures, including 4 prehistoric incised drawings of animals found in French caves and remarkable for their technical accuracy and life. 2 paintings, a boar and a bison, reproduced in colors, from the Paleolithic cave of Altamira. See also plates Roman II and Roman III in the article Archaeology, between pp. 348 and 349, Volume 2, Figs. 6, 7, and 8 in plate accompanying Anthropology, opposite p. 118, Volume 2, and the plates of American Antiques in the article America, Volume 1, pp. 808-816, an excellent Egyptian drawing of birds, the François Vase, Greek. A Pompeian wall painting. See also the reproduction in colors of a wall painting from a Roman villa in the article Mural Decoration, Volume 20, p. 22, a wall painting from Brunswick Cathedral. And typical examples of the work of Hubert van Eyck, Giotto, Lorenzetti, Masaccio Axello, Pagliulo, Piero della Francesca, Ghirlandajo, Mantegna, Bellini, Giorgione, Michelangelo, Botticelli, Titian, Holbein, Watteau Gainsborough, Rembrandt, Quentin Matsys, Brouwer, Ruysdael, Turner, Chardin. A rough division of the whole history of art into 4 main periods gives, first, the efforts of the older Oriental peoples, best represented by the painting of the Egyptians. The second includes the classical and medieval epochs up to the beginning of the 15th century, the third the 15th and 16th centuries, and the fourth the time from the beginning of the 17th century onward. In the first period, the endeavor is after truth of contour, in the second and third after truth of form, in the fourth after truth of space. The Egyptian artist was satisfied if he could render with accuracy, and with proper emphasis on what is characteristic, the silhouettes of things in nature regarded as little more than flat objects cut out against a light background. The Greek and the medieval artist realized that objects had 3 dimensions, and that it was possible on a flat surface to give an indication of the thickness of anything, that is, of its depth away from the spectator, as well as its length and breadth, but they cannot be said to have fully succeeded in the difficult task they set themselves. For this, there was needful and efficient knowledge of perspective, and this the 15th century brought with it. During the 15th century, the painter fully succeeds in mastering the representation of the 3rd dimension, and during the next, he exercises the power thus acquired in perfect freedom, producing some of the most convincing and masterly presentments of solid forms upon a flat surface that the art has to show. During this period, however, and to a more partial extent even in the earlier classical epoch, efforts were being made to widen the horizon of the art and to embrace within the scope of its representations not only solid objects in themselves, but such objects as a whole in space, in due relation to each other and to the universe at large. It was reserved, however, for the masters of the 17th century perfectly to realize this ideal of the art, and in their hands painting as an art of representation is widened out to its fullest possible limits, and the whole of nature in all its aspects becomes for the first time the subject of the picture. Following this classification, the article painting, after commenting on primitive art among Bushmen, Eskimo and Australians, and on the remarkable cave drawings and paintings of Altamira, Gordon, and Lortet, even the paintings are thought to be 50,000 years old, discusses the painting of contour in Egypt and Babylonia, in prehistoric Greece, in ancient Greece and Italy, and in the early Christian and early medieval periods. Of particular interest is the criticism of Greek drawing. It may be admitted that in many artistic qualities it was beyond praise. In beauty, in grace of line, in composition, we can imagine works of Apelles, of Zeuxis, of Protogenes, excelling even the efforts of the Italian painters, or only matched by the finest designs of a Raphael or a Leonardo. The facts, however, remain, first, that the Greek pictures about which we chiefly read were of single figures, or subjects of a very limited and compact order, with little variety of planes. And second, that the existing remains of ancient painting are so full of mistakes in perspective that the representation of distance cannot have been a matter to which the artists had really set themselves. The problem of representing correctly the 3rd dimension of space had certainly not been solved. It is an additional confirmation of this view to find early Christian and early medieval painting confined to the representation of the few near objects, which the older Oriental artists had all along envisaged. For more detailed treatment of this period, see the articles Egypt, Art and Archaeology, Volume 9, pp. 65-77, with many illustrations both of painting and sculpture, by Dr. W. M. Flinders Petrie, the eminent Egyptologist, Babylonia and Assyria, particularly the two plates of illustrations opposite pp. 104 and 105, Volume 3, Aegean Civilization, especially the illustrations, Volume 1, pp. 246-251, Greek Art, Volume 12, pp. 470-492, by Percy Gardner, author of Grammar of Greek Art, and mostly by the same author, the articles Agatharchus, Paninus, Micon, Polygnotus, Protogenes, Apelles, Aristides of Thebes, Pausias, Theon, Zeuxis, Roman Art, Volume 23, pp. 474-486, especially plates V, p. 481 and Roman 6, p. 484, and for the early Christian and early medieval period such articles as illuminated manuscripts, with illustrations, by Sir E. Maun Thompson, late Director British Museum and Miniature. The reader should also consult the articles China and Japan for the section on the art of each of these countries, Volume 6, pp. 213-216, with 2 plates, 17 figures, and Volume 15, pp. 172-190, with 8 plates, 30 figures, especially plates I Roman 4, pp. 172-177, as Oriental art in general may be said to belong to this phase of effort after truth of contour and of form. See also the separate articles on Japanese artists, mostly by E. F. Strange, author of Japanese illustration, Hokusai etc., particularly Korin, Utamaro, Hokusai, Hiroshige, and Yasai. The first important individual names, after those of the Greek painters mentioned above, are those of the Proto-Renaissance of the 13th and 14th century. For Italy, see Pietro Cavallini. In Florence, Cimabue by W. M. Rossetti, author of fine art, chiefly contemporary. Giotto by Sir Sidney Colvin, late keeper Prints and Drawings, British Museum. Gaddi by W. M. Rossetti. Orcagna by the late John Henry Middleton, Slade Professor of Fine Arts, Cambridge, Art Director, South Kensington Museum. Spinello Aretino, Volume 25, p. 685, and Angelico by W. M. Rossetti. In Siena, Simone Martini. And for Flanders, the Van Eycks, Volume 10, p. 90, by Sir Joseph Archer Crowe, author with G. B. Cavell-Casel of early Flemish painters, etc. With the 15th century, and particularly at Florence, begins the third of the 4 periods in the evolution of painting. The father of modern painting is the Florentine Masaccio. See the article on him, Volume 17, p. 833, by W. M. Rossetti, who says he led the way in representing the objects of nature correctly, with action, liveliness, and relief. All the greatest artists of Italy, through studying the Brancacci Chapel, became his champions and disciples. For the other great Florentine names of the century, see the articles. Masolino de Panicale by Rossetti. Brunelleschi, architect, student of perspective, and with Masolino, master of Masaccio. The 2 earlier Lippi by Rossetti, Botticelli by Sir Sidney Colvin, Gazzali by Rossetti, Rosselli. Piero di Cosimo, Volume 21, p. 950. Castagno, Baldavinti by Sir Sidney Colvin, Pollaiuolo, Ghirlandajo, Father and Son by W. M. Rossetti. And marking the perfection of art on the formal side, Bartolomeo and Rossetti's article, Andrea del Sardo, Volume 1, p. 969. As for the remainder of Italy, Sienese art declines in this century, but there is an advance in northern Italy and in Umbria, see the articles. Franceschi by Rossetti, Milazzo, the first who practiced foreshortening with much success, and Signorelli. Raphael's Master Perugino by Rossetti. Mantegna by the same author. Lorenzo Costa Francia by Rossetti. And at Venice, Gentile the Vivarini and Tonello da Messina Carpaccio the Bellini, Volume 3, p. 700, by Sir Sidney Colvin. In Germany and the Low Countries, the art of the 15th and 16th centuries may be traced in the articles. For Germany, Skongwer. Dura by Sir Sidney Colvin, Grun, the Holbeins and Cranach by Sir Joseph Archer Crowe, Bergkmer, Grunwald, and for the Low Countries, Roger van der Weyden, his greater pupil Memlink by Sir J. A. Crowe and P. G. Conady, art critic of the Observer and Daily Mail, Goes, Gerard David by P. G. Conady. Lucas van Leyden, Volume 17, p. 93, Heemskerk, Matsys Brughull Mabius by Sir J. A. Crowe, Floris, Morrow, and Brill. Roughly contemporary with Dürer and Holbein, the younger were the even greater masters of Italian painting. See the articles. For Florence, Leonardo da Vinci, Volume 16, p. 444, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide, and Michelangelo, Volume 18, p. 362, both by Sir Sidney Colvin and Vasari, painter and biographer of painters. For Rome, Raphael Sanzio, Volume 22, p. 900 with 7 cuts, by the late Prof. John Henry Middleton and Giulio Romano by W. M. Rossetti. For North Italy, Luini, Correggio, Parmigiano, and Marani, all by Rossetti and Morto. And for Venice, Giorgione by Sir Sidney Colvin, Lotto and Palma, Titian Tintoretto, and Paul Veronese, Volume 20, p. 965, all by W. M. Rossetti. We have now come to modern times so far as painting is concerned. The article Painting says, by the 17th century, the development of painting had passed through all its stages, and the picture was no longer a mere silhouette or a transcript of objects against a flat background, but rather an enchanted mirror of the world, in which might be reflected space beyond space in infinite recession. With this transformation of the picture, there was connected a complete change in the relation of the artist to nature. Throughout all the earlier epochs of the art, the painter had concerned himself not with nature as a whole, but with certain selected aspects of nature that furnished him with his recognized subjects. These subjects were selected on account of their intrinsic beauty or importance, and as representing intrinsic worth, they claimed to be delineated in the clearest and most substantial fashion. In the 17th century, not only was the world as a whole brought within the artist's view, but it presented itself as worthy in every part of his most reverent attention. In other words, the art of the 17th century, and of the modern epoch in general, is democratic, and refuses to acknowledge that difference in artistic value among the aspects of nature, which was at the basis of the essentially aristocratic art of the Greeks and Italians. The artist who was the first to demonstrate convincingly this principle of modern painting was Rembrandt. Rembrandt in his later work attended to the pictorial effect alone and practically annulled the objects by reducing them to pure tone and color. Things are not there at all, but only the semblance or effect, or impression of things. Breadth is in this way combined with the most delicate variety, and a new form of painting, now called Impressionism, has come into being. See Rubens by Henry Hymans, author of Rubens, Savayet son Oeuvre and P. G. Conedy, Rembrandt by John Forbes White and P. G. Conedy, and Frans Hals by P. G. Conedy. These were the leaders of the great 17th century school, the Dutch. For the more immediate followers of Rembrandt, see the articles Douw, Eekhout, Flink, Mies, Hooch, Meer. For Rubens, great pupil and rival and his successors, the articles Van Dyck and Teniers, both by Henry Hymans and P. G. Conedy, Snyders and the great animal painter Fitt. See Brouwer for Hals, pupil and assistant. For the genre painters, the articles Ter Borch, Metsu, Steen, Wouwerman and the Ostade family by Sir J. A. Crowe and P. G. Conedy. On the landscapists, see the articles Konink, Goyen, Neer by Sir J. A. Crowe and P. G. Conedy, Ruysdael Hobbema by Sir J. A. Crowe and Burkham, and, for animal and landscape, A. van de Velde, Kuyp by Sir J. A. Crowe and Potter by P. G. Conedy. The other important articles for the Dutch school of the 17th century are Heem, Hedda, Hondecoeter, Weenix and Huysum, painters of still life, etc. W. van de Velde and Bakhuizen, marine painters, and at the close of the period, or marking its decline, Mieris and Netscher. In the article on painting, this summary follows the outline of the general development of painting through the 17th century. The fact that the Dutch painters have left us masterpieces in so many different walks of painting makes it convenient that we should add here some brief notes on characteristic modern phases of the art on which they stamped the impress of their genius. The normal subject for the artist, as we have seen, up to the 17th century, was the figure subject, generally in some connection with religion. The Egyptian portrayed the men and women of his time, but the pictures, through their connection with the sepulchre, had a quasi-religious significance. Portraiture is differentiated from this kind of subject picture through stages which it would be interesting to trace, but the portrait, though secular, is always treated in such a way as to exalt or dignify the sitter. Another kind of figure piece, also differentiated by degrees from the subject picture of the loftier kind, is the so-called genre painting, in which the human actors and their goings-on are in themselves indifferent, trivial, or mean, and even repellent, and in which, accordingly, intrinsic interest of subject has disappeared to be replaced by an artistic interest of a different kind. Landscape, in modern times so important a branch of painting, is also an outcome of the traditional figure piece, for at first it is nothing but a background to a scene in which human figures are prominent. Marine painting is a branch of landscape art differentiated from this, but supplied at first in the same way with figure interest. The origin of animal painting is to be sought partly in figure pieces, where, as in Egypt and Assyria, animals play a part in scenes of human life, and partly in landscapes, in which cattle and sea are introduced to enliven the foreground. The hunting picture, combining a treatment of figures and animals in action with landscape of a picturesque character, gives an artist like Rubens a welcome opportunity, and the picture of dead game may be regarded as its offshoot. This brings us to the important class of still life painting, the relation of which to the figure piece can be traced through the genre picture and the portrait. The article then proceeds to sketch the history and development of different kinds of painting. Portraiture. It is Gentile and Giovanni Bellini, who may be regarded as the fathers of modern portrait painting. Venetian art was always more secular in spirit than that of the rest of Italy, and Venetian portraits were abundant. Some of the finest portraits in the world are the work of the great Venetians of the 16th century, for they combine pictorial quality with an air of easy greatness, which later painters find it hard to impart to their creations. Though greatly damaged, Titian's equestrian portrait of Charles V at Madrid, Fig. 26, plate Roman 8, is one of the very finest of existing works of the kind. It is somewhat remarkable that of the other Italian painters who executed portraits the most successful was the idealist Raphael, whose papal portraits of Julius Roman II, and Leo X are masterpieces of firm and accurate delineation. Leonardo's Mona Lisa is a study rather than a portrait proper. The realistic vein, which, as we have seen, runs through northern painting, explains to some extent the extraordinary merit in portraiture of Holbein, who represents the culmination of the efforts in this direction of masters like Jan van Eyck and Dürer. Frans Hals of Haarlem, one of the most brilliant painters of the Impressionist school that he did much to found, achieved remarkable success in the artistic grouping of a number of portraits. As portraitists, the other great 17th century masters fall into two sets, Rembrandt and Velázquez contrasting with Rubens and his pupil Van Dyck. In the 18th century, though France produced some good limners and Spain Goya, yet on the whole England was the home of the best portraiture. Van Dyck had been in the service of Charles I, and foreign representatives of his style carried on afterwards the tradition of his essentially courtly art, but there existed at the same time a line of native British portraitists of whom the latest and best was Hogarth. One special form of portraiture, the miniature, QV, has been characteristically English throughout. Genre. Probably the most excellent painters of genre are Terborch, Metsu, and Brouwer, the two first painters of the life of the upper classes, the last of peasant existence in some of its most unlovely aspects. The pictures of Brouwer are among the most instructive documents of modern painting. He is best represented in the Munich Pinakothek, from which has been selected Fig. 30, plate Roman 9. Hardly less admirable are Teniers in Flanders, De Hooch, Vermeer of Delft, Jan Steen, A. van Ostade in Holland, while in more modern times Hogarth, Chardin, Sir David Wilkie, Masonier, and a host of others carry the tradition of the work down to our own day, see Table Roman 8. Landscape and marine painting. Several of the Dutch masters, even before the time of Rembrandt, excelled in the truthful rendering of the scenes and objects of their own simple but eminently paintable country. But it was Rembrandt, with his pupil de Koninck and his rival in this department Jacob Ruysdael, who were the first to show how a perfectly natural and unconventional rendering of a stretch of country under a broad expanse of sky might be raised by poetry and ideal feeling to the rank of one of the world's masterpieces of painting. Great as was Rembrandt in what Bode has called the landscape of feeling, the Haarlem from the dunes of Ruysdael, Fig. 31, plate Roman 9. With some others of this artist's acknowledged successes, surpass even his achievement. Among Turner's chief titles to honor is the fact that he portrayed the sea in all its moods with a knowledge and sympathy that give him a place alone among painters of marine. Animal painting. In Holland, in the 17th century, the animal nature presented itself under the more contemplative aspect of the ruminants in the lush water meadows. True to their principle of doing everything they attempt in the best possible way, the Dutch paint horses, Cuyp, Wouwerman, and cattle, Cuyp, Adrian van de Velde, Paul Potter with canonical perfection, while Hondecoder delineates live cocks and hens, and Weenix dead hares and moorfowl, in a way that makes us feel that the last word on such themes has been spoken. There is a large white turkey by Hondecoder, in which the truth of mass and of texture, in the full soft plumage, is combined with a delicacy in the detail of the airy filaments. That is the despair of the most accomplished modern executant. But animals have been treated more nobly than when shown in Flemish agitation or in Dutch phlegmatic calm. Leonardo da Vinci was specially famed for his horses, which he may have treated with something of the majesty of Pheidias. Still life painting. There is no finer Rembrandt for pictorial quality than the picture in the Louvre representing the carcass of a flayed ox in a flesher's booth. As illustrating the principle of modern painting, this form of the graphic art has a value and importance which in itself it could hardly claim. The way was prepared for it, as has been noticed, by the minute and forcible rendering of accessory objects in the figure pieces and portraits of the early Flemish masters, of Dürer, and above all of Holbein. The painting of flower and fruit pieces without figure interest by Jan Brueghel the Younger, who was born in 1601, represents a stage onward, and contemporary with him were several other Dutch and Flemish specialists in this department, among whom Jan David de Heem, born 1603, and the rather older Willem Claes Hedde may be mentioned. Their subjects sometimes took the form of a luncheon table with vessels, plate, fruit, and other eatables. At other times of groups of costly vessels of gold, silver, and glass, or of articles used in art or science, such as musical instruments and the like. And it is especially to be noted that the handling stops always short of any elusive reproduction of the actual textures of the objects, while at the same time the differing surfaces of stuffs and metal and glass, of smooth-rinded apples and gnarled lemons, are all most justly rendered. In this form of painting, the French 18th century artist Chardin, whose impasto was fuller, whose coloring more juicy than those of the Dutch, has achieved imperishable fame. See Fig. 33, Plate X, and the modern French, who understand better than others the technical business of painting, have carried on the fine tradition which has culminated in the work of Vallon. The Germans have also painted still life to good result, but the comparative weakness in technique of British painters has kept them in this department rather in the background. The history of painting since the 17th century may best be studied in the Britannica in the order in which recent schools are treated, Volume 20, pp. 497-518, and this plan will be followed here in a brief outline, giving only a few out of many articles for each country. British art in the 17th and 18th centuries is dependent largely on foreign and particularly Flemish influences, Van Dyck in especial. See Rossetti's articles on Lely and Kneller, who, like Holbein and Van Dyck, were importations, but unlike them were pretty thoroughly anglicized. For the first purely English painter, see Austin Dobson's article Hogarth, Volume 13, p. 566. For the most prominent figure in the English school of painting, whose discourses largely affected English notions of aesthetics, see Sir Joshua Reynolds, also the article on his rival George Romney, and read Rossetti's article Gainsborough, and those on the portrait painters Reburn and Sir Thomas Lawrence. On the Norwich School of Landscapists, see the articles Crome, Cotman, and George Vincent. For foreign influences on landscape painting, see Richard Wilson, Volume 28, p. 695. For French influence, and John Constable, Volume 6, p. 982, by C.J. Holmes, author of Constable and his influence on landscape painting, for German. With the article on the greatest of English landscapists, J. M. W. Turner, Volume 27, p. 474, by Sir George Read, the student should read Frederick Harrison's article on John Ruskin, himself an exquisite draftsman, although unable to compose a picture, whose championship of Turner and general theories of art so strongly influenced British painting. See also the articles on the subject painter Thomas Stothard and the landscapist Girton, and on the genre painters, Sir David Wilkie, by J. Miller Gray, late curator of the Scottish National Portrait Gallery, Mulready, William Collins, and Frith. See the article William Blake, by J. W. Kaminskar, author of Essays on Art, for an appreciation of that remarkable genius, who in his combination of painting and poetry may be reckoned a forerunner of the pre-Raphaelites. On the PR Brotherhood, see the articles. D.G. Rossetti by F.G. Stevens, former art critic to the Athenaeum, and for Rossetti's literary work, Theodore Watts-Dunton. Sir J. E. Millay and W. Homan Hunt by Cosmo Monkhouse, the poet and critic, and Ford Maddox Brown by W. M. Rossetti, himself a member of the Brotherhood. See the article on Rossetti. Of much the same school were several later men. See, for instance, the articles. Lord Leighton by Cosmo Monkhouse, William Morris by Arthur Waugh, Burne-Jones by Lawrence Binion, poet and author of monographs on Blake, Crome, etc., George Frederick Watts, by Malcolm Bell, biographer of Burne-Jones, Walter Crane. On the Newland School, see the article Newlyn. On the Etchers, Whistler by Frederick Wedmore, author of Whistler's Etchings, and William Strang and Sir F. S. Haddon by Sir Charles Holroyd, artist and critic. On figure painters, Sir John Gilbert, Albert Moore, John Petty, G.H. Botton, Alma Tadema, Sir E. J. Poynter, and Sir W. B. Richmond. For painters of sentiment, Marcus Stone, Sir Luke Fildes, and Sir Hubert von Herkimer. Among portrait painters, J. J. Shannon and C. W. Furse. The decorator Frank Brangwyn. The realistic landscapists, H. W. B. Davis, David Murray, Sir E. A. Waterlow, Vicat Cole. The more imaginative and romantic painters of landscape, Alfred W. Hunt, Cecil Gordon Lawson, John Linnell, G. H. Mason, Frederick Walker, Sir Alfred East, J. Buxton Knight, George Clausen. The subjective landscapist, B. W. Leader. The marine painters Henry Moore, C. Napier Hemy, James Clark Hook. The animal painters Breton, Riviere, J. M. Swan, and for the earlier period, Landseer. The Scottish artists Orchardson by Sir Walter Armstrong, Director of National Gallery of Ireland. John Petty, Thomas Feed, David Murray, Arthur Melville, John Lavery, Robert Bruh, Sir James Guthrie, and Sir George Read, of whom we have already spoken as a contributor to the Britannica. And the watercolorist Sir John Gilbert, by F. G. Stevens, former art critic of the Athenaeum Henry Moore, Albert Moore, George Clausen, E. J. Gregory, Burkitt Foster, Hogg, Kate Greenaway, by M. H. Spielman, biographer of Kate Greenaway. On English illustrators, besides those already named, Hogarth and Blake notably. See the articles Thomas Bewick, Bartolozzi, Flaxman, by Sir Sidney Colvin, Cattermole, Samuel Prout, James Ward, Gilray, Bunbury Rowlandson, Cruikshank, John Leach, Richard Doyle, Tenniel, Sir John Gilbert, Aubrey Beardsley, by E. F. Strange, Thomas Cressick, Du Maurier, C. S. Keane, Frederick Walker, G. J. Pinwell, R. Caldecott, Harry Furness, Sir F. C. Good, E. Linley Sambourne, Phil May, Leonard Ravenhill. On French painting of the 17th century, read. On Landscape, Poussin and Claude of Lorraine, Volume 6, p. 463, by W. M. Rossetti, the historical and religious painters Lebrun and Lesueur, and the portraitist Philippe de Champagny. For the 18th century, the articles Watteau and Fragonard by P. G. Conady, François Boucher, Lancret, Vernet the Eldest, Rigaud, Chardin and Greuze by Lady Dilke, author of French painters of the 18th century. In the 19th century came a classical reaction. See the article on its leader Jacques-Louis David and his pupils and imitators J. B. Regnault, Giraudot, Baron Guerin, Prudhon, then a mediate movement on which see Ingers by Lady Dilke and Grose, and then a romantic revolt. See Delacroix, Géricault, Isséby. Other important names are Zime, Meissonier, and Rose Benhur, both by Henry France of the Gazette des Beaux Arts, Cabinal, Baudry, Guéraume, Bouguereau, Benjamin Constant, Corman, Bonnet, and Henner. On the Barbizon School, see the articles Barbizon, Theodore Rousseau, Daubigny, Corot, and Diaz by D. Kroll Thompson, author of the Barbizon School, J. F. Millet by Lady Dilke, Dupré, Franchise, and Harpignies. Ranking with Corot and Millet in influence is Courbet. See the article on Courbet by Henry France of the Paris Gazette des Beaux Arts, and on Courbet's followers, Legros, Fantin Latour, Ribot by Frederick Wedmore, Carolus Duran. Contrasted with these nature lovers are the more mystic Marot, Ricard, Delaunay, Fromentin, and Cazin. The later names we may classify. The decorative painter, Puvis de Chavannes by Henry France. The Impressionists, see the article Impressionism, Volume 14, pp. 343-346, by D. S. Mackall, keeper of the Tate Gallery and author of 19th Century Art, and in the article Painting the Discussion on pp. 473-474 of Volume 20, Manet, by Henry France, Monet, Degas, Renoir. The Plinarists Jules Breton, Bastien Lepage by Henry France. Roll, Gervex, the symbolist Gustave Moreau, the military painters Alphonse de Neuville and Detail, and the neo-evangelist Kazan. The art of Belgium and Holland in the 19th century is to be studied in Prof. Mother's sections on these two countries, pp. 506-509 in the article Painting, and in such separate articles as Lays, Alfred Stevens, to be distinguished from the English sculptor. Bricollier, Willems Clays, Portels Waters, Constantin Munier, Verlat the de Vriends, K.H. Knopf, already mentioned as a critic and a contributor to the Britannica. All these are Belgians, and in Holland, Israel's Maries Mauve. Going back to the close of the 18th century for German painters influenced by Winkelmann, the important articles are Mengs and Karstens. See Overbeck by J. Beavington Atkinson for the German Pre-Raphaelite movement, and the articles Peter von Cornelius by W. Cave Thomas, author of Mural or Monumental Education, The Shadows by J. B. Atkinson, Veit and Schnorr. The other more important names before 1870 are Bethel, Schwind, Eichenbach, and Preller. The glorification of the Empire and of Prussia is the theme of the new historical school. See particularly Menzel. The study of the old masters is to be seen in Kaulbach and Lenbach. Among the members of a more modern school are Liebermann, Kalkruth, Keller, Ude, of another reaction, Feuerbach, Thoma, and Birkelin by Henry France, and of a sculptural order Klingerand Stuck. As for Austria-Hungary, we may here mention only 3 articles: Macart, Petticofen, and Munkacsy by E. F. Strange. In Italy since the great days of the 17th century, we may mention Tiepolo, Canil, and Guardi before the 19th century, and in that era Segantini, Giovanni Costa, and Muzzioli. The art of Spain has not been touched heretofore in this summary. For the 16th century, see the articles Silo, Becerra, Vincent Jones, Navarrete, El Greco, and for the 17th, the Spanish century, Herrera, his great pupil Velázquez by J. Forbes White and P. G. Conedy, Cano and Zurbaran and Murillo, both by W. M. Rossetti. In the 18th century, the only great Spanish artist was Goya y Lucians, painter and etcher. On the 19th century, see Fortuny by Alfred Lys Baldry, art critic of the London Globe, Pradilla, Benlier y Gill, Sarla y Bastida, Madrazo y Kunt, Ziologa. To the other countries of Europe, fully as their painting is treated in the Britannica, we can devote little space here. It may suffice to mention the Norwegian Hans Dahl and the Russians Repin and Vereshchagin. On painting in the United States, see the section in the article Painting by Prof. J. C. Van Dyke of Rutgers College, Volume 20, pp. 518-519, and the articles J. S. Copley, Benjamin West, John Trumbull, Gilbert Stewart, John Vanderlyn, Washington Allston, Rembrandt Peale, J. W. Jarvis, Thomas Sully, Thomas Cole, Asher B. Durand, J. F. Kensett, F. E. Church, Chester Harding, Henry Inman, William Page, G. P. A. Healy, Daniel Huntington, W. S. Mount, W. M. Hunt, John Lafarge, George Fuller, Eastman Johnson, Elihu Vedder, Leonard Ochman, Winslow Homer A. H. Wyant, George Inness, Homer D. Martin. Swain Gifford, The Morans, Jervis McKenty, D. W. Tryon, Albert Bierstadt, W. H. Beard, Blashfield J. W. Alexander, W. M. Chase, Duveneck, Cecilia Bow, W. H. Lowe, H. S. Mowbray, H. O. Tanner, E. C. Tarbell, R. W. Vaughan, and the Americans who have made their home and their fame in Europe, like Whistler, Sargent, E. A. Abbey, and J. J. Shannon, and those whose work is continental or even purely Parisian in tone, like W. T. Dannett, George Hitchcock. Gary Melchers, C. S. Pierce, E. L. Weeks, and Walter Gay. On illustrators, see the articles Howard Pyle, Frederick Remington, C. S., Reinhardt, W. T. Smedley, Robert Blum, Charles Dana Gibson, W. Hamilton Gibson, the wood engraver Timothy Cole, the etcher Joseph Pennell, and for caricature the article Thomas Nast and the section on the United States in M. H. Spielman's article Caricature, Volume 5, pp. 334-335. For a fuller list of articles on painting, drawing, engraving, etc., with articles on sculpture, see the end of the next chapter Sculpture. Chapter 30, For Sculpture. The Britannica Article Sculpture, Volume 24, p. 488, equivalent to 90 pages of this guide, is a complete treatise on the technique and history of this branch of art by J. H. Middleton, late Professor of Fine Art, Cambridge, M. H. Spielman, former editor of the Magazine of Art, P.G. Conady, art critic of the Observer and Daily Mail, and for French sculpture, Léonce Benedict, keeper of the Luxembourg Museum and author of Histoire des Beaux-Arts. It is illustrated with 10 full-page plates as follows: I and Roman II. Medieval, etc., with examples of the work of Jacopo della Quercia, Donatello II, Andrea Pisano, Michelangelo Verrocchio and Leopardo, Luca della Robbia, Benvenuto Cellini, Peter Vischer, Bernini, Gauguin, Canova, Houdon, Coysevox, Roman III. Roman IV. V. Modern British, Alfred Stevens, Sir George Frampton, Lord Leighton, Harry Bates, H. H. Armstead, G. F. Watts II, A. Gilbert, F. W. Pomeroy, E. Onslow Ford, W. Hamo Thornycroft II, Alfred Drury, F. Derwent Wood, Bertram Mackennal, Albert Toft, Havard Thomas, W. Goscombe John, W. R. Colton II, Sir Charles Laws Whitterange, Sir J. Edgar Boham, Thomas Brock, Roman VI. American J. Q. A. Ward, D. C. French and E. C. Potter, Augustus St. Gaudens, Frederick MacMonnies, Roman VII, Roman VIII, and Roman IX. Modern French, Falguière, Barrias, de Laplanche, Idrac Becker, L. Jérôme Marquest, Longipede, Fremiet, Guillaume, Puch, Saint Marceau, Mercy, Rodin, Mitchell, Dalu, Aub, Chapu, Bloch, Gardet, Bartholome, and X. Other foreign countries: Sinding, Bigaz, Zymenes, Querol, and Tucholsky, Lambeau, Munier. This article opens with an account of technical methods of sculpture, which should be supplemented by other articles, which deal also with history and criticism. Wood carving, Vols. 28 p. 791, by Franklin Arden Crallon, author of Gothic wood carving, with 4 plates and with descriptions not merely of Gothic and Renaissance work in Europe, but of Coptic, Mahometan, Persian, Indian and Burmese, Chinese and Japanese, and the carving done by savage races. Ivory, Volume 15, especially pp. 95-98, with 5 illustrations, by A. Maskell, author of Ivories. Chryselephantine, Metalwork, Volume 18, p. 205, with 9 text cuts and 2 full-page plates, by Prof. J. H. Middleton, Cambridge, and John Starkey Gardner, author of Armor in England and Ironwork. Gem, Volume 11, p. 560. With 2 full-page plates containing 76 illustrations, mostly of antique gems, besides 10 cuts in the text, by Alexander Stuart Murray, author of History of Greek Sculpture, Terracotta Sarcophagi, etc., and Arthur Hamilton Smith, keeper of Greek and Roman Antiquities, British Museum. Cameo. Intaglio. Seals, Volume 24, p. 539, with 9 illustrations, by Sir E. Maun Thompson, late Director, British Museum. Numismatics, Volume 19, p. 869, equivalent to 120 pages of this guide. 6 plates, 20 Greek coins, 27 Greek and Roman coins, 23 Roman and medieval coins, 22 Oriental coins, 8 modern coins and medals, and 4 Italian medals, and 11 cuts illustrating modern coins by Reginald Stuart Poole, formerly Keeper Department Coins and Medals, British Museum, Herbert Appold Gruber, keeper of the same department in 1906-1912, and George Francis Hill, assistant keeper of this department. Medal Volume 18, especially pp. 1 and 2, with 2 plates, showing 32 medals, by M. H. Spielman. Terracotta, Volume 26, p. 652, with 2 plates, 12 illustrations, by William Burton, author of English Stoneware and Earthenware, and H. Beauchamp Walters, assistant keeper Greek and Roman Antiquities, British Museum. Plate, Volume 21, p. 789. With 31 illustrations, by H. R. H. Hall, author of The Oldest Civilization of Greece, H. Stuart Jones, author of the Roman Empire, and E. Alfred Jones, author of Old English Gold Plate, etc. Alturrelievo, Bassarelievo. Relief and Repoussé, by M. H. Spielman. Wax Figures Effigies Monumental, by the late Charles Bowdell, author of a Manual of British Archaeology, and M. H. Spielman. Early sculpture is separately treated. For classical sculpture, see the articles Greek Art by Percy Gardner and Roman Art by H. Stuart Jones, both elaborately illustrated and devoting particular attention to statuary, plate, etc. See also the illustrations in the articles mentioned in the last paragraph, especially gem, numismatics, terracotta, and those in the article architecture and subsidiary articles mentioned in the chapter of this guide for the architect. And on Greek art, see the article Pergamum and the sketches of the great sculptors of Greece. Agasias Agisander Agoracritus Alcamenes, Antenor Apollonius of Tralles Archermus Bathicles, Bothus Bryaxis Bupulus and Athenes Budades, Calamis Calamachus Canachus Cephasadatus Chairs, Crasillas Critius and Nesiotes Damophon Demetrius Dipponus, and Siles Endoius Eutychides, Leochares Lysippus Lysistratus, Myrononatas Pionius Pasidles, Phadias Polyclitus Praxias, and Androsthenes Praxidles, Rocus Scopas, Silanian Strongilian Thrasimes Timotheus. See also the article Byzantine art, and for sculpture elsewhere the sections art in the articles Egypt, China, Japan. For medieval sculpture, almost entirely an adjunct to architecture and particularly ecclesiastical architecture. See, besides the treatment in the historical part of the article Sculpture, pp. 490-496, the articles Architecture and Effigies, monumental, comparing with the latter the article Brasses, monumental, with 13 illustrations. The close of the medieval period and the beginning of the more individualistic Renaissance are marked by the occurrence of the names of great individual artists, whose biographies are the best summary of the sculpture of the period. See on Italy, the articles Nicola Pisano, Volume 20, p. 648, Vitor Pisano, Volume 20, p. 649, Andrea Pisano, Volume 20, p. 647, and the article immediately following on his son Giovanni Pisano. Each of these four with an illustration, Vitor Pisano or Pisanello, Agostino and Agnolo de Siena, Volume 1, p. 381. Orcagna, the last great master of the Gothic period, by J. H. Middleton, Della Quercia, who heralds the boldest and most original achievements of 2 generations hence, by E. T. Strange, assistant keeper, South Kensington, Ghiberti, the first of the great sculptors of the Renaissance. Donatello by P. G. Conedy Michelaz, Della Robbia family with 3 illustrations by J. H. Middleton and William Burton, author of English Stoneware and Earthenware, Leonardo by Sir Sidney Colvin, Verrocchio by J. H. Middleton, Leopardo, Pollaiuolo, Michelangelo by Sir Sidney Colvin Bandinelli. Aminati, and in the 16th century period of decline Giovanni da Bologna, Lombardo family, Cellini, by W. M. Rossetti and E. Alfred Jones, author of Old English Gold Plate, etc. On the Renaissance in France, Jean Gauguin Sarrazin. In Germany, Wettstoss Adam Kraft the Vischers. In England, the Italian Torrigiano. In Spain, Alonso Cano Montanis Pedro de Mina Zarcillo. Some of the names just mentioned are those of 17th century artists, but the Rococo character of the period is best seen in Italy. See the articles Bernini, Algardi, and, for France, Girardin and Puget. With the 18th century came a classical revival for which the great names are Canova and Thorwaldsen. See the articles on these sculptors, that on Canova being by W. M. Rossetti. See also the articles on Thorwaldsen's followers, Sergel, Bystrom, and Fogelberg. The more important articles on French sculpture in this period are Pigalle and Houdon, the latter known to Americans by his portraits of our revolutionary worthies. For English sculpture in the 17th and 18th centuries see Nicholas Stone, Robiliac, by M. H. Spielman, Shoemakers, Nollekens, John Bacon, and possibly most important, John Flaxman by Sir Sidney Colvin. For Germany, Andreas Schluter. On the 19th century in Germany see the articles Shadow, Roch Riechel, Dannecker, Schwanthaler, and marking a sharp reaction, Reinhold Begaz, and the younger men, known also as painters, Franz Stuck and Max Klinger. On modern British sculpture see the articles John Gibson, E. H. Bailey Thomas Banks, Sir Richard Westmacott, and Alfred Stevens. And, for the last 30 years, Jules Dalu Lord Leighton, better known as a painter, E. Onslow Ford and Alfred Gilbert, the most influential and important factors in the awakening, and Thomas Woolner, Marichetti, Sir Edwin Landseer, Sir J. E. Boham, J. H. Foley, H. H. Armstead, Thomas Brock, W. Hamo Thornycroft, John M. Swan, Harry Bates, G. F. Watts. Scores of others are criticized, and their works summarized on pp. 501-508 in the article Sculpture. The 19th century in France opened with a pseudo-Roman school, and among the names of this period are Pradier, Rude, P. J. David, Edex, and Carpo and Barre, by Henry France, who mark a transition. For the more modern period see Guillaume, Dubois, Falguier, Mercier, Framiet, Gustave Croc, Dalou, Rodin. In addition to the discussion of modern Belgian sculptors in the section on Belgium of the article sculpture, there are separate articles on Paul Devine, Van der Stappen, Jeff Lambeau, Julian Dillons, and Constantin Munier. For Italian sculpture in the 19th century, see Bartolini, and the summary in the article sculpture, Volume 24, p. 513. Separate articles on Spanish sculptors are José Alvarez and Manuel Alvarez. In the United States, there was little sculpture of native origin, and virtually none of the slightest merit, before the 19th century. The following list of articles in rough chronological order will supplement the outline in the article sculpture, Volume 24, p. 516. Horatio Greenough, Hiram Powers, Thomas Crawford, Henry Kirk Brown, William Rimmer, E. D. Palmer, Thomas Ball, L. W. Volk, Harriet G. Hosmer, J. Q. A. Ward, Lant Thompson, Larkin G. Mead, G. E. Bissell, Allen L. Warner, W. R. O'Donovan, Jonathan S. Hartley, Augustus St. Gaudens, D. C. French, J. J. Boyle, C. H. Niehaus, Lorado Taft, W. O. Partridge, Cyrus E. Dallin, A. P. Proctor, Charles Graffly, F. W. McManus, George Gray Barnard, P. W. Bartlett, Herman A. MacNeil, Carl Bitter Borglum. This chapter, and the one before, outline courses on these arts in the Britannica, but there are many articles on these topics to which no reference has been made in these pages. It may, therefore, be interesting to the student of these forms of art to have before him a list, fairly complete, of articles in the Britannica dealing with painting and sculpture. The following is such a list in alphabetical arrangement. The student should remember that the absence from the list, or from any similar list in the guide, of a topic on which he wishes information does not mean that there is no information on the subject in the Britannica, but merely that there may be no separate article on the subject. In such cases, let him turn to the General Index, Volume 29. List of the principal articles dealing with the fine arts. Abadi, N. Abbey, E. A. Abildgaard, N. A. Eichenbach, Andreas Acroliths Adam, L. S. Adams, Herbert Ertzen, Pieter Etienne Agages Agatharchus Iglatas Agisander Agoracritus Agostino and Agnolo de Siena Agricola. C. L. Aikman, William Albani, Francesco Albertinelli Mariotto Alcamines Aldegrever, Heinrich Alexander, Francis Alexander, John White Alfany, Domenico Algardi, Alessandro Allen, David Allen, Sir William Allori, Alessandro Alston. Washington Almatadma, Sir L. Altdorfer, Albrecht Alterolivo Alvarez, Don Jose Alvarez, Don Manuel Amolte, Pomponio Amon, Jost Eminati, Bartolomeo Amsler, Samuel Andrea del Sardo Andrini, Andrea Andrew, Bertrand Angelico, Fra Angere, Francois and Mitchell Angasola, Sophonisba Anaschini, Luigi Anna, Baldassar Anstel, Richard Antoner Antiphilis Antonello de Messina Apelles Apollodorus Apollonius of Tralles Appiani. Andrea Aquarelle Aquatant Artemis Aristides of Thebes Armstead, H.H. Esper, Hans Asselin, Hans Audrin Family, Bacon, John Backhyson, Ludolf Badalacchio, Sisto Bear, William Jacob Bagnacavallo B. Bailey, E.H. Baldinucci, Filippo Baldivinti, Alessio Ball, Thomas Bandinelli B. Banks, Thomas Barbary, G.F. Barbizon Barnard, G.G. Barraxai, Federigo Barry, James Bartles, Hans von Bartlett, P.W. Bartolini, Lorenzo Bartolomeo di Pagolo. Fra Bartolazzi, Francesco Barre, A.L. Bassano, Jacopo de Pont Basarolivo Bastian Lepage, Jules Bates, Harry Bathicles Batoni, P.G., Baudry, P.J.A., Beard, William H. Beardsley, Aubrey V. Beau, Cecilia Beccafumi, Domenico di Pace Becerra, Gaspar Beck, David Beckwith, J.C. Beachy, Sir William Begaz, Carl Begaz, Reinhold Bellini, Family Bellows, Albert F. Benlier Weigel, Jose Benson, F.W. Burkham, Nicolas Bernini, G.L. Bisnard. P.A. Beverly, W.R. Bewick, Thomas Bierstadt, Albert Bissell, G.E. Bitter, K.T.F. Blackburn, Jonathan Blake, William Blakelock, R.A. Blanche, J.E. Blashfield, E.H. Blomert, Abraham Bloman, J.F. Van Blum, R.F. Bocklin, Arnold Bow, Sir J.E. Bothus Bologna, Giovanni Bone, Henry Benfigli, Benedetto Benhur, Rosa Bonnet, L.J.F. Bordone, Paris Borglum, S.H. Borgignon, Ambrogio Bosch, Jerome Bossi, Giuseppe Botticelli, Sandro Bouchardin. Edmy Boudin, Francois Boudin, Eugene Botten, G.H. Bouguereau, A.W. Boulanger, Family Boulogne-Burse, Essias Boyle, John J. Brackwimond, Felix Bradford, William Bricolier, H.J.A. de Brangwyn, Frank Brascassat, J.R. Bredel, J.F. Van Bretten, Jules A.A.L. Brughull, Pieter Bridgman, F.A. Brierly, Sir O.W. Brill, Paul Briosco, Andrea Brock, Thomas Bronzino, Ilbra, Robert Brower, Adrian Brown, Ford Maddox Brown, Henry Kirk Brown. John George Brown, Hablot Nightbrush, G. de Forest Bry, T. Dirk de Bryaxis Bunbury, H.W. Bupelis and Athenes Burkhardt, Jakob Bergkmer, Hans Burne-Jones, Sir E.B. Burton, Sir F.W. Bush, Wilhelm Budidio Bystrom, Johann Nicholas Cabinal, Alexander Calamis Calcar, de Caldecott, Randolph Calcott, Sir A.W. Calamachus Calot, Jacques Calvart, Denis Calvert, 3 artists, Cambiasi, Luca Camfossen, Wilhelm Camfason, D.R. Campi. Giulio Camuccini, Vincenzo Canachis Canil, A. Canaletto Canini, G.A. Cano, Alonso Canova, Antonio Cantarini, Simon Caracci, Lodovico, Agostino and Annabelle Carandate Caravaggio, M. A. da Caravaggio, P. C. da Carducci, Bartolomeo Caricature Carolis Duran Carpaccio, Vittorio Carpo, J.B. Carpi, Girolamo da Carpi, Ugo da Carstens, A.J. Cartoon Carving Casana, Niccolo Castagno, Andrea del Casello, Bernardo Casello, G.B. Casello. Valerio Castigliani, G.B. Catermole, George Cavallini, Pietro Cavedone, Jacopo Kazan, J.C. Cephasada de Cesari, Giuseppe Cespides, Pablo de Chalmers, G.P. Chambers, George Champagny, Philippe de Chantry, Sir F.L. Chardin, J.S. Chairs Charlotte, N.T. Chase, W.M. Chassiriau, Theodore Chiaroscuro Chodowicki, D.N. Chryslefantine Church, F.E. Sibber, C.G. Sicignara, Count Leopoldo Signani, Carlo Sigali, L.C. da Cimabue. Giovanni Simon of Cleani Cipriani, G.B. Civercio, Vincenzo Clark, T.S. Claude of Lorraine Clausen, George Clays, Paul Jean Clowet, Francois Clowet, Jean Clevio, G.G. Cox, Hieronym Masilo, A.S. Cole, Thomas Cole, Timothy Cole, Vickett Collin, Alexander Collert, Hans Collins, William Coleman, Samuel Coleman, Sidney Conca, Sebastiano Condare, Charles Constable, John Constant, Benjamin Conway, Sir W. Martin Cooper, Abraham Cooper, Alexander Cooper. Samuel Cooper, Thomas Sidney Copley, John Singleton Coates, Coxex, Gonzales Correnzio, Belisario Corman, Fernand Cornelius, P. von Korat, J.B.C. Correggio Court, Cornelius Costa, Giovanni Costa, Lorenzo Cosway, Richard Cotman, J.S. Catet, Charles Curbit, Gustave Courtois, Jacques and Guillaume Cousin, Jean Cousins, Samuel Cousteau Family Couture, Thomas Cox, David Cox, Kenyon Coxey, Michael Capel Coisevox, C.A. Cranach, Lucas Crane, Walter Crock, Gustave Crawford. Thomas Crayer, Gaspard de Crayon Credi, Lorenzo di Crescilis Crespi, Daniel Crespi, Giovanni B. Crespi, Giuseppe M. Cressick, Thomas Critius and Niziotes Crivelli, Carlo Crome, John Cropsey, J.F. Crow, Sir J.A. Cruikshank, George Kipe Dahl, Hans Dahl, J.C. Dahl, Michael Dallin, Cyrus E. Dallu, Jules Damoffin Danby, Francis Daniel, Thomas Dannett, William T. Danaker, J.H. von Daubigny, C.F. Daumier, Honor David, Gerard David, J.L. David. Pierre-Jean Davis, C.H. Davis, H.W.B. DeCamp, Joseph DeCamps, A.G. Degas, H.G.E. De Haas, M.F.H. De Kieser, Thomas Delacroix, F.V.E. Delarach, H. Paul Delane, Eli Della Bella, Stefano Della Cal, Raffaellino Della Quercia, Jacopo Della Rabbia de Loutherberg, P.J. Demetrius Desiderio de Setignano Detail, J.B.E. Dewing, T.W. De Wint, Peter Diamante, Fra Diaz, N.V. Dielman, Frederick Diepenbeck, A. Van Dyes. C.A. Dietrich, C.W.E. Dillons, Julian Dipponis and Siles Dobson, William Dalsai, Carlo Domnicino, Zampari Donatello Dor, L.A. Gustave Dow, Gerhard Downman, John Doyen, G.F. Doyle, Richard Drawing Drouais, J.G. Dubois, Paul Dumourier, G.L.P.B. Dumont Family, Dumont, Francois Duncan, Thomas Duper, Jules Durand, Asher Brown Durer, Albrecht Duveneck, Frank Dice, William Eakins, Thomas Earl, Ralph Earlham, Richard East, Alfred Eastlake. Sir C.L. Eaton, Wyatt Eckersberg, Christopher Edelink, Gerard E. Kaut, G. Van Den Effigies, Monumental Egg, A.L. Encaustic Painting Endoius Inglehart, George Engraving and Ecking, J.J. Etching Edex Anton Eddy, William Euphronier Euphronius Eupompus Eutychides Everdingen, Allert Van Eyck, Van Feed, Thomas Faithorn, William Falcone Aniello Falconet, E.M. Falguier, J.A.J. Fanton Ladder, I.H.T. Farinato Paolo Felter, Mordo da Ferno, K.L. Ferrari. Gaudenzio Ferri, Ciro Feuerbach, Anselm Fielding, A.V. Copley Fildes, Sir Luke Finden, William Fiorenzo di Lorenzo Fiorello, J.D. Fisher, Alvin Flandrin, J. Hippolyte Flaxman, John Flink, Govert Flores, Franz Fontana, Lavinia Fontana, Prospero Fogelberg, B.E. Foley, J.H. Fapa, Vincenzo Forain, J.L. Ford, E. Onslow Forster, Francois Fortuny, M.J.M.B. Foster, M. Burkett Fauque, Jean Fragonard, J.H. Francais, F.L. Franceschi. Piero de Franceschini, Baldassare Francia, Franciabigio Frank Franken, Family, Fremiet, Emmanuel French, Daniel C. Freer, P.E. Fresco Fresnoy, C. A. Dufrith, W.P. Fromentin, Eugen Frost, W.E. Friediers, Philip Furich, Joseph von Fuller, George Furness, Harry First, C.W. Fuseli, Henry Fitt, Johannes Gaddy, family Gainsborough, Thomas Gallate, Louis Gowerman, Friedrich Gall, G.W. Gavarni Gay, Walter Geddes, Andrew Jakey, Walter Janelli. G.B. Jenga, Girolamo Gentil de Fabriano Gentileschi, Artemisia and Orazio de Gerard, Baron F. Gerard, J.I.I. Gericult, J.L.A.T. Jerome, Jean-Leon Gervex, Henry Guyberty, Lorenzo Ghirlandajo, Domenico Ghirlandajo, Rodolfo Gibson, C. Dana Gibson, John Gibson, W. H. Gifford, R. S. Gifford, S. R. Gilbert, Alfred Gilbert, Sir John Gillott, Claude Gilray, James Giordano, Luca Giorgiani Giotino Giotto Girardin, François Giraudet de Roussi. A. L. Gerton, Thomas Giulio Romano Giunta Pisano Giusto de Guanto Glayer, M.C.G. Goes, Hugo van der Goldschmidt, Herman Goltzius, Hendrik Gordon, Sir J.W. Guach Gaujan, Jean Good, Sir F.C. Goya Y. Lucians, F. Goyen, J.J. Van Ghazali, Benaza Grafly, Charles Granite, F.M. Grant, Sir Francis Gray, Henry Peters Greco, L. Green, Valentine Greenaway, Kate Greenuff, Horatio Gregory, Edward John Grews, J.B. Grimaldi. G.F. Grisel Groves, Anton Jean Grun, Hans Baldung Grunwald, Matthias Gardi, Francesco Gariento, Guerrero Garin, J.B.P. Garin, P.N. Guido of Siena, Guido René Guillaume, J.B.C.E. Guthrie, Sir James Hogg, Carl Haddon, Sir F. Seymour Howells, Franz Hammerton, P.G. Hammond, Jean-Louis Harding, Chester Harding, J.D. Harpignies, Henry Harrison, T.A. Hart, William Hartley, Jonathan S. Harvey, Sir George Hassam, Childa Haydon, B.R. Hayter, Sir George Head. Sir E.W. Healy, G.P.A. Hedda Willem Klaas Heem, Jan Davids van Heemskirk, M.J. Heim, F.J. Helst, B. van der Hemme, C. Napier Hennequin, P.A. Henner, J.J. Henry E.L. Herkimer, Sir H. von Herlin, Fritz Herrera, Francisco Hersant, Louis Hess family, Husch, Willem Hayden, Jan van der Hildebrandt, Edward Hildebrandt, Theodore Hilliard, Lawrence Hilliard, Nicholas Hilton, William Hiroshige Hitchcock, George Hobbema, Meindert Hofnagel. Joris Hogarth, William Hokusai Halbein, Hans Elder, Halbein Hans Younger Hall, Frank Haller, Wenzel Hallreid, Sir Charles Homer, Winslow Hondecoder, M.D. Hone, Nathaniel Honthorst, Gerard van Hooch, Pieter de Hoekstraat, Esti van Hook, James Clark Hopner, John Horsley, J.C. Hoskins, John Hosmer, Harriet G. Hotho, Heinrich G. Houbraken, Jacobus Howdon, J.A. Hovenden, Thomas Huchtenberg, family, Humphrey, Ozias Hunt, Alfred William Hunt, William Henry Hunt. William Homan Hunt, William Morris Huntington, Daniel Hurlstone, F.Y. Heisman's family, Heisam, Jan van Illuminated MSS. Illustration Impressionism in Gam, C.C. Ingers, J.A.D. Inman, Henry N. Ness, George Isaby, Jean-Baptiste Israels, Joseph Ivory Jackson, Mason Jameson, George Jansen, Cornelius Jansons, V.H. Jansons Van Nyssen, Abraham Jarvis, J.W. Jones, Vicent Johnson, Eastman Jordines, Jacob Juvenet, Jean Kalkruth, Leopold von Kaufmann, Angelica Kaulbach, Wilhelm von K., John Keane, C.S. Keller, Albert Kensit, J.F., K.H. Knopf, F.E.J.M. Klinger. Max Neller, Sir Godfrey Knight, D.R. Knight, John Buxton Conink, Philip de Corin, Agata Kraft, Adam Kyosai Chauffoulaire, Pieter van Lafarge, John Lafosse, Charles de Lagrange, L.J.F., Lahire, Laurent de Lambeau, Jeff Lancret, Nicholas Landon, C.P. Lancier, Sir E.H. Lantara, S.M. Lanzi, Luigi Largilliere, Nicholas Lathrop, Francis Latour, Quentin de Lavery, John Lawrence, Sir Thomas Lawson, Cecil Gordon Leader, B.W. Leander, C.L. Lear. Edward Lebrun, Charles Leach, John Legros, Alphonse Leighton, Baron Frederick Lejeune, Baron L.F. Lely, Sir Peter Lemaine, J.B. Linane Lenbach, Franz von Leochers, Leonardo da Vinci Lepardo, Alessandro Leslie, C.R. Lesueur, Eustache Lutzi, Emmanuel Lewis, J.F. Lays, Hendrik Lieberman, Max Limousin, Leonard Line, Engraving Linnell, John Linton, W.J. Lyotard, J.E. Lippi Lockwood, Wilton Lombardo family, Longhai, Pietro Lotto, Lorenzo Lowe. Will Hickok Lucas, J. Seymour Leyden, Lucas Van Luini, Bernardino Lysippus Lysistratus Mabius, Jan Macalloch, Horatio MacDonald, Lawrence McKenty, Jervis McLeys, Daniel McManus, F.W. Mackney, Sir Daniel MacNeil, Herman A. Madu, J.B. Madrazo Wycunt, Don F. Demise, Nicholas Macart, Hans Mander, Carol Van Manet, Edward Manson, George Mantegna, Andrea Marcantonio Maris, Jacob Merchetti, Baron Carlo Marr, Carl Martin, Homer Dodge Martin. John Martini, Simone Massaxio Massolino de Panikel Mason, G.H. Matsies, Quinton Mauve, Anton May, Phil Mead, Larkin G. Mir, Jan van der Masonier, J.L.E. Melanthius Melchers, Gary Malazzo de Forley Melville, Arthur Memling, Hans Mina, Pedro de Mengs, Anthony Raphael Menzel, A.F. Yvonne Mercy, M.J.A. Mirian, Matthew Marion, Charles Metcalf, W.L. Metsu, Gabriel Mulin, A.F. van der Munier, Constantin Mezzotint Mitchell. Claude Michelangelo Michelazzo di Bartolomeo Micken Miravelt, M. J. Van Mieris, family, Mignard, Pierre Mignon, Abraham Milanesi, Gaetano Millet, Sir J. E. Miller, William Millet, Francis Davis Millet Mile, Jean-François Millet, Jean-François Miniature Mino di Giovanni de Fiesole Minor, Robert C. Models, artists Monet, Claude Montaigne, J. M. Moore, Albert J. Moore, Henry Mora, José Morin, Edward Morin, Thomas Morrow, Gustave Morley, Giovanni Morto, Il Morgan. R. S. Moreland, George Morrow, Antonio Moroni, Giambattista Mosler, Henry Mount, W. S. Mowbray, H. S. Muller, W. J. Mulready, William Munkacsy, Michael von Murillo, B. E. Murphy, John Francis Murr, David Musiano, Girolamo Mazzioli, Giovanni Myron Nantuil, Robert Nasmith, Alexander Nast, Thomas Nadier, J. M. Navreet, J. F. Neal, D. D. Near, Van der Netcher, Gaspar Neuville, Alphonse M. de Newland Niehaus, C. H. Nicholson. William Nisches Nicomachus Nolekins, Joseph Northcote, James Oberlinder, A. A. Ochtman, Leonard O'Donovan, W. R. Oliver, Isaac Oliver, Peter Anatas Opie, John Orcagna Orchardson, Sir W. Q. Orley, Bernard von Ostade Audin, E. A. Overbeck, J. F. Pacchia, Girolamo del and Pacchiarato, Jacopo Pacheco, Francisco Pionius Page, William Painting Paju, Augustin Pallet Palma, Jacopo Palmer, E. D. Palmer, Samuel Palomino. De Castro y Velasco Pamphilus Paninus Panorama Perja, Juan de Parmigiano Paraceus Partridge, J. Bernard Partridge, W. O. Passetels Pastel Patton, Sir J. Noel Paul Veronese Pages Peel, C.W. Peel, Rembrandt Pierce, C.S. Pennell, Joseph Penny, Gianfrancesco Perino del Vaga Perkins, C.C. Perugino, Pietro Peruzzi, Baldassare Petitot, Jean-Louis Pettenkofen, Avon Petty, John Fadius Philip, John Phillips, Thomas Picknell. W. L. Piero di Cosimo Pigal, J.B. Pilati, Carl von Pinturicchio Pinwell, G.J. Pernesi, G.B. Pisano, Andrea Pisano, Giovanni Pisano, Nicola Pisano, Vitor Pissarro, Camille Plimer, Andrew Plimer, Nathaniel Plumbago Drawings Polyulo Family, Polyclitus Polygnatus Pontormo, Jacopo da Pool, Paul Falconer Pordenon, Il Portels, J.F. Porter, B.C. Portraiture Poster Potter, Paul Powson, Nicholas Powers, Hiram Pointer, Sir E.J. Pradier. James Pradilla, Francisco Praxias and Androsthenes Praxitles Pradella Preller, Friedrich Prieur, Pierre Princep, V.C. Proctor, A.P. Protogenes Prout, Samuel Prudhon, Pierre Puget, Pierre Puvis de Chavins Pythagoras Pyle, Howard Reburn, Sir Henry Raffaellino del Garbo Raffet, D.A.M. Raimbach, Abraham Ramsay, Alan Ranger, H.W. Rayux, Jean Raphael Sanzio Ravenhill, Leonard Roch, C.D. Redgrave, Richard Rignault, Henry Rignault, J.B. Reed. Sir George Reed, Robert Reinhardt, C.S. Reinhardt, J.C. Relief Rembrandt Remington, Frederick Renoir, F.A. Rapin, I.J. Restout, Jean Rethel, Alfred Reynolds, Sir Joshua Rocus Ribra, Giuseppe Ribat, Theodule Ricard, L.G. Rixcarelli, Daniel Richards, W.T. Richmond, Sir W.B. Richter, A.L. Rachel, E.F.A. Rigaud, Hyacinth Rimmer, William Riviere, Britton Robert, Hubert Robert, L.L. Robert Fleury, J.N. Roberts, David Robinson. Theodore Rodin, August Rogers, John Roll, A.P. Romney, George Rops, Felician Rosa, Salvator Rosenthal, T.E. Rosselli, Cosimo Rossellino, Antonio Rossetti, D.G. Robiliac, L.F., Rousseau, Jacques Rousseau, P.E.T. Rowlandson, Thomas Rubens, Peter Paul Rude, Francois Runciman, Alexander Russell, John Rysdale, Jacob Van Ryder, A.P. Ryland, W.W. Sakai, Andrea St. Gaudens, Augustus Sanborn, E. Linley Sandby, Paul Sandrart, Joachim von Sandys. Frederick Sansevino, Andrea C. Del Monte Sansevino, Jacopo Santera, J.B. Sargent, J.S. Sarrazin, Jacques Sartain, John Satterley, Walter Sayer, James Shadow, J.G. and R. Schalken, Gottfried Scharf, Sir George Shemakers, Peter Scheffer, Ari Shetke, J.C. Schiavonti, Luigi Skirmer, Friedrich W. Skirmer, Johann W. Schluter, Andreas Schnorr von Karelsfeld Skongor, Martin Schreier, Adolf Schwanthaler, L.M. Schwartzy, Teresa Schwind. Moritz von Scopas Scott, David Scott, William Bell Sculpture Sebastiano del Piombo Seddon, Thomas Segantini, Giovanni Sequeira, D.A. de Sergel, Johann Tobias Severn, Joseph Shannon, C.H. Shannon, J.J. Sharp, William Shee, Sir M.A., Sherwin, J.K. Short, F.J. Sigulin, Xavier Signorelli, Lucas Alanian Simon, Abraham Simon, Thomas Simmons, E.E. Simpson, William Sisley, Alfred Slods, Renee Mitchell Smart, John Smedley, W.T. Smiley, J.D. Smirk. Robert Smith, Calvin Smith, John Raphael Smibert, John Snyders, France Sodoma, Il Solario, Antonio Sarlo y Bastida, J. Spagna, Lo Spinalo, Aretino Stanfield, W.C. Stannard, Joseph Stark, James Steen, Jan Havik Steer, P. Wilson Stevens, Alfred Stewart, Julius L. Stillman, W.J. Stone, Frank Stone, Marcus Stone, Nicholas Stoss, Veit Stothard, C.A. Stothard, Thomas Strang, William Strange, Sir Robert Strongyllian Stewart. Gilbert Stuck, France Subliras, Pierre Sully, Thomas Swan, J.M. Taft, Lorado Tate, A.F. Tanner, H.O. Tarbell, Edmund C. Temper Tenures, Family Tenniel, Sir John Terborch, Gerard Terracotta Thayer, Abbott H. Theon of Samos Toma, Hans Thompson, Lot Thompson, John Thornhill, Sir James Thornycroft, W. Hamo Thorwaldson, Bertel Thrasham's Typolo, G.B. Tiffany, L.C. Timanthes Timomachus Timotheus Tintoretto Tissio, Benvenuto Tissot. J.J.J. Titian Torrigiano, Pieter Triptych Troy, J.F. de Troyon, Constant Trumbull, John Tryon, D.W. Turner, Charles Turner, J.M.W. Oud, F.K.H. von Udemaro Vanderlyn, John van der Stappen, C. Van der Weyden, R. van de Velde, Adrian van de Velde, William van Dyck, Sir Anthony Vanloo, C.A. Vanloo, J.B. Varley, Cornelius Varley, John Vasari, Giorgio Vetter, Elihu Veit, Philip Velasquez, D.R. de Silva y Verbo Coven. E.J. Vereshchagin, V.V. Verlet, M.M.C. Vernet family Verrocchio Andrea del Virtue George Veen J.M. Virge Daniel Vigilebrun, M.A.E. Veen Paul de Vincent George Vinton F.P. Vischer family Vischer F.T. Vivarini family Valk L.W. Vano R.W. Vowett Simon Vrankex Sebastian Vrient J.J. de and A.F.L. de Wagen G.F. Waldo S.L. Walker Frederick Walker H.O. Walker Horatio Walker Robert Wappers. E.C.G. Ward James Ward E.M. Ward J.Q.A. Ward, William Warner, Allen Levy Waterhouse, J.W., Waterloo, Sir E.A. Watto, Anton Watts, G.F. Waters, Emil Wax Figures Webster, Thomas Weeks, E.L. Weenix, J.B. Weir, R.W. Werner, A.A. von West, Benjamin Westall, Richard Westmacott, Sir R. Wheatley, Francis Whistler, J.A.M.C.N. White, Robert Wiles, I.R. Wilkie, Sir David Willems, F.J.M., Willett, L.A., Wilmore, J.T. Wilson, Richard Woolgemuth, Michael Wolfe, Joseph Woodbury, C.H. Wood carving, wood engraving, Willett, William Woolner, Thomas Wowerman, Philip Wright, Joseph Wyant, A.H. Wiley, Robert Yasses Arcillo, Y. Alcaraz, F. Zeuxis Ziem, FFGP. Zoffany, Johann Zuckerli, Francesco Zuccaro, Taddeo Zucchero, Federico Zuloga, Ignacio Zurbaran, Francisco. Chapter 30, 5 Language and Writing. One of the most interesting subjects of scientific study developed during the last century is that of primitive culture and the gradual advancement of primitive man from a state of savagery to comparative civilization. For this study, there are no historical documents in the ordinary use of the words historical and document. The story must be arrived at by analysis, deduction, even by guesswork, supplementing the studies of travelers among tribes which now are in the lowest stages of development and farthest from civilization, and therefore most resemble our remotest human ancestors. Almost the very earliest of writers on evolution, the Roman poet Lucretius, Volume 17, p. 107, who died in 55 B.C., sketched general outlines of the development of this primitive civilization in much the same way as do modern ethnologists. But his description was imaginary and was fashioned to fit his and Epicurus's evolutionary theories. The article Civilization, Volume 6, p. 403, in the Britannica makes the development of speech the mark of the first period when mankind was in the lower stages of savagery. Our ancestors of this epoch inhabited a necessarily restricted tropical territory and subsisted upon raw nuts and fruit. The next higher period in the progress of civilization began with the knowledge of the use of fire, p. 404. This wonderful discovery enabled the developing race to extend its habitat almost indefinitely, and to include flesh, and in particular fish, in its regular dietary. Man could now leave the forests and wander along the shores and rivers, migrating to climates less enervating than those to which he had previously been confined. Doubtless he became an expert fisher, but he was as yet poorly equipped for hunting. Primitive races of Australia and Polynesia had not advanced beyond this middle status of savagery when they were discovered a few generations ago. The next great ethnical discovery was that of the bow and arrow, a truly wonderful instrument. The possessor of this device could bring down the fleetest animal and could defend himself against the most predatory. He could provide himself not only with food, but with materials for clothing and for tent making, and thus could migrate at will back from the seas and large rivers. The meat diet, now for the first time freely available, probably contributed, along with the stimulating climate, to increase the physical vigor and courage of this highest savage, thus urging him along the paths of progress. Nevertheless, many tribes came thus far, and no further, as witness the Athapascans of the Hudson's Bay Territory and the Indians of the Valley of the Columbia. After the use of fire and the discovery of the bow and arrow came the invention of pottery, the domestication of animals, and the smelting of iron, all successive stages in man's history which, in their relation to the sum of human progress, transcend in relative importance all his subsequent works. And this is even truer if there is included in this period the development of a system of writing, which may be reckoned either the end of the primitive period or the beginning of the period of civilization proper. These two great steps in the story of civilization, language and writing, are closely connected in our minds, though so far separated in time of origin. And their story as told in the Britannica by the world's greatest authorities, English, American, German, French, Italian, Danish, etc., is an interesting one for the general reader, while the articles are invaluable to the specialist in linguistic study. The starting point for a course of reading is the article Philology, Volume 21, p. 414, equivalent to 80 pages in this guide, of which the first part, a general treatment, is by the greatest of American philologists, William Dwight Whitney, editor-in-chief of the Century Dictionary and author of Life and Growth of Language, one of the most important scientific contributions to the subject. The second part, on the comparative philology of the Indo-European languages, is by Prof. Eduard Sivers of Leipzig and Prof. Peter Giles of Cambridge. Both these names are well known to students of the subject, the former as that of the author of numerous valuable works on Germanic phonetics and metric, and the latter as a writer on Greek language and as the author of a short manual of comparative philology. The article begins with a definition of philology, the science of language, and of comparative philology, the comparison of one language with another, in order to bring out their relationships, their structures, and their histories. Prof. Whitney shows how much the recent development of linguistic science owes to the general scientific movement of the age. No one, he says, however ingenious and entertaining his speculations, will cast any real light on the earliest history of speech. But he notes the obvious analogy between speech and writing, and he puts stress on the sociality of man as the prime factor in his development of speech. Other topics in this part of the article are instrumentalities of expression, gesture, grimace, and voice. Language means tongueness. A mute would call it handiness. Advantages of voice over gesture. Imitation as a factor in development of language and of writing. Onomatopoetic origin of words. Development of sign-making. Among the animals of highest intelligence that associate with man and learn something of his ways, a certain amount of sign-making expressly for communication is not to be denied. The dog that barks at a door because he knows that somebody will come and let him in is an instance of it. Perhaps, in wild life, the throwing out of sentinel birds from a flock, whose warning cry shall advertise their fellows of the threat of danger, is as near an approach to it as is anywhere made. brute speech and human speech. Those who put forward language as the distinction between man and the lower animals, and those who look upon our language as the same in kind with the means of communication of the lower animals, only much more complete and perfect, fail alike to comprehend the true nature of language, and are alike wrong in their arguments and conclusions. No addition to or multiplication of brute speech would make anything like human speech. The two are separated by a step which no animal below man has ever taken. And, on the other hand, language is only the most conspicuous among those institutions, the development of which has constituted human progress. Language and culture. Differences of language, down to the possession of language at all, are differences only in respect to education and culture. Development of language signs, the beginning slow, acceleration cumulative. The root stage, first signs must have been integral, significant in their entirety, not divisible into parts. Earliest phonetic forms, the simplest syllabic combination, a single consonant with a following vowel. See the article Hawaii, Volume 13, p. 88, for a similar language even now in existence. Every syllable is open, ending in a vowel sound, and short sentences may be constructed wholly of vocalic sounds. Character of early speech. First language signs must have denoted those physical acts and qualities which are directly apprehensible by the senses. We are still all the time drawing figurative comparisons between material and moral things and processes, and calling the latter by the names of the former. Development of language, as illustrated in Indo-European speech. Laws of growth and change. Internal growth by multiplication of meanings. Phonetic change, the principle of economy, euphony, borrowing and mixing of vocabularies. Classification of languages by structural types, isolating Chinese, agglutinative Turkish, etc., inflective Indo-European, or a more elaborate classification. Indo-European, on which see Part 2 of the article Philology and the article Indo-European Languages, Volume 14, p. 495. Equivalent to 20 pages of this guide by Prof. Peter Giles, especially interesting for the attempt on a linguistic basis to reconstruct the original civilization and to discover the home of the ancestors of this language stock, which now occupies nearly all of Europe and is so intimately connected with the civilization of the last 2,500 years. C. Greek Language, Volume 12, p. 496, by Professor Giles, and articles Homer, Volume 13, p. 626, Dorian's, Volume 8, p. 423, etc. But the main treatment of different Greek dialects is in the article Greek Language, Volume 12, p. 496, to which the student should refer for Arcadian and Cyprian, Ialic, Ionicatic, and Doric dialects. Latin Language, Volume 16, p. 244, by Dr. A. S. Wilkins, late Professor of Latin, Owens College, Manchester, and Dr. Robert S. Conway, Professor of Latin, University of Manchester, with a peculiarly valuable summary of the language as recorded, which is a linguistic critique of the style and vocabulary of the great Roman authors and a comparison, p. 253, of Latin and Greek prose. And see the articles on the dialects of ancient Italy. Italy, Ancient Languages and People, Etruria Language, Liguria Philology, Siculi, Pompeii, Oscan Inscriptions, Sabini, Falisci, Volsci, Osca Lingua, Iguvium, Brudii Umbria, Picenum, Samnites, etc. by Prof. Conway, which will serve the student as a foundation for this subject, with more recent revision of all that is known than there is in Prof. Conway's books, in the works of C. D. Buck, or in other authorities. For the descendants of Latin, the article Romance Languages, Volume 23, p. 504, by Dr. Wilhelm Meyerlubke, Professor of Romance Philology in the University of Vienna, and the following separate articles. Italian Language, Volume 14, p. 888, by Graziadio I. Ascoli, Professor of Comparative Grammar at the University of Milan, and Carlo Salviani, Professor of Romance Languages in the same university, with a valuable summary of the dialects of modern Italy. French Language, Volume 11, p. 103, by Henry Nicol and Paul Mayer, Professor at the Collège de France. Particularly interesting because treated comparatively with constant reference to English and French influence on English. Provençal Languages, Volume 22, p. 491, by Prof. Paul Mayer. Spain, Language, Volume 25, p. 573, by Alfred Morelfacio, Professor of Romance Languages at the Collège de France, and James Fitzmaurice Kelly, Professor of Spanish, Liverpool University, describing the Catalan as well as the Castilian and the Portuguese. Romania, Language, Volume 23, p. 843. The General Articles Scandinavian Languages, Volume 24, p. 291, by Dr. Adolf Noreen, Professor in the University of Uppsala, with sections on Icelandic, Norwegian or Norse, Swedish and Danish, and the Scandinavian dialects. And Teutonic Languages, Volume 26, p. 673, by Hector Munro Chadwick, Librarian of Clare College, Cambridge. More in detail on the Teutonic languages are the articles. English Language, Volume 9, pp. 587-600, equivalent to 45 pages of this guide, by Sir James A. H. Murray, Editor-in-Chief of the Oxford New English Dictionary, and Miss Hilda Mary R. Murray, Lecturer on English at the Royal Holloway College. Dutch Language, Volume 8, p. 717, by Prof. Johan Hendrik Galley of the University of Utrecht. German Language, Volume 11, p. 777, Dr. Robert Priebsch, Professor of German Philology, University of London, which deals with modern and ancient, new, middle and old, high and low German. For Indo-Iranian languages, see Persia, Language and Literature, Volume 21, p. 246, by Dr. Herman Eath, Professor of Oriental Languages, University College, Wales, dealing with Zend and Old, Middle and New Persian and modern dialects of Persian. Indo-Aryan Languages, Volume 14, p. 487, by George Abraham Grierson, formerly in charge of the Linguistic Survey of India, who treats in this article the relations of Pisaka, Prakrit, and Sanskrit, and contributes the separate articles Pisaka languages, Prakrit, Bengali, Bahari, Gujarati, and Rajasthani, Hindustani, Kashmiri, and Marathi. More important than these minor dialects are Sanskrit Language, Volume 24, p. 156, by Dr. Julius Egeling, Professor of Sanskrit, Edinburgh University, an article equivalent in length to 90 pages of this guide, and Pali, Volume 20, p. 630, by Prof. T. W. Rhys Davids of Manchester University, President of the Polytext Society. Armenian Language and Literature, Volume 2, p. 571, by Dr. F. C. Kaniber, author of the Ancient Armenian Texts of Aristotle, etc. Lithuanians and Lets, Language and Literature, Volume 16, p. 790, Slavs. Language, Volume 25, p. 233, by Ellis Havelmans, Lecturer in Paleography, Cambridge, with a table of alphabets, and supplementary information in the articles Russia, Bulgaria, Serbia, Poland, Bohemia, Croatia, Slavonia, Slovaks, Slovenes, Sorbs, Kashubs, Polabs. Albania, Language, Volume 1, p. 485, by J. D. Birchier, correspondent of the Times, London, in southeastern Europe. The material on the Semitic group is principally in the article Semitic Languages, Volume 24, p. 617, by Theodore Noldeck, late Professor of Oriental Languages at Strasbourg. This article deals with Assyrian, see also Cuneiform, Volume 7, p. 629. Hebrew, see also Hebrew Language, Volume 13, p. 167, by Arthur Ernest Cowley, Sublibrarian of the Bodleian, Oxford. Phoenician, see also Phoenicia, Volume 21, p. 449, by the Reverend Dr. George Albert Cook, author of Textbook of North Semitic Inscriptions, etc. Aramaic, and see the separate article Aramaic Languages, Volume 2, p. 317. Arabic, Sabaean, Mari, and Sakatri, Ethiopic, Tigray and Tigrina, Amharic, Harari, and Gureg. And see the article Syriac Language, Volume 26, p. 309, by Norman MacLean, Lecturer in Aramaic, Cambridge. The article Hamitic Languages, Volume 12, p. 893, is by Dr. W. Max Muller, Professor in the Reformed Episcopal Seminary, Philadelphia. See also the article Egypt, Language and Writing, Volume 9, p. 57, by Dr. Francis Llewellyn Griffith, Reader in Egyptology, Oxford, and the Articles, Ethiopia, Volume 9, p. 845, by Dr. D. S. Margoliouth, Professor of Arabic, Oxford. Berber Language, Volume 3, p. 766, and Kabyles, Volume 15, p. 625, for the Libyan group of the Hamitic languages. On the monosyllabic languages, see China, Language, Volume 6, p. 216, by Dr. H. A. Giles, Professor of Chinese, Cambridge, and Lionel Giles, Assistant Oriental Department, British Museum. Japan Language, Volume 15, p. 167, by Captain Frank Brinkley, late editor of the Japan Mail, and Tibeto-Burman Languages, Volume 26, p. 928, by Dr. Sten Kano, Professor in the University of Christiania. The article Ural-Altaic, Volume 27, p. 784, by Dr. Augustus Henry Keene, late Professor of Hindustani, University College, London, gives a general account of the relationship of Turkish, Finno-Ugrian, Mongol, and Manchu, and is supplemented by the articles Turks, Language, Volume 27, p. 472, by Sir Charles Eliot, Vice-Chancellor of Sheffield University. Finno-Ugrian, Volume 10, p. 388, on Language of Finns, Lapps, and Sam-Eds, Hungary Language, Volume 13, p. 924, on Magyar, both by Sir Charles Eliot. And Mongols Language, Volume 18, p. 719, by Dr. Bernhard Julg, late Professor at Innsbruck. On the non-Aryan languages of Southern Africa, see the article Tamils, Volume 26, p. 388, by Dr. Reinhold Rost, late Secretary of the Royal Asiatic Society. For languages of Malay Polynesia and other oceanic peoples, see Malays, Language, Volume 17, p. 477, by Sir Hugh Charles Clifford, Colonial Secretary of Ceylon and joint author of a dictionary of the Malay language, and the articles Polynesia, Samoa, Java, Hawaii, etc. On the Caucasian language, see Georgia, Volume 11, p. 758, and Caucasia, Volume 5, p. 546. On other European languages, see Basques, Volume 3, p. 485, by the late Reverend Wentworth Webster, author of Basque Legends, and Julian Vinson, author of Le Basque et les Langues Mexicaines. And for the Etruscan language Etruria, Volume 9, p. 854, by Professor R. S. Conway. On African languages, see Bantu Languages, Volume 3, p. 356, by Sir H. H. Johnston. Bushman, Volume 41, p. 871, and Hottentots, Volume 13, p. 805. And for the intermediate group, the article Hausa, Volume 13, p. 69. On the languages of the North American Indians, see the article Indians, North American, especially p. 457 of Volume 14, by Dr. A. F. Chamberlain, Professor of Anthropology, Clark University, Worcester, Massachusetts. This list of articles will serve the student as a guide for the purely linguistic articles. Besides the general treatment in the article philology from which we started, he should read articles on such general subjects as phonetics, Volume 21, p. 458, by Dr. Henry Sweet, author of A Primer of Phonetics, A History of English Sounds Since the Earliest Period, etc. This leads to a study of the article alphabet, Volume 1, p. 723, equivalent to 30 pages of this guide. Written by Professor Peter Giles of Cambridge and illustrated with a plate and various facsimiles of early alphabets. This article is supplemented by Professor Giles's articles on all the letters of the alphabet, which deal with the history and form of the symbol, the character of the sound it stands for, and particularly, the development and change of the sound in English and its dialects. For instance, the article on the letter N describes 4 different sounds, of which there are 2 in English, usually distinguished as N and NG. Explains that in the early Indo-European language, some N's and M's could sometimes be pronounced as vowels, describes the opposite process, the nasalization of vowels, especially in French, and closes by saying, it is possible to nasalize some consonants as well as vowels. Nasalized spirants play an important part in the so-called Yankee pronunciation of Americans. From alphabets, the student may well turn to ideal languages in the article Universal Languages, Volume 27, p. 746, by Professor Henry Sweet, which criticizes Volapük and Esperanto and the idiom neutral as being unscientific, not really international, even from a European point of view, and still less when one considers the growing importance of Japan and China in world trade and world history. Their being based on national languages, Dr. Sweet thinks, is a disadvantage. But in their comparative success, he sees proof that a universal language is possible. See also Prof. Sweet's separate articles Volapük, Volume 28, p. 178, and Esperanto, Volume 9, p. 773. The article Writing, Volume 28, p. 852 deals, chiefly from the anthropological standpoint, with primitive attempts to record ideas in an intelligible form, for example with knot signs, message sticks, picture writing, and the like. The needs, which led to the invention of these primitive forms of writing, were mnemonic, recalling that something is to be done at a certain time. The primitive tickler was a knotted string or thong, like our knotted handkerchief as a reminder. And these knot strings were finally used for elementary accountings, commercial or chronological, like the use of the abacus in little shops, or of the similar system in scoring games of pool. To communicate with someone at a distance, for which marked or notched sticks, engraved or colored pebbles, wampum belts, etc. were used. And third, to distinguish one's own property or handicraft, whence cattle brands, trademarks, etc. In Assyria, Egypt, and China picture writing developed into conventional signs. On these see Egypt, Volume 9, p. 60, and China, Volume 6, p. 218. All of these are of great interest to the general reader, but the article Cuneiform, Volume 7, p. 629, by Dr. R. W. Rogers, Professor of Hebrew and Old Testament Exegesis, Drew Theological Seminary, Madison, New Jersey, has the sort of entertainment in it that there is in a good detective story, since it tells how the meaning of the mysterious wedge-shaped inscriptions on the rocks at Mount Rachmit in Persia was discovered. The subject of writing is treated, also in the articles. Inscriptions, Volume 14, p. 618. Semitic, aside from the cuneiform by Arthur Ernest Cowley, Sublibrarian of the Bodleian, Oxford, Indian inscriptions by John Faithful Fleet, author of Inscriptions of the Early Gupta Kings, etc. Greek by Edward Lee Hicks, Bishop of Lincoln, author of Manual of Greek Historical Inscriptions, etc., and George Francis Hill, author of Sources for Greek History, etc. And Latin by Emil Hubner, late professor of classical philology at Berlin, author of Romish Epigraphic, etc., and Dr. W. M. Lindsay of the University of St. Andrews, author of the Latin language, etc. Paleography, Volume 20, p. 556, equivalent to 75 pages of this guide, by Sir Edward Maun Thompson, late librarian of the British Museum and author of Handbook of Greek and Latin Paleography, etc. The article is illustrated with 50 facsimiles of typical handwritings. Manuscript, Volume 17, p. 618, equivalent to 20 pages of this guide, by the same author, with a description of the various forms of manuscripts of the mechanical arrangement of writing in MSS, and of writing implements and inks. See, also, illuminated manuscripts, papyrus, paper, and other articles mentioned in the chapter in this guide for printers. The student of language and literature and of writing will also find much valuable information in the article Textual Criticism, Volume 26, p. 708, equivalent to 25 pages of this guide, by Professor J. P. Postgate of the University of Liverpool, well known to Latinists as the brilliant editor of Tibullus and Propertius. The article gives examples of the classes of errors occurring in texts and the methods of restoring true readings, largely of course by conjecture, and illustrates such errors and their correction by the very poorly printed first editions of the English poet Shelley. In the study of language and writing, as in courses on other sciences and arts, the reader will find an additional interest in supplementing general and abstract articles by biographical sketches of the great men in the science. The following is a partial list of the articles in the Britannica on great philologists. Asen, Ivaradelung, J.C. Ahrens, F.H.L. Ascoli G.I., Beher J.C.F., Bader J.G. Bake, Jan Barth, Caspar von Benfey, Theodore Bennett, Charles E. Bentley, Richard Bernhardy, Gottfried Baudagi Blas, Friedrich Bleek, W.H.I. Bloomfield, Morris Boatlink, Otto von Bopp, France Bosworth, Joseph Briel, M.J.A. Brown, Francis Butchler, France Buck, C.D. Bug, Sophus Berman Burnell, A.C. Burnoof, Eugen Buttman, Philip Carl Carey. William Casaubon Caspary, K.P. Cassell, Edmund Castiglione, Count Castron, M.A. Childers, R.C. Klainertz, Nicholas Cobbett, C.G. Connington, John Cook, A.S. Corson, W.P. Cotgrave, Randall Cruiser, G.F. C. Somadecoros, A. Darmesteter, J. Delius, N. Dees, F.C. Dabrowski, J. Doderline, J.C.W.L. Donaldson, J.W. Drissler, Henry Dunesh Ebel, H.W. Egger, Emil Elias, Levita Ellis, A.J. Ellis. Robinson, Erasmus Erpenius, Thomas Etmuller, E.M.L. Faxiolati, J. Ferizabadi Fleckeisen, C.F.W.A. Flescher, Heinrich L. Flugel, G.L. Flugel, J.G. Forcellini, Egidio Freund, Wilhelm Freydag, G.W.F. Furnival, F.J. First, Julius Gablentz, H.C. von der Geisford, Thomas Giangos, Y. Ars, P. de Gildersleeve, B.L. Goge, M.J. de Goldstucker, T. Goldziher, Ignaz Golius, Jacobus Goodwin, W.W. Greenuff. J.B. Grimm, J.L.C. Grimm, W.C. Gudeman, Alfred Gutschmid, Baron von Hadley, James Hagen, F.H. von der Haldeman, S.S. Hale, W.G. Hald, N.B. Hall, Fitzedward Hall, Isaac Hollister Haston, B.P. Hogg, Martin Haupt, Moritz Henry, Victor Herbelat de Molinville, B.D., Herves Y. Pinjuro, L. Hoffman, J.J. Hopkins, E.W. Hottinger, J.H. Hubner, Emil Humboldt, K.W. von Ingram, James Johari Jaulicki Giersek. Joseph Jonah, Rabbi Jones, Sir William Karajich, V.S. Kern, J.H. Khalil ibn Ahmed, Kimbai family, Klaproth, H.J. Kuhn, F.F.A. Lachman, Carl Landman, C.R. Lassen, Christian Legg, James Leitner, G.W. Liddell, H.G. Litter, M.P.E. Ludolf, Hiob Madvig, J.N. Malin, S.C. March, F.A. Max Muller, F. Mayer, J.E.B. Menant, Joachim Mayer, P.H. Mezzofanti, Giuseppe C. Miklasich, Franz von Moll. Julius von Munier Williams, Sir M. Morris, Richard Munro, D.B. Murray, Sir James Nettleship, Henry Noldeck, Theodore Oppert, Julius Paley, F.A. Paris, B.P.G. Pirlkemp, P.H. Pale, John Petrarch Poggio Polician Porson, Richard Pott, A.F. Quattremere, E.M. Rask, R.C. Reisk, J.J. Roland, Adrian Remusat, J.P.A. Ribek Otto Riu, C.P.H. Rich, F.W. Rutherford, W.G. Sale, George Salisbury, William Sanders, Daniel Sayce. A.H. Schafferich, P.J. Scheller, J.A.W. Skiefner, F.A. Schleicher, August Schultens, Family Scott, Robert Seller, W.Y. Skeet, W.W. Taylor, Isaac Ten Brink, B.E.K., Teufel, W.S. Thorpe, Benjamin Whaley and F. De Walker, John Warren, Minton Webster, Noah Whitney, W.D. Wilkins, Sir Charles Wordsworth, Christopher Zarnk, F.K.T. Chapter 36, Literature, Introductory and General. The student of literature, like the student of painting, finds it as necessary to examine the great examples of the art as to study the laws which guide the artist, for the history of their development, and he will find that the articles which discuss literature in the Britannica are themselves literature, models of the form of artistic expression which they describe. A list of these contributors who deal with literary topics might, indeed, easily be mistaken for a list of such articles on the great contemporary writers as the student would most desire to read. Among these contributors are, for example, Edmund Gosse, Theodore Watts Dunton, Swinburne, A.C. Benson, John Morley, Austin Dobson, Arthur Symonds, J. Addington Symonds, Frederick Harrison, Walter Besant, William Sharp, Fiona MacLeod, Professor George Saintsbury, Sir Arthur T. Quiller Couch, Q. William Archer, Israel Gollancz, Robert Louis Stevenson, Andrew Lang, Sir Leslie Stephen, E.V. Lucas, Arthur Waugh, Mrs. Craigie, John Oliver Hobbes, Alice Meynell, Mrs. Humphrey Ward, and among American names, George E. Woodbury. Henry Van Dyke, Edward Everett Hale, T.W. Higginson, Brander Matthews, W.P. Trent, Charles Eliot Norton, Charles William Eliot, George W. Cable, Lyman Abbott, Edmund Clarence Stedman, John Burroughs, Thomas Davidson, Horace E. Scudder, and Charles F. Richardson. Before discussing the articles in which these and many other distinguished contributors deal with various aspects of literature, attention may be directed to the treatment of religious literature in the Britannica. The Bible is the subject of a separate chapter in this guide on Bible study, to which the reader is also referred for the whole literature of biblical criticism. Religious literature based upon the Bible is discussed in the Articles Liturgy, Volume 16, p. 795, by the Reverend F. E. Warren. Sermon, Volume 24, p. 673, by Edmund Gosse, and Hymns, Volume 14, p. 181, by Lord Selborne, equivalent to 35 pages of this guide. The medieval miracle plays and mysteries, presenting incidents from Scripture, are described in the section on the medieval drama, Volume 8, p. 497 of the article Drama. On the literature of other religions, see the chapter for ministers. The student of literature in general may begin his course of reading with the article Literature, Volume 16, p. 783, a concise critical summary by Dr. James Fitzmaurice Kelly, Professor of Spanish Language and Literature, Liverpool University, best known as the editor of Cervantes. Read, after the article Literature, the same contributor's article Translation, Volume 27, p. 183. The student who does not wish to approach literature from the philosophically side need not read the articles Aesthetics and Fine Arts. But even such a one should read the article Style, Volume 25, p. 1055, by Edmund Gosse, essayist, poet, biographer, and librarian of the House of Lords, and the article Prose, Volume 22, p. 450, by the same contributor. There is a well-known and perfectly authentic anecdote of Edmund Gosse's predecessor as librarian of the House of Lords, who was once asked in the course of a newspaper symposium on education, "What were the principal factors in your education?" He replied by putting second only to his university training the articles in the Encyclopaedia Britannica and in the Athenaeum by Theodore Watts Dunton. Certainly the student will be well repaid by repeated study and analysis of Watts Dunton's article Poetry, Volume 21, p. 877, equivalent to 45 pages of this guide. The same author's articles Sonnet, Volume 25, p. 414, Matthew Arnold, Volume 2, p. 635, and Wycherley, Volume 28, p. 863, should be studied with the article Poetry as supplementing his literary philosophy. The greatest of literary forms is amply represented by the space and the authority given to it in the Britannica. The article Drama, Volume 8, p. 475, equivalent to 225 pages of this guide, is mainly the work of Prof. A. W. Ward, Master of Peterhouse, Cambridge, editor of the Cambridge History of English Literature and of the Cambridge Modern History, but some parts of the article are by William Archer, the dramatic critic, and by August Philon, Pierce Sandry. This elaborate article should be supplemented by the short article Comedy, Volume 6, p. 759, and by the biographical and critical sketches of the great dramatists. Among the many other articles in the Britannica on the forms of literature are Satire, Volume 24, p. 228, by Richard Garnett, late librarian, British Museum, with which the student may well combine the articles Humor and Irony, the articles Ballade, Ballads, Lang, Bucolics, Pastoral, Cento, Chant Royal, with Gosse's First English Chant Royal, The Praise of Dionysus, transcribed in full, descriptive poetry, elegy, epic poetry, epithalamium, heroic verse, idyll, limerick, lyrical poetry, macaronics, national anthems, ode. Ottava rima, pantun, rhyme royal, rondeau, rondel, sestet, sestina, song, triolet, vers dissociate, villanelle, virelay, and a few of the prose forms, biography, cant, criticism, epistle, essay, euphuism, novel, pamphlet, picaresque novel, romance, tale, tract, nearly all these being by Edmund Gosse. Two articles of the utmost importance are dictionary and encyclopedia. Read the general article rhetoric. Periodical publications, especially those in the English and French languages, have contained a great part of the best literary criticism of miscellaneous essays published since the first French review appeared in 1665, and since the first English review, consisting wholly of original matter, was established in London in 1710. The latter was indebted to France not only for its model, but for its editor, who was a French Protestant refugee. Benjamin Franklin founded the first American monthly, the Philadelphian General Magazine, in 1741. The Article Periodicals, Volume 21, p. 151 by H. R. Tedder, librarian of the Athenaeum Club, London, contains separate sections on the reviews and magazines of England, the United States, Canada, South Africa, West India and the British Crown Colonies, India and Ceylon, France, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Italy, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Russia, Bohemia, Hungary, and Japan. Newspapers, Volume 19, p. 544, equivalent to 140 pages of this guide, is an article in which the student will find a full account of the most fertile, if not the most studied, form of modern literature in all parts of the world. See also the chapter in this guide for journalists and authors. The reader should note that of the many articles on literary forms and rhetorical figures, only a few are given above, but they are listed more fully in the index volume, p. 929, where there are more than 350 such titles. He must remember also that there are more than 3,000 biographical and critical articles on authors in different languages and different periods. The following are key articles on national literatures. English Literature by Henry Bradley, joint editor of the New English Dictionary. Prof. J. M. Manley, University of Chicago, Prof. Oliver Elton, University of Liverpool, Thomas Secombe, author of The Age of Johnson. American Literature by G. E. Woodbury, formerly professor in Columbia University. German Literature by Prof. J. G. Robertson, University of London, author of History of German Literature. Dutch Literature by Edmund Gosse, Flemish Literature. Walloons Literature, Belgium Literature, Denmark Literature, Sweden Literature, Norway Literature. Iceland Literature, Classic, by Prof. Frederick York Powell of Oxford. Recent, by Sigfus Blondel, librarian of Copenhagen University. French Literature, by George Saintsbury. Provençal Literature, by Paul Mayer, director of the École des Chartes, Paris, and Prof. Hermann Olsner, Oxford, author of A History of Provençal Literature. Anglo-Norman Literature, by Prof. Louis Brandon of the University of London. Spain Literature, by Prof. J. Fitzmaurice Kelly of the University of Liverpool, and A. Moral Fatio, author of L'Espagne aux Exvi et aux Exvi siècles. Portugal Literature, by Edgar Prestage, editor of Letters of a Portuguese Nun, etc. Italian Literature, by Prof. Hermann Olsner, Oxford, and Prof. Adolfo Bardelli of the University of Florence, author of Storia della Letteratura Italiana. Switzerland Literature, by Prof. W. A. B. Coolidge. Hungary Literature, by Emil Reich, author of Hungarian Literature, and E. Dundas Butler, author of Hungarian Poems and Fables for English Readers, etc. Poland Literature, by W. R. Morfill, late professor of Slavonic languages, Oxford, author of Slavonic literature, etc. Russia Literature, also by Prof. Morfill. Arabia Literature, by the late Prof. M. J. de Goge, University of Leiden, and the Reverend G. W. Thatcher, Warden of Camden College, Sydney N. S. W. Persia Literature, by Prof. Carl Geldner, Marburg University, and Prof. Herman Eath, University College, Wales. China Literature, by H. A. Giles, Professor of Chinese, Oxford. Japan Literature, by Capt. Brinkley. Hebrew Literature, by Arthur Cowley, Sublibrarian of the Bodleian, Oxford. Armenian Literature, by F. C. Canibert, author of the Ancient Armenian Texts of Aristotle. Syriac Literature, by Norman Maclean, lecturer in Aramaic, Cambridge. Hindustani Literature by Sir Charles James Lyell. Sanskrit Literature by Prof. Julius Egeling, Edinburgh. Classics by Dr. J. E. Sandys, Cambridge, author of History of Classical Scholarship. Greek Literature. Ancient by Sir R. C. Jebb, author of Companion to Greek Studies. Byzantine by Prof. Karl Krumbacher, editor of Byzantinisch Zeitschrift and Byzantinisches Archive. And Modern by J. D. Birchier, correspondent of the Times, London in southeastern Europe. Latin Literature by Prof. A. S. Wilkins of Owens College, Manchester, and Prof. R. S. Conway of the University of Manchester. Celt Literature, to which W. J. Griffith, lecturer in Celtic, University College, Cardiff, contributes the section on Welsh literature. And E. C. Quiggin, lecturer in Celtic, Cambridge, contributes the sections on Irish, Manx, Breton, and Cornish literatures. This list of the literatures of many tongues, from each of which translations have added to the common stock accessible even to those who can read with ease only one language, indicates the existence of a bewildering mass of printed matter, and just as each language has its literature, using the word to signify output, so each subject upon which men write has its literature, using the word to signify material for any one branch of study. Bibliographies are the charts by which students are enabled to navigate these vast seas of knowledge. The Articles Bibliography, Volume 3, p. 908, by A. W. Pollard, Assistant Librarian of the British Museum, and Index, Volume 14, p. 373, describe the technicalities of cataloging and classifying books and their contents. The Britannica is itself the most complete index to the subjects treated by books and the most complete bibliographical manual for the student that could be imagined. The index of 500,000 entries, Volume 29, shows to what class any one of 500,000 facts belongs by referring to the article in which that fact is treated. At the end of the article, a list of the best books on the subject shows the student who desires to specialize just where to go for further details. No less than 203,000 books are included in these lists appended to Britannica articles, and many of them are, in themselves, substantial contributions to literature. The Shakespeare bibliography would, for example, fill 30 pages of the size and type of this guide. The Bibliography of English History by A. F. Pollard of the University of London, 13 pages, and the Bibliography of French History by Prof. Beaumont of the École des Hautes Études, Paris, 8 pages. A group of articles of great interest to every student of literature deals with the methods and appliances by which writings are preserved and circulated. Manuscript Volume 17, p. 618, is by Sir E. Maun Thompson of the British Museum Library. Book, Volume 4, p. 214. Book Collecting, Volume 4, p. 221, and Incunabula, Volume 14, p. 369, are by A. W. Pollard, also of the British Museum Library. Libraries, Volume 16, p. 545, equivalent to 100 pages of this guide, is by H. R. Tedder, librarian of the Athenaeum Club, London. The articles on printing, binding, publishing, and similar subjects are described in the chapter of this guide for printers. With this chapter to help him, the student will have little difficulty in devising his own course of reading in any one literature, starting with the general treatment, going from this to the separate biographies of the great authors mentioned in the general article, and, when there is in the national literature, that he is studying some special development of a literary genre, as of the sermon in the 17th or the satire in the 18th century. Turning to the article in the Britannica dealing with this form of literature, satire, sermon, or whatever it may be. For example, what could be more illuminating to the student of 19th century literature than the following passages disconnected here from the article satire? Goethe and Schiller, Scott and Wordsworth are now at hand, and as imagination gains ground, satire declines. Byron, who in the 18th century would have been the greatest of satirists, is hurried by the spirit of his age into passion and description, bequeathing, however, a splendid proof of the possibility of allying satire with sublimity in his vision of judgment. Miss Edgeworth skirts the confines of satire, and Miss Austen seasons her novels with the most exquisite satiric traits. Washington Irving revives the manner of the Spectator, and Tyke brings irony and persiflage to the discussion of critical problems. In all the characteristics of his genius, Thackeray is thoroughly English, and the faults and follies he chastises are those especially characteristic of British society. Good sense and the perception of the ridiculous are amalgamated in him. His satire is a thoroughly British article, a little oversolid, a little wanting in finish, but honest, weighty, and durable. Posterity must go to him for the humors of the age of Victoria, as they go to Addison for those of Anne's. In Heine, the satiric spirit, long confined to established literary forms, seems to obtain unrestrained freedom to wander where it will. Nor have the ancient models been followed since by any considerable satirist except the Italian Giusti. The machinery employed by Moore was indeed transplanted to America by James Russell Lowell, whose Biglow Papers represent perhaps the highest moral level yet attained by satire. In no age was the spirit of satire so generally diffused as in the 19th century, but many of its eminent writers, while bordering on the domains of satire, escape the definition of satirist. The term cannot be properly applied to Dickens, the keen observer of the oddities of human life, or to George Eliot, the critic of its emptiness when not inspired by a worthy purpose, or to Balzac, the painter of French society, or to Trollope, the mirror of the middle classes of England. If Sartor Resartus could be regarded as a satire, Carlyle would rank among the first of satirists. But the satire, though very obvious, rather accompanies than inspires the composition. Chapter 30, 7 American Literature. The list in the preceding chapter of the key articles dealing with national literatures shows that the Britannica separately treats the literary products of some 30 countries. To outline 30 courses of reading, mentioning the 3,000 critical and biographical articles would make this guide unwieldy. On pp. 929-937 of Volume 29, the reader will find classified lists of these articles, and only 4 groups are selected here for detailed treatment: those on American, English, German, and Greek literature. The main article in the literature of each of the other countries indicates the characteristic forms, the typical works of the leading writers discussed in special articles, so that courses of reading as systematic as these 4 can easily be planned for other countries by the reader. Topic of study: article and contributor. General summary of the subject: American Literature, Volume 1, p. With critical appreciation of, by George E. Woodbury, main tendencies and great formerly professor in Columbia authors. University, biographer of Poe and Hawthorne, author of America in Literature, etc. Colonial period. English writers, especially John Smith, Volume 25, p. 264, by historical. Prof. Edward Arbour, editor of English Garner, etc. Colonial writers, especially of Massachusetts, History, Volume 17, Puritan New England. p. 858. Connecticut, History, Volume 6, p. 954. Massachusetts Governors and William Bradford, Volume 4, p. 370, Historical Writing. John Winthrop, Volume 28, p. 736. The Clergy as Writers of History, John Cotton, Volume 7, p. 255, by and of Theology of the Puritan Prof. Williston Walker, Yale School. Author of History of the Congregational Churches in the United States. Thomas Hooker, Volume 13, p. 674. The Mathers. Cotton, Increase and Richard Mather, Volume 17, p. 883. Apostle to the Indians. John Eliot, Volume 9, p. 278 by Prof. Walker. Revolt Against Puritanism. Ethical, Thomas Morton, Volume 18, p. 882. Theological, Roger Williams, Volume 28, p. 682. New England Verse, Michael Wigglesworth, Volume 28, p. The New England Diarist, Samuel Sewall, Volume 24, p. 733. The Great New England Philosopher Jonathan Edwards, Volume 9, pp. 36, and Theologian, the first by Prof. Harry Norman Gardiner, American author with a lasting editor of Jonathan Edwards, and European reputation. Retrospect and Richard Webster. Edwards's Contemporaries, Charles Chauncey, Volume 6, p. 18. Jonathan Mayhew, Volume 17, p. 935. Edwards's Followers, The New Joseph Bellamy, Volume 3, p. 694, England Theology. Samuel Hopkins, Volume 13, p. 685. The First Newspaper in New York, William Bradford, Volume 4, p. 370. A Virginia Educator, James Blair, Volume 4, p. 34. The American Quaker Preacher, John Woolman, Volume 28, p. 817. A Royal Governor and Historian, Thomas Hutchinson, Volume 14, p. 13. A New York Statesman and Cadwallader Colden, Volume 6, p. Philosopher. The First Great American Figure in Benjamin Franklin, Volume 11, p. 24, Secular Literature, essayist by Richard Webster, late fellow pamphleteer, politician, Princeton University editorial autobiographer. Staff, Encyclopaedia Britannica. Revolutionary Period. The Patriotic Orators and James Otis, Volume 20, p. 366, Pamphleteers. Patrick Henry, Volume 13, p. 300. John Adams, Volume 1, p. 176. Josiah Quincy, Volume 22, p. 753. James Wilson, Volume 28, p. 693. Common Sense, Thomas Paine, Volume 20, p. 456. James Otis's Sister, Mercy Warren, Volume 28, p. 330. The Declaration of Independence and Independence, Declaration of Volume its author, p. 372, and Thomas Jefferson, Volume 15, p. 301, both by Dr. F. S. Philbrick. Prominent Patriots in New Jersey, William Livingston, Volume 16, p. John Witherspoon, Volume 28, p. 759. A Connecticut Educator and Patriot, Ezra Stiles, Volume 25, p. 919. Opponents of Independence, Joseph Galloway, Volume 11, p. 421. A Westchester Farmer, Samuel Seabury, Volume 24, p. 531. In Massachusetts, Mather Byles, Volume 4, p. 896. In Maryland, Jonathan Boucher, Volume 4, p. 312. Patriotic Poetry, John Trumbull, Volume 27, p. 324. The Hartford Wits, Timothy Dwight, Volume 8, p. 741. Satire and Epic, Joel Barlow, Volume 3, p. 406. Battle of the Kegs, Francis Hopkinson, Volume 13, p. A Western Traveler, Jonathan Carver, Volume 5, p. 437. The National Period. The Constitution and its James Madison, Volume 17, p. 284. Pamphleteers, The Federalist, the greatest application of elementary principles of government to practical administration. Alexander Hamilton, Volume 12, p. by Dr. F. S. Philbrick and Hugh Kisham. John Jay, Volume 15, pp. 294-296. Importance of the Early National United States, History, Section 106 period on the development of Volume 27, p. 688, by the Late American Literature. Prof. Alexander Johnson, Princeton, and C. C. Winery, Assistant Editor, Encyclopaedia Britannica. The The First Professional Man of Charles Brockden Brown, Volume 4 p. Letters. First Foreign Vogue. Essay and History, The American Washington Irving, Volume 14 p. Goldsmith, by Richard Garnett, late librarian, British Museum. Fiction, The American Scott. James Fenimore Cooper, Volume 7 p. by W. E. Henley, poet, critic, and essayist. Poetry, William Cullen Bryant, Volume 4 p. by G. W. Cable. The Knickerbocker School, New York City Literature, Volume p. 615. New York as a Literary Center, James Kirk Paulding, Volume 20 p. Fitzgreen Halleck, Volume 12 p. A Southern Novelist and Poet, W. G. Sims, Volume 25 p. 123. Cooper's Successor as Novelist of Herman Melville, Volume 18 p. 102. The C. Poetesses of the Early 19th Lydia Huntley Sigourney, Volume 25 Century, p. 82. Alice and Phoebe Cary, Volume 5 p. The Literati, N. P. Willis, Volume 28 p. 686. Rufus Wilmot Griswold, Volume 12 p. The Short Story, Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 21 p. 875, by David Hannay. Traveler, Translator, Poet, Bayard Taylor, Volume 26 p. 467. New England in the 19th Century. Boston and Cambridge, Boston, Volume 4 p. 293. Harvard University, Volume 13 p. George Ticknor, Volume 26 p. 936. History and Scholarship as Affected George Bancroft, Volume 3 p. 307, by European Contacts, by Prof. W. M. Sloan, Columbia. Edward Everett, Volume 10 p. 8, by Edward Everett Hale. Jared Sparks, Volume 25 p. 608, by Prof. W. L. Corbin, Wells College. J. G. Palfrey, Volume 20 p. 629. W. H. Prescott, Volume 22 p. 294. J. L. Motley, Volume 18 p. 909. Unitarianism and its Literary Hosea Ballot, Volume 3 p. 282. Leaders, Influencing and Influenced by Transcendentalism. William Ellery Channing, Volume 5 p. by Richard Webster. James Freeman Clarke, Volume 6 p. by E. E. Hale. Theodore Parker, Volume 20 p. 829. Transcendentalism and the Conquered Amos Bronson Alcott, Volume 1 p. School Central Figures, by Prof. C. F. Richardson, Dartmouth College. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Volume 9 p. by Prof. Henry Van Dyke, Princeton. Henry David Thoreau, Volume 26 p. by William Sharp, Fiona MacLeod. The Dial, Margaret Fuller, Volume 11 p. 295. George Ripley, Volume 23 p. 363, by Edward Livermore Burlingame, editor of Scribner's. Brook Farm, Volume 4 p. 645, by E. L. Burlingame. The author of Margaret. Sylvester Judd, Volume 15 p. 536. The Great New England Novelist. Nathaniel Hawthorne, Volume 13 p. by Richard Henry Stoddard, poet and essayist. The Great New England Poet. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Volume p. 977, by Thomas Davidson, author of The Philosophical System of Rismini. Earlier Romanticism. Washington Allston, Volume 1 p. Richard Henry Dana, Volume 7 p. Oratory. In the North, Daniel Webster, Volume 28 p. 459, by Everett P. Wheeler, author of Daniel Webster, etc. Rufus Choate, Volume 6 p. 258. Wendell Phillips, Volume 21 p. 407, by Call T. W. Higginson. Charles Sumner, Volume 26 p. 81. Robert Charles Winthrop, Volume 28 p. 736. In the South, Henry Clay, Volume 6 p. 470, by Carl Schurz, biographer of Clay. Other Southern Orators. John C. Calhoun, Volume 5 p. 1, by Judge H. A. M. Smith, South Carolina. Robert Young Hayne, Volume 13 p. The Pulpit Orator of the North. Henry Ward Beecher, Volume 3 p. by Dr. Lyman Abbott, editor The Outlook. The Abolition Novelist, author of Harriet Elizabeth Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin, Volume 25, p. 972, by Horace E. Scudder, late editor of the Atlantic Monthly. Another anti-slavery authoress. Lydia Maria Child, Volume 6, p. 135. The New England Poets prominent in John Greenleaf Whittier, Volume 28, The Anti-Slavery Movement. p. 613, by Edmund Clarence Stedman, poet and critic. James Russell Lowell, Volume 17, p. by Horace E. Scudder, biographer of Lowell. Their contemporary, The Autocrat. Oliver Wendell Holmes, Volume 13, p. by J.T. Morse, biographer of Holmes. The American Poet, by the Walt Whitman, Volume 28, p. 610, by Criterion of Foreign Standards. John Burroughs, author of Whitman, A Study. Scholarship and Criticism in this Francis James Child, Volume 6, p. Period and the Next, the particularly important work done by Americans in grammar, language, text criticism, etc. Cornelius C. Felton, Volume 10, p. George Perkins Marsh, Volume 17, p. William Dwight Whitney, Volume 28, p. by Benjamin E. Smith, editor Century Dictionary. Richard Grant White, Volume 28, p. Horace Howard Furness, Volume 11, p. Francis Andrew March, Volume 17, p. Basil Lano Gildersleeve, Volume p. 12. Charles Eliot Norton, Volume 19, p. The Later Poets. New England, Thomas Bailey Aldrich, Volume 1, p. Julia Ward Howe, Volume 13, p. 836. William Wetmore Story, Volume 25, p. New York, Edmund Clarence Stedman, Volume 25, p. 861. Richard Henry Stoddard, Volume 25, p. Richard Watson Gilder, Volume 12, p. Pennsylvania, Charles Godfrey Leland, Volume 16, p. Silas Weir Mitchell, Volume 18, p. The South, Sidney Lanier, Volume 16, p. 181 by Prof. W. P. Trent, Columbia. The Middle West, especially John Hay, Volume 13, p. 105. Humorous, light and character verse. Eugene Field, Volume 10, p. 321. James Whitcomb Riley, Volume 23, p. The Far West, Francis Bret Harte, Volume 13, p. Joaquin Miller, Volume 18, p. 464. Edward Rowland Sill, Volume 25, p. Later Fiction. The American Realist, W. D. Howells, Volume 13, p. 839. The American Cosmopolite, Henry James, Volume 15, p. 143. Stories of Italy, F. Marion Crawford, Volume 7, p. Historical Romance, Lewis Wallace, Volume 28, p. 276. Humorous Short Story, Francis R. Stockton, Volume 25, p. Pietistic Novel, E. P. Rowe, Volume 23, p. 449. J. G. Holland, Volume 13, p. 587. The Provincial Types. Maine, Sarah Ornjewett, Volume 15, p. New England, Mary E. Wilkins, Volume 28, p. 646. West, Edward Eggleston, Volume 9, p. 17. Mary Halleck Foote, Volume 10, p. Francis Bret Harte, Volume 13, p. South Tennessee, Charles Egbert Craddock, Volume 7, p. 360. Kentucky, James Lane Allen, Volume 1, p. 691. Virginia, Thomas Nelson Page, Volume 20, p. New Orleans, George W. Cable, Volume 4, p. 920. Essayists, Thomas Wentworth Higginson, Volume, p. 455. Edward Everett Hale, Volume 12, p. Charles Dudley Warner, Volume 28, p. George William Curtis, Volume 7, p. by Charles Eliot Norton. Humor. Henry Wheeler Shaw, Josh Billings, Volume 24, p. 813. The American Hood, John Godfrey Sachs, Volume 24, p. Bill Nye, Edgar Wilson Nye, Volume 19, p. 929. America's Great Humorist, Mark Twain, Volume 27, p. 490, by Prof. Brander Matthews, Columbia. Uncle Remus, Joel Chandler Harris, Volume 13, p. Puck H. C. Bunner, Volume 4, p. 799. Mr. Dooley, Finley Peter Dunn, Volume 8 p. History, Francis Parkman, Volume 20 p. 832, by John Fiske. Hermann Eduard von Holst, Volume 28 p. 210. Francis Lieber, Volume 16, p. 590. C.E.A. Guéret, Volume 11, p. 542. Henry Charles Lee, Volume 16 p. Historians, Henry Martin Baird, Volume 3 p. John Fiske, Volume 10, p. 437 by Prof. C. F. Richardson, Dartmouth. James Ford Rhodes, Volume 23 p. Henry Cabot Lodge, Volume 16 p. James B. McMaster, Volume 17 p. James Schooler, Volume 24, p. 377. Theodore A. Dodge, Volume 8, p. 369. John Codman Ropes, Volume 23 p. Alfred T. Mahan, Volume 17, p. 394. Albert Bushnell Hart, Volume 13 p. Hubert H. Bancroft, Volume 3 p. Theodore Roosevelt, Volume 23 p. by Lawrence F. Abbott, New York Outlook. Newspaper Men, Newspapers, American, Volume 19, pp. 566-572. Periodicals, United States, Volume, pp. 154-155. New York Tribune, Horace Greeley, Volume 12, p. 531, by Whitelaw Reid. Whitelaw Reid, Volume 23, p. 52. New York Herald, James Gordon Bennett, Volume 3 p. Springfield Republican, Samuel Bowles, Volume 4, p. 344. New York Times, H. J. Raymond, Volume 22, p. 933. New York Sun, C. A. Dana, Volume 7, p. 791. New York Evening Post, Edwin Lawrence Godkin, Volume 12 p. Louisville Courier Journal, Henry Watterson, Volume 28, p. 418. Chapter 38, English Literature. On English literature, with its vastly longer history and greater volume, there is much more matter in the Britannica than on American literature, or of course any other national literature. The key article is English Literature, Volume 9, p. 607, equivalent to 120 pages of this guide, and an excellent outline for the study of this subject may be based on this article, which should be supplemented by the sections on literature in the articles Scotland, Canada, etc. A combination of these with special articles may be arranged as follows. On the period before Chaucer, the first part of the article English Literature, Volume 9, p. 607, by Henry Bradley, joint editor of the New English Dictionary, etc. The same author's Beowulf, Volume 3, p. 758, Keedman, Volume 4, p. 934, and Kinewolf, Volume 7, p. 690, Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Volume 2, p. 34, and Alfred the Great, Volume 1, p. 582, both by the Reverend Charles Plummer, author of Life and Times of Alfred the Great, etc. Dan Mitchell of Northgate, Volume 18, p. 371. Anglo-Norman Literature, Volume 2, p. 31, by Prof. L. M. Brandon, University of London, Ancren Rewell, Volume 1, p. 952, Orme, Volume 20, p. 293 by Henry Bradley. Layman, Volume 16, p. 311 by the late Prof. W. W. Skeat of Cambridge. Havelock the Dane, Volume 13, p. 80. Romance, Arthurian Romance, etc. On the period from Chaucer to the Renaissance, see the second part of the article English Literature, Volume 9, p. 611, by Prof. J. M. Manley, University of Chicago, author of The Language of Chaucer's Legend of Good Women. The Pearl, Volume 21, p. 27, by Prof. Israel Gollancz, King's College, London, editor of the Temple Shakespeare, etc. Langland, Volume 16, p. 174. John Gower, Volume 12, p. 298, by G. C. Macaulay, editor of Gower's Works. Geoffrey Chaucer, Volume 6, p. 13, by A. W. Pollard, chief editor of the Globe. Chaucer, John Lydgate, Volume 17, p. 156, by Frederick J. Snell, author of The Age of Chaucer. Thomas Ockelve, Volume 19, p. 966, by W. S. McCormick, formerly professor of English, University College, Dundee. Stephen Hawes, Volume 13, p. 93. John Skelton, Volume 25, p. 184. Juliana Berners, Volume 3, p. 801. Thomas of Ercildown, Volume 26, p. 865. John Barber, Volume 3, p. 389, by Professor George Gregory Smith, Queen's University, Belfast. Andrew of Wintown, Volume 28, p. 873. Harry the Minstrel, Volume 13, p. 29. John Wycliffe, Volume 28, p. 866, by Reginald Lanepool, author of Wycliffe and Movements for Reform, and W. Allison Phillips, Reginald Peacock, Volume 21, p. 33. Sir John Fortescue, Volume 10, p. 678, by P. C. York. William Caxton, Volume 5, p. 587. The English versions of the Bible are dealt with in the chapter of this guide on Bible study, but the article Bible, English, Volume 3, p. 894. By Canon Henson of Westminster Abbey and Anna C. Paz, lecturer in Germanic philology at Newnham College, should be read in connection with the study of this and earlier periods of English literature. On English Literature in the Elizabethan Age, read Part 3 of the article English Literature, Volume 9, p. 616, by Prof. Oliver Elton, University of Liverpool. Also Sir Thomas More, Volume 18, p. 822, by Mark Pattison, the Eskist and Student of the Renaissance. William Tyndale, Volume 27, p. 498. Roger Ascham, Volume 2, p. 720, by A. F. Leach, author of English Schools at the Reformation, etc. William Dunbar, Volume 8, p. 668, by Prof. G. Gregory Smith. Sir Thomas Hoby, Volume 13, p. 553. Raphael Holinshed, Volume 13, p. 584. John Fox, Volume 10, p. 770. Sir Thomas North, Volume 19, p. 759. Sir Thomas Wyatt, Volume 28, p. 861. Earl of Surrey, Volume 26, p. 138. George Gascoigne, Volume 11, p. 493. Nicholas Udall, Volume 27, p. 554, by A. F. Leach. Edmund Spencer, Volume 25, p. 639. By the late Professor William Minto of Aberdeen, and F. J. Snell, author of The Age of Chaucer, etc. Sir Philip Sidney, Volume 25, p. 43. John Lyly, Volume 17, p. 159, by Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Euphuism, Volume 9, p. 898. Michael Drayton, Volume 8, p. 557, and Samuel Daniel, Volume 7, p. 808, all by Edmund Goss. William Warner, Volume 28, p. 327. Edward Fairfax, Volume 10, p. 130. Sir John Harrington, Volume 12, p. 952. Giles and Phineas Fletcher, Volume 10, p. 498. Thomas Watson, Volume 28, p. 413, by E. Goss. Thomas Lodge, Volume 16, p. 860, by Prof. A. W. Ward. Cambridge. Thomas Campion, Volume 5, p. 137, by P. Vivian, editor of Campion. Nicholas Breton, Volume 4, p. 501. Robert Southwell, Volume 25, p. 517. The Metaphysical Poets, John Donne, Volume 8, p. 417. George Herbert, Volume 13, p. 339. Richard Crashaw, Volume 7, p. 379, Abraham Cowley, Volume 7, p. 347, Thomas Traherne, Volume 27, p. 155, and Henry Vaughan, Volume 27, p. 955. William Brown, Volume 4, p. 667, George Wither, Volume 28, p. 758, William Drummond of Hawthornden, Volume 8, p. 600, Robert Herrick, Volume 13, p. 389 by E. Goss, Richard Lovelace, Volume 17, p. 71, Sir John Suckling, Volume 26, p. 7, Andrew Marvell, Volume 17, p. 805. Edmund Waller, Volume 28, p. 282 by E. Goss, and John Milton, Volume 18, p. 480, in great part by David Masson, late professor at Edinburgh University. Elizabethan drama, particularly Shakespeare, deserves a separate paragraph, especially as its treatment in the Britannica is so full. Read in the article English Literature, pp. 622-626, in the article Drama, by Prof. A. W. Ward, Cambridge, pp. 520-524 of Volume 8, and the articles John Lyly, Volume 17, p. 159 by Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Thomas Kidd, Volume 15, p. 958 by E. Goss, George Peele, Volume 21, p. 44, Robert Greene, Volume 12, p. 539 by A. W. Ward, Christopher Marlowe, Volume 17, p. 741 by A. C. Swinburne and Thomas Secombe, author of The Age of Johnson, etc., and above all Shakespeare, Volume 24, p. 772. Equivalent to 80 pages of this guide, containing a biography and sketches of the different works by E. K. Chambers, editor of the Red Letter Shakespeare and author of the medieval stage, with a discussion of the portraits of Shakespeare, 20 of which are reproduced by M. H. Spielman, formerly editor of the Magazine of Art, and of the Shakespeare-Bacon Controversy by Hugh Kishome, editor-in-chief of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and an elaborate, classified bibliography by H. R. Tedder, librarian of the Athenaeum Club, London. In his discussion of the Baconian theory of the authorship of the plays, Mr. Kishome says, "No such idea seems to have occurred to anybody till the middle of the 19th century. The most competent special students of Shakespeare, however they may differ as to details, and also the most authoritative special students of Bacon, are unanimous in upholding the traditional view." And he adds that as regards the effort to account for the positive contemporary evidence in favor of the identification of the man Shakespeare with the author of Shakespeare's works, it is highly significant that it was not attempted or thought of for centuries. See also Hamlet, Volume 12, p. 894, for earlier treatment of the legend, and Macbeth, Volume 17, p. 197, for the historical basis of the play. For the other dramatists of the time, see the articles Ben Jonson, Volume 15, p. 502 by A. W. Ward, George Chapman, Volume 5, p. 852, John Webster, Volume 28, p. 462, Cyril Tourneur, Volume 27, p. 106, and Beaumont and Fletcher, Volume 3, p. 592, all by A. C. Swinburne. Thomas Dekker, Volume 7, p. 939 by William Minto and R. B. McCarrow, Thomas Heywood, Volume 13, p. 439, Thomas Middleton, Volume 18, p. 416, John Marston, Volume 17, p. 776, Philip Massinger, Volume 17, p. 868, John Ford, Volume 10, p. 641, by A. W. Ward. James Shirley, Volume 24, p. 990. For Elizabethan prose writers not already mentioned, see the translators John Berchier, Lord Baron Berners, Volume 3, p. 800, Falman Holland, Volume 13, p. 587, and Giovanni Florio, Volume 10, p. 546, and the philosophers and essayists Richard Hooker, Volume 13, p. 672, by T. F. Henderson, Francis Bacon, Volume 3, p. 135. Equivalent to 55 pages of this guide, by Robert Adamson and J. M. Mitchell, Thomas Hobbes, Volume 13, p. 545, by G. Croom Robertson, biographer of Hobbes, Sir Thomas Browne, Volume 4, p. 666, Isaac Walton, Volume 28, p. 300, Robert Burton, Volume 4, p. 865, Jeremy Taylor, Volume 26, p. 469, Thomas Fuller, Volume 11, p. 296, William Chillingworth, Volume 6, p. 162, John Hales, Volume 12, p. 834, Ralph Cudworth, Volume 7, p. 612, by Henry Sturt, author of Personal Idealism, etc. The historian Clarendon, Volume 6, p. 428, by P. C. York, and the letter writer James Howell, Volume 13, p. 838. On the Restoration period, from 1660 to 1700, See Professor Elton's chapter, Volume 9, pp. 628-631 in the article English Literature, and the articles, John Dryden Volume 8, p. 609 by William Minto and Margaret Bryant, Samuel Butler Volume 4, p. 885, Sir Isaac Newton Volume 19, p. 583 by H. M. Taylor, Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, Isaac Barrow Volume 3, p. 440, John Ray Volume 22, p. 931 by Prof. D. Wentworth Thompson, University College, Dundee, Joseph Glanville Volume 12, p. 77, Thomas Burnett Volume 4, p. 853, John Tillotson Volume 26, p. 976, Sir William Temple Volume 26, p. 602 by G. W. Prothero, Editor, The Quarterly Review and Joint Editor, Cambridge Modern History, Marquess Halifax, Volume 12, p. 839 by P. C. York, Robert South Volume 25, p. 463, William Sherlock Volume 24, p. 850, Richard Baxter Volume 3, p. 551, John Howe Volume 13, p. 835, George Fox Volume 10, p. 765, John Bunyan Volume 4, p. 803 by Lord Macaulay, 2nd Earl of Rochester Volume 23, p. 427, Sir William Davenant Volume 7, p. 851, Nahum Tate Volume 26, p. 449, Thomas Otway Volume 20, p. 376, Nathaniel Lee Volume 16, p. 361, Watts Dunton's article William Wycherley Volume 28, p. 863, and the two great diarists John Evelyn Volume 10, p. 5, and Samuel Pepys Volume 21, p. 130 by D. Hannay. On the 18th century literature, see the chapter in the article English Literature, Volume 9, pp. 631-636 by Thomas Secombe, author of The Age of Johnson, etc., and the articles, John Locke Volume 16, p. 844 by Prof. Alexander Campbell Fraser, Edinburgh, Joseph Addison Volume 1, p. 184 by William Spalding and Austin Dobson, Sir Richard Steele Volume 25, p. 865 by William Minto and Austin Dobson, Jonathan Swift Volume 26, p. 224 by Richard Garnett and Thomas Secombe, John Arbuthnot Volume 2, p. 339, Bernard de Mandeville Volume 17, p. 559 by J. M. Mitchell, Bolingbroke Volume 4, p. 161 by P. C. York, Alexander Pope Volume 22, p. 82 by William Minto and Margaret Bryant, Matthew Pryor Volume 22, p. 359 by Austin Dobson, John Gay Volume 11, p. 540, Thomas Parnell Volume 20, p. 859, Mark Akenside Volume 1, p. 454, James Thomson Volume 26, p. 871, and Thomas Gray Volume 12, p. 392, both by D.C. Tovey, editor of Gray's Letters, William Collins Volume 6, p. 692 by Edmund Goss, Christopher Smart Volume 25, p. 249, William Cowper Volume 7, p. 349, and George Crabbe Volume 7, p. 358 by Clement K. Shorter, editor of The Sphere, William Blake Volume 4, p. 36 by J. W. Kaminskar, author of Essays on Art, William Shenstone Volume 24, p. 839, Thomas Chatterton Volume 6, p. 10, Thomas Percy Volume 21, p. 136, Thomas Wharton Volume 28, p. 337, Robert Burns Volume 4, p. 856 by John Nichol, the biographer of Burns, Byron, and Carlyle. Among the prose writers, forerunners of the novel, Daniel Defoe Volume 7, p. 927, Samuel Richardson Volume 23, p. 300, and Henry Fielding Volume 10, p. 324, both by Austin Dobson. Tobias Smollett Volume 25, p. 278 by Thomas Secombe, and Lawrence Sterne Volume 25, p. 901 by William Minto and Austin Dobson. The other great prose writers of the age, Samuel Johnson Volume 15, p. 463 by Lord Macaulay and Thomas Secombe, Oliver Goldsmith Volume 12, p. 214 by Lord Macaulay and Austin Dobson, Lord Chesterfield Volume 6, p. 109 by Austin Dobson and Horatio Walpole Volume 28, p. 288 by W. P. Courtney. In a lesser group, James Boswell Volume 4, p. 297 by Thomas Secombe, Francis D'Arblay, Fanny Burney, Volume 7, p. 826, Hester Lynch Piazzi, Volume 21, p. 632, Gilbert White, Volume 28, p. 599. The Historians David Hume, Volume 13, p. 876, by Robert Adamson and J. M. Mitchell, William Robertson, Volume 23, p. 406, and Edward Gibbon, Volume 11, p. 927 by Prof. J. B. Barry, editor of The Decline and Fall, and The Philosophers, Joseph Butler, Volume 4, p. 882 by Robert Adamson and A. J. Grieve, Yorkshire United Independent College, side note. Philosophy, William Paley, Volume 20, p. 628, Berkeley, Volume 3, p. 779, by Robert Adamson and J. M. Mitchell, Thomas Reed, Volume 23, p. 51 by Prof. A. Seth Pringle Pattison, Edinburgh, David Hartley, Volume 13, p. 35, Abraham Tucker, Volume 27, p. 361, Thomas Paine, Volume 20, p. 456, Joseph Priestley, Volume 22, p. 322, Richard Price, Volume 22, p. 314 by J. M. Mitchell, William Godwin, Volume 12, p. 177, Sir James Mackintosh, Volume 17, p. 259, Edmund Burke, Volume 4, p. 824, by John Morley and Junius, Volume 15, p. 557, see also Sir Philip Francis, Volume 10, p. 941. For the 19th century, see the last section of the article English Literature, Volume 9, pp. 636-645, by Thomas Secombe, and the articles William Wordsworth, Volume 28, p. 826, by William Minto and Hugh Kishom. S.T. Coleridge, Volume 6, p. 678, by J. Mackinnon Robertson, author of Modern Humanists, etc., Hugh Kishom and the Very Reverend George David Boyle. Charles Lamb, Volume 16, p. 104, by E. V. Lucas, editor of Lamb. William Hazlitt, Volume 13, p. 119, Leigh Hunt, Volume 13, p. 934, De Quincey, Volume 8, p. 61, by J. Ritchie Findlay, author of Personal Recollections of De Quincey. Keats, Volume 15, p. 708, by A. C. Swinburne and Margaret Bryant. Thomas Lovell Beddoes, Volume 3, p. 614, Thomas Hood, Volume 13, p. 666, Landor, Volume 16, p. 161, by A. C. Swinburne. Shelley, Volume 24, p. 827, by W. M. Rossetti. Southey, Volume 25, p. 511, Campbell, Volume 5, p. 130, Thomas Moore, Volume 18, p. 810. Lord Byron, Volume 4, p. 897, by E. Hartley Coleridge, editor of Byron's Poems. Francis Jeffrey, Volume 15, p. 307, Sidney Smith, Volume 25, p. 268, J. G. Lockhart, Volume 16, p. 853, William Gifford, Volume 12, p. 5. Bentham, Volume 3, p. 747, by Dr. T. E. Holland, formerly Professor of International Law, Oxford, Malthus, Volume 17, p. 515, Henry Hallam, Volume 12, p. 851. By Lord Lochy of Gowrie, William Roscoe, Volume 23, p. 726. By W. E. A. Axon, Manchester Libraries, Lingard, Volume 16, p. 728, Henry Hart Milman, Volume 18, p. 476, Macaulay, Volume 17, p. 193, by Mark Pattison. Thirlwall, Volume 26, p. 851, William Mitford, Volume 18, p. 620, Grote, Volume 12, p. 619, by J. M. Mitchell, edition of Grote's Greece, James Mill, Volume 18, p. 453, Sir William Napier, Volume 19, p. 175, William Cobbett, Volume 6, p. 606, Sir Walter Scott, Volume 24, p. 469. By William Minto, Lever, Volume 16, pp. 508-510, Marryat, Volume 17, p. 759, Bulwer Lytton, Volume 17, p. 185, by Arthur Waugh, Beaconsfield, Volume 3, p. 563, by Frederick Greenwood Jane Austen, Volume 2, p. 936, by E. V. Lucas. Maria Edgeworth, Volume 8, p. 934, Harriet Martineau, Volume 17, p. 796, Mary Russell Mitford, Volume 18, p. 619, Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell, Volume 11, p. 501, and the Brontes, Volume 4, p. 637, by C. K. Shorter, Thomas Love Peacock, Volume 21, p. 21, by Richard Garnett. George Meredith, Volume 18, p. 160, by Hugh Kisham. Tennyson, Volume 26, p. 630, by E. Goss. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Volume 4, p. 668, by Alice Meynell. Robert Browning, Volume 4, p. 670, and Carlyle, Volume 5, p. 349, both by Sir Leslie Stephen. Charles Read, Volume 22, p. 938. Dickens, Volume 8, p. 178, by Thomas Seccombe. Side note: Victorian Novelists, Thackeray, Volume 26, p. 716, by W. H. Pollock. George Eliot, Volume 9, p. 275, by Mrs. Craigie, John Oliver Hobbes. Anthony Trollope, Volume 27, p. 301, Wilkie Collins, Volume 6, p. 693, Charles and Henry Kingsley, Volume 15, p. 817. Herbert Spencer, Volume 25, p. 634, by F. C. S. Schiller, author of Studies in Humanism, etc. Side note: Natural Science, John Stuart Mill, Volume 18, p. 454, by William Minto and J. M. Mitchell. Charles Darwin, Volume 7, p. 840, by Prof. E. B. Poulton, Oxford. Huxley, Volume 14, p. 17, by Sir W. T. Thistleton Dyer, J. R. Green, Volume 12, p. 534, William Stubbs, Volume 25, p. 1048, E. A. Freeman, Volume 11, p. 79, and J. A. Froude, Volume 11, p. 252, all by William Hunt, formerly President Royal Historical Society. Lecky, Volume 16, p. 354, Buckle, Volume 4, p. 732, Maine, Volume 17, p. 432, by Sir Frederick Pollock. George Borrow, Volume 4, p. 275, by Theodore Watts-Dunton. Edward Fitzgerald, Volume 10, p. 443, by E. Goss. Matthew Arnold, Volume 2, p. 635, by Theodore Watts-Dunton and Sir Joshua Girling Fitch. John Ruskin, Volume 23, p. 858, by Frederick Harrison. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Volume 23, p. 747, by Theodore Watts-Dunton and F. G. Stevens, formerly art critic of the Athenaeum. Swinburne, Volume 26, p. 234, by E. Goss. William Morris, Volume 18, p. 871, John Addington Symonds, Volume 26, p. 286, and Walter Pater, Volume 20, p. 910, all by Arthur Waugh. Side note: Oxford Movement. Newman, Volume 19, p. 517, by Arthur Wollaston Hutton, biographer of Manning. John Keble, Volume 15, p. 710, Edward Bouverie Pusey, Volume 22, p. 667, Richard Jefferies, Volume 15, p. 300, by Sir Walter Besant, biographer of Jefferies. Thomas Hardy, Volume 12, p. 946, by Arthur Symonds. Robert Stevenson, Volume 25, p. 907, by E. Goss. And among later names, the historians Lord Acton, Volume 1, p. 159, by Hugh Kisham, Mandell Creighton, Volume 7, p. 401, Morley, Volume 18, p. 841, Bryce, Volume 4, p. 699, and Barry, Volume 4, p. 867. The novelists William Black, Volume 4, p. 19, Blackmore, Volume 4, p. 24, M.E. Braddon, Volume 4, p. 369, Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Volume 28, p. 320, Marie Corelli, Volume 7, p. 143, Hall Caine, Volume 4, p. 949, George Gissing, Volume 12, p. 52, George Moore, Volume 18, p. 808, H. G. Wells, Volume 28, p. 514, William de Morgan, Volume 8, p. 10, Rudyard Kipling, Volume 15, p. 825, by W. Price James, author of Romantic Professions, etc. The Critics and Essayists Walter Bagehot, Volume 3, p. 198, by Richard Garnett. Stopford A. Brooke, Volume 4, p. 645, Mark Pattison, Volume 20, p. 937, Leslie Stephen, Volume 25, p. 885, by Thomas Seccombe. H. D. Trail, Volume 27, p. 155, George Saintsbury, Volume 24, p. 45, Sidney Colvin, Volume 6, p. 748, Watts-Dunton, Volume 28, p. 422, R. C. Jebb, Volume 15, p. 299, F. W. H. Myers, Volume 19, p. 111, Edward Dowden, Volume 8, p. 456, William Archer, Volume 2, p. 362, Richard Garnett, Volume 11, p. 471, Edmund Goss, Volume 12, p. 268. Andrew Lang, Volume 16, p. 171, G.K. Chesterton, Volume 6, p. 111, Arthur Symonds, Volume 26, p. 287. A list in which it is interesting to note how many are contributors to the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Of poets, Robert Bridges, Volume 4, p. 532, so recently named Poet Laureate, his predecessor Alfred Austin, Volume 2, p. 938, William Watson, Volume 28, p. 414, by W. Price James, W. B. Yeats, Volume 28, p. 909, William Sharp, Fiona MacLeod, Volume 24, p. 811, Francis Thompson, Volume 26, p. 869. John Davidson, Volume 7, p. 863, Sir W. S. Gilbert, Volume 12, p. 9, by Thomas Secombe, Owen Seaman, Volume 24, p. 543, Lawrence Binion, Volume 3, p. 952, H. J. Newbolt, Volume 19, p. 463, Stephen Phillips, Volume 21, p. 407, Alice Meynell, Volume 18, p. 350. And of the younger dramatists, Oscar Wilde, Volume 28, p. 632, by Hugh Kishome, Sir A. W. Pinerow, Volume 21, p. 625, A. H. Jones, Volume 15, p. 498, J. M. Barrie, Volume 3, p. 435, by W. Price James, G. Bernard Shaw, Volume 24, p. 812, and see also under Drama, Volume 8, especially pp. 530, 538.